Oh. Also, thank you for the care package, my man. Oh, let me sit up straight. Posture. Oh, you can actually see me. Posture check is stretched now. There you go. Oh, fuck. Oh, let's go. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to use my energy for the day. I suppose now that, I have the base. Whoa. I just realized. Hang on a second. Oh, Vic put $100 in too. Holy shit. Okay, wow. We're up to $250 on the prize pool. So we're officially going to be changing the payout then. Because the moment we usually go over 200, that means we're splitting it by percentages. Where is it?
Hi, honey.
Nahi. Thank you for the follow. Prize pool. Alright, this is percentage of win, prize pool. First place gets 50%. You get 25% for second place. And then, wait, what? I could have swore I typed in 25. Am I just that bad? There we go. And then third and fourth gets 25% combined. Split cross winner. Boom. There we go. There we go. Alright, and I think with that, like, we're pretty much good to go, right? We just, also, all we need to do is we need for people to check in, and then we're done. Alright. Okay, perfect. That means I got 27 minutes to fuck around, and then also wait for Divine. Because Vic is already live, so whenever he wants to hop on into the stream call, he can. Okay, that means I just gotta get my chores done on E7. Is it even this? I mean, it's like another buff weekend, right? Oh, okay, we're good. We're good to go. Yeah, just need for people to check in. Maybe I'll run a couple matches on my own. Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing right now. Man, I have too many screens to manage. When is tourney? In about 26 minutes. I went to join? Yeah, we'll see you there, Ben. We'll see you there. Alright, yeah, I guess I might as well warm up a little bit as well. What's up, Pascal? Welcome in, guys. Who did you pick for group summon? Nobody. It's a bait. It's a bait banner. I'm not pulling for anything there. I don't even think I'm picking up a guiding light this time. Alright, let's see. Alright, time to warm up my brain a little bit. No BBK, no Payra, Polly, Luna are at a premium. Oh, shit. Luna first pick. I think I can take Ilanav. You get some Hwayoung access.
I will not give in to despair.
Take this, take Shu. Do I think it's Shu? I think it's Shu, because he bans BBK, right?
I'm always open to new
Yeah.
opportunities.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm swarming up a little bit. I need to warm up my brain.
Ugh, stop dragging this out.
Let's see. You still need Juden light. What do you mean by that? Well, ML Huayang? Okay. So I probably need like a DN and... Oh, this is gonna be really annoying. I have to play DN into these. Right, I need cleansers. So I'm not playing this without cleansers.
I'm not too late.
The problem is DN can cleanse, but then Luna can just hold, right? So we're just forever
Would you
holding.
like to be my next meal?
What's up, Seti? What's up, Bumba? What's up, Anuo? How are you guys?
Oh, you're
There's the
making
Ray.
excellent
Okay.
specimen.
That's to be expected.
What a hassle this
Monk?
is.
I have to ban the monk, so it's Celine time.
Huh? Is it my turn?
Good enough. Oh yeah, I should probably have the bracket pin, I just realized. Let me do that real quick.
Deserve my mercy.
Oh, well, he goes for the first 2 turns. Bracket. There we go.
Try and take it.
This song was meant for us. The odyssey of your life.
Wait. Slash
Was
pin.
meant to bring you here.
There we
Do you
go.
smell that? This won't hurt a death. I guarantee it. Life or death. Pick your poison.
Pulls up the Luna again.
Our twisted fate.
Luna has to skip. The really annoying part here... Well, actually, the Luna doesn't really do anything. I need to cleanse this. And then I have to save
Full potential
Ilanov
of love.
S3 for Luna S3.
Like I said, I know everything. Time to pay up for taking me lightly.
I thought I told you.
Alright, I need this to just not kick Ilanov. As long as we don't get kicked on Ilanov, we're good. Okay, that's maybe like equally bad. Man. Man! Oh, wait, okay. That's a pretty piggy duel, but, I mean, we're in a spot where we kind of... We'll take it. Okay, wow. That's an auto win. Very cool.
What, you think this is a joke?
That's crazy. Alright, I guess we got a couple minutes to mess around. We got about 20 minutes. Oh, wow, okay. After all this time, DDR is still sitting on top of the meta. Oh man, I probably wait. Hold on. I maybe I change around the screen at real estate a little bit. I'll bump this up. Yeah, maybe I'll do this. So the pin text doesn't block anything we got going on screen.
Can you keep up with
Let's do this. Let's do Luna.
It's hollow justice at best.
It just seems like everybody is picking 2 fucking openers right now. BBK.
May I play you?
There's no way you are doing that and not picking Veronica. Like, hello? What are we doing, man?
We're fighting.
1, 2, 3. Fuck it, give me a Eufine as well. So like now I have first turn, right? And I have the harder anchor out of both of us.
My
Huayang.
man. Is it gonna rain?
Armin's all ready.
Huayang Armin. He's banning Luna then. 1, 2, 3. So I need a DPS that could beat these 2. Beat this and this. It's just Ray, no? Wait, no, 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 no. It's Celine. It's Celine. It's Celine. It's Celine. It's not right.
Victory is within our grasp.
Holy shit. Okay. So we do this. That's gone. Don't ban that. Ban one of these two. Probably just this. No. Ugh.
Your arm looks fine to me.
So we are up, let's see. Oh, it's a full ER team. Okay.
Primed and ready. Now floor it, full throttle.
Oh,
Been looking for me?
if we're doing this. Get the BBK. Oh, counterattack. Okay, shit.
Slayers, attack.
How do I do this? I don't have an S3. Or rather, I don't have to use the S3.
I'll do
Wait,
whatever
what?
I have to.
Okay, whatever.
Tomorrow. Prepare for battle, everyone.
Yeah, it was just S1 there.
You don't
Kind
deserve
of unfortunate
my
we lost our Swift attack, but it is what it is.
You have weakness all over.
Wow, my neck's a little bit stiff. Okay, that's an Elbrus.
Time to end our twisted fate. Above
Might as well
all,
click it, see if we can strip and buff block anything.
is a cruel truth. You'd better stand down.
And then do that, that should... We didn't exactly get the turn there, but good enough. Right, and now we have Euphine to anchor the game.
Here I come.
It hurts. I'm here.
I don't really enjoy this.
Okay, I'm good to know that we're not exactly doing enough damage. So, now it's just like, what the fuck?
Looks like some tuning is in order.
Okay, I just need to counterattack and heal here. Because I don't think he has enough to soul burn.
I can do it too. Why don't you keep your crew in line first?
Do that. Yeah, should be enough damage to close that out. Oh, he got enough souls? What?
Uh-oh. The footsteps following.
Ay, ay, ay.
More from you?
Ay, ay, ay.
Wasn't it?
What do you know
Wow,
about
that's
me?
so fucking lame. So now it's up to Luna and Payra to finish off the game. I actually think Payra can close this out. Payra is actually extremely competent at closing. Wait, hello? Can you? Okay, whatever.
Time to end our twisted fate. It's hollow justice.
Get the S2 splash.
Weakness all over.
Did my warning sound like
You don't deserve my mercy.
Did he just hit my Payra? I looked away for a second. Did he just hit my Payra? Oh my god. That's crazy.
No anymore.
Yes? Oh my fucking god. This game's ridiculous. Bruh. Bruh. Answer this question. How do you think the state of the game is right now? It's pretty good. I think this is... At the very least, after when we got third pick Ban Protect, this is probably the best meta we've ever had.
What do you know about me?
Take this. No Illanav. No Illanav. It's... Chew.
Nothing in this world is free.
Alright. What's going on? What's up, Vic?
That's all. Oh, what's up, dude? Hello, hello.
Song was
What
meant
the
for
fuck?
us.
Holy shit. Yo, the way people are playing this game is so piggy right now.
Oh, are you in a game too?
Yeah. I mean, I have everything set up, so We're just waiting for Divine, right? We're waiting for Divine. We're waiting for people to check in. Did you tell people to check in?
Yes, I've been telling people to check in. Yes. Yo, guys, check in, dude. I know he is fucking streaming. Check in, check in, check in.
Magical girl D.
Oh, man. 1, 2, 3.
Let me see if I need to... Yeah.
Worry not. The doctor.
Papa's going to eat his
Yeah,
meal
hold on.
today.
Yeah, Vic, okay, you're good. Yeah, Vic was on, like 200% volume for me earlier.
Victory is within our grasp.
Let's see. I banned that. I need, what do I need? I think I need one more cleanse. Actually, it's not even one more cleanse. I just need something they can't kill. That's it. There we go. I think
That's
I
weird.
think we got this
Someone in
man
my chat
cooked.
just said... Someone in my chat just said, would you and Valky make out? Thoughts and feelings?
Why not?
Good take.
Alright,
Good
throw
take,
your
honestly.
camera too.
Oh, yeah. It's in 2 different areas right now. Hold on. How do I make it show up on, Alright, let me finish this
Yeah,
draft.
yeah.
One
You
sec.
got, you got until when we start to figure it out.
Val Breyer. Breyer.
Dare block my way?
Let's see. I actually have to just save my cooldowns. 1, 2, I see. I see where this is going.
It's just like a dream.
All together.
Here, take my hand.
Is the Para still in the same build but on a different artifact? Yeah, I'm just playing Uberius Tooth.
Then to the left. You're quite the dancer now.
It's hollow
My
justice
camera's
at
here. How do I
best.
make it show up?
Try and take it.
Okay, that's a good
The
resist.
goddess. Holy flash.
I'm always open to new opportunities.
Ah, fuck. My camera doesn't work.
Okay, I have to play through the speed down for a bit, which is pretty annoying, but I think outside of that, we're okay. Like, I really don't think he has that much of... Okay. Oh, he has the Enrage win con. Shit. True. But then, like, you have to fight through Elia. Like, what's the point? You get all that Enrage just to have to kill Lia anyway?
For the sake of peace.
Okay, so he's got the burn and then 1 dual attack to lay down a bit of damage, right?
Shall we dance? Where are you going?
Ouch. Whoa. Whoa there.
Magical girl D.
I think I have to press here then. Right, that's all of his cleanse. So we can start tempoing up.
Power. I'll do my best.
Ooh. I don't think I do that just yet.
Right here.
It's Luna gone first.
Time for justice.
Need someone to ride with?
That is for sure. Actually, wait, hold up. Do I have enough turn economy to just pick off this poly?
Losing ain't an option.
That's all I need.
Dare block my way? Better fight down.
What's up, McKeezy?
Like I said, I know everything.
Do I go on this? Fuck it. Let's just lay down some damage on that thing too. Okay.
I'm not too late.
It's don't go on. Fuck it. We just all in it. Never mind.
Don't be nervous.
Oh, I split my damage. It's so bad. It's so... Oh, the injury on Lia. I didn't even think about that. That's kind of scary.
Full power.
But I think we got his Luna.
What, you think this is a joke?
It's showtime.
We have one more turn.
Everybody now.
Because I'm magic.
Yeah, I think I do too much damage with these units.
Love.
And then also, Here's the part that's kind of shitty though. I drafted the end so crowd couldn't horse us. I was gonna say, okay. But I think after this turn, Payra kind of gets horse for free, but we're so ahead with these units that I don't think he could kill us. Alright.
Stage belongs to everyone.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. My brain is awoken for the day, boys. I think we're looking good. Okay, I gotta get my caffeine in for the day. I haven't even had my caffeine yet. Holy shit. Would you say the game is still worth playing? In the current meta, this is probably the best meta we've ever had. You can make an argument that the older metas, like pre-season 5 meta was maybe a little bit better. But I think this meta is really good. Like, I think somebody say earlier, like, I don't have Illinav, this meta sucks. Like, nah. Illinav has nothing to do with the meta right now. There's so many comps independent of every character. Like, there's multiple ways to beat every character, basically. So the game is actually in a really good spot. Like, every character that is strong, there are multiple ways to beat them, out-draft them, and mechanically check them. Even characters like Payra, where, it seems like they're really OP, is only because there are, like, 3 ways to build the character. And you don't really know which build you're playing against. That makes it kind of OP. Somebody has to see the Payra earlier. I can show stats. Let me know what else you guys want to see. Turney is interrupting the monster hunting. I don't want to talk about it, Win. I could have planned my times and days better, okay? It is what it is. There's the Payra build. It's just an opener Payra. Like, I was always on an attack neck. But with Tooth, an attack neck just actually turns you into a bruiser. I be fuming. Dude, we already had the day set and everything. I'm like, I'm not really gonna... You have no idea. So, this group chat I have with Divine and Vic, it used to be called, I think, like, Tournament in May. And that was May of last year. And then I think we had that interrupted because, because Vic had to go on summer vacation. And then after that, we had E7 and WC, and then we just had guests lined up for the rest of the year. So we're like, fuck, we couldn't do any of it. And I'm like, I'm not moving this back anymore. Let's see, Dillabet. Wow, we're really looking at all the dark units, huh? Do you think attack ring is losing too much bulk? Like, attack ring, attack neck, both? That's too much. That's definitely too much.
Can you check Discord to see if my camera's working, Valk?
Absolutely, let's get it.
Alright.
Would you say a game is going to get more updates and people are going to stay playing again? Like, is this still worth playing? I mean, I think it's still worth playing, yeah. Do I think the game is going to get more good updates? I want to say yes, but Smilegate's a pretty mixed bag in terms of, like, the work they output.
Where's Shaky? Fuck, I need to find Shaky.
Ugh.
Everyone, make sure you're checking in to the tournament. Otherwise, you can't get in.
How can I check in? You go to the website where the tournament is being held. And then there's a button that says check in. Yeah, we have like 30-something people signed up. And then we have like about half of that checked in. That's a very normal site.
People who are taking part in Ramadan, would you prefer if we turn off camera while we're eating? What do you think, Valk? Thoughts and feelings?
I think the fast breaks in the middle of the tournament because Divine sent me a link because I think we were talking about this, and that's gonna be a part of that's gonna be like a part of a gag where Divine just starts busting out a big ass pizza.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I
Okay.
do believe the fast breaks in the middle of the tournament.
I mean,
I'm
Loki,
not
I'm
sure.
down. Like that's a better answer than mine. I was just gonna say rack. So, like whatever.
And people in my chat saying I'm Muslim, don't mind. Yeah, the fast should be breaking in the middle of the tournament anyhow, so we should
Yeah.
be okay.
Real and true.
Can you have Vic explain what rack means? Vic, what does rack mean?
Oh, it just means trash in Vietnamese. Like if you like directly translate it,
Okay.
it just means trash. Yeah. It
That's
just means
pretty cool.
trash. Yeah.
Are you Viet? I thought you were like Chinese.
No, but like we got like the Viet brothers that say
I
rack,
don't know,
you know.
man.
So then it's like, yeah.
I
Whoa,
don't know,
whoa,
man.
whoa.
Oh shit. Okay. I think. Oh, hold on. I think we gotta set up the cameras. Wait. Okay. Yeah. I'm not doing that. I swapped over to my my tournament settings. I was like, nope. Yeah, we're not doing that. Let me add
Good.
additional screen capture sources.
Okay, correction. It actually means raw Asian cock. So yeah.
Oh, word up.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
no, man.
It's a fucking dub.
Hey, yo. Alright, wow. Why didn't we have this stream sooner? Let's be honest.
That's a good
okay.
ass take.
Alright, I'll set up the, camera... Discord camera 1. Fuck. Okay, there we go. I see we have our man Divine Darkness, as usual.
Hey man, I don't control I don't control the sun. I just live.
All
I
right,
just breathe,
Divine.
I just show up where I
You
need.
down to field that question somebody had earlier? Right. The fast is breaking in the middle of the tournament, right?
The fast will break in the middle of the tournament.
Okay.
It will break in the middle. So, I talked about this earlier. It looks like, at least in the U.S., we're in what I like to call the good decade.
The good decade.
Because the next couple years of fasting should be easy. The last couple years were terrible. It was like the worst time, right? But the
Right.
next couple years should be the easy ones. So we're in the good decade. The fasting today is like 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had times where fasting is like in 3:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. or some crap like that.
Oh wow, okay. So the time of the fast is like it's independent of where you're at, and it's the same across the world.
It's sunrise to sunset where you're at. That's why traveling is really tricky. And why every year, no matter what I try to do, it seems like I have to travel during Ramadan, which gets annoying because some people will be like, oh, I'll just take it as an excuse, because you are excused as a traveler, but I just do it anyway. I'm like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I'm still in the US. It's not crazy to me, but when you do switch time zones, you also switch. Obviously, you switch both prayer times, which affects your fasting times, right?
Right. Right.
So
Okay.
So today, 5:48 is the time to break the fast. So that's about,
probably about an hour and a half into the tournament.
Yep, that's a little under 2 hours from now.
Hell yeah. All right. Okay. Camera setup's good. Are we good on both sides, boys?
Mhm.
I think we look good. Okay.
I'm ready.
We're ready. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, our participants not quite ready. So normally, I don't know if you know this. Normally, we start like, we're technically supposed to start right now. Normally, we just start like 15 minutes later, so people can have time to check in, because we got 23 checked in.
Yeah, we're missing a few people right now. Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys have friends who are supposed to be playing right now, make sure you ping them, all that good shit.
Yeah, Shaky needs to check in. T Dabble, Meow Mix, Candle Wicks is Ludolf, Kaito, Dilu, Open.
Yeah. Yeah. We gotta like proceed this on a schedule. So we'll probably explain this a little bit more as we get ready. But essentially, we are selecting probably around 3 matches per round to play on stream. And if you're a part of those 3 matches, hit up Divine and Vic for the room password. I should probably set that up right now, the room password. And then DM it to you guys. And then just make sure you guys don't leak a Roni. DM Divine or Vic for the password, don't DM me. My Discord doesn't work. If you look on the cameras, this is where my Discord is at right now. So I can't answer any DMs today. Alright, so I know for a fact I'm not only saying this to my chat, but also to Vic's chat. So if somebody DMs me on Discord today, you will get Donowald.
Vic,
What's up, bro?
what are you playing?
I'm playing Epic 7, dude. The best game in the world.
Okay, but like, what do you? What's the actual? Now that we live in a post Monster Hunter world, I feel like we're most of us are divided. What are you sinking your teeth into?
What does that mean?
Whenever I feel like a big game comes out, I feel like people are either on the big game, or because all their friends are playing the big game, people tend to be like, oh shit, now it's time for me to play this single player thing that like I can be alone with because all my friends are playing Monster Hunter, Marvel Rivals, like all that stuff, right?
So you're asking me like what game I'm into right now?
Yeah. What games are you playing right now? That's what I'm
Epic
playing
7, man. That I'm.
You
telling you,
have
I
to
just
understand, Divine, there are
Bro.
people in Epic 7 whose main game is Epic 7. That's a
Bro,
thing. Vic's
I
one of
drop
those
10 hours
guys.
in this bitch, dude. 10 hours every day in this bitch, dude. Yes, sir.
Oh, man,
Yeah, you got Vic, you got Ace Trainer. Not everybody is like they got a gamer. They got a controller in every genre. You know what I mean?
Like I've been dabbling in a little bit of TFT as well, you know. But
TFT, okay.
I'm about to DM
Yeah,
you boys
yeah,
the
yeah.
password. It's gonna
How's
be in
that
the
been
group
going
chat.
for you?
It's good. It's good, man. I just started like a month ago, and I'm like 1 game off diamond thanks to my community. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to sit up in Diamond as well, thanks to stubbornness and a mix of stubbornness and a mix of it's just close enough for me to play with Valk and everybody else in ranked, because I don't like playing in unranked. It just gives me the woozies for some reason. But yeah. Is that your first auto battler or auto chess game?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
no, I played Hearthstone for like a little bit, but like it didn't really count because I was like 12 or 13, and like
Okay.
I found out that it was pay to win, so then I quit. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's good. I think that's good. I like to play different genres of games, but you know, that's mainly because I'm a game designer. I like to know different stuff. But I think I was talking to Valk about this. I think TFT might be one of the best balanced game I have ever seen.
This particular set of TFT is this is set 13, right? We are on season 13 of TFT, and we're on season like 16 of RTA. This is, out of 13 sets, the best balanced set of TFT ever. By far. This set is crazy good. Usually every patch, like the first 3 days, will have me playing something. And I'd be like, alright, everybody is re-rolling for, you know, they're re-rolling for fucking this thing or that thing. But TFT, like, there's always like a new build. There's always some angle you can find to play some new compositions. Also, guys, we have 23 checked in. There's supposed to be 33 people. So if you guys signed up, make sure you check in. And also, if you're still here, sign-ups probably and check-ins probably going to be open for about 10 more minutes as we let people finish checking in. It is free to sign up. Right now, the prize pool is okay. so I can show you guys. The prize pool is at a fucking, where is it? I can't. It is at a cool $250. You know what? Usually, once we go over $200, the division goes like this: winner will get 50% of the prize pool, runner up 25%, and the third and fourth place will be splitting the last 25%. And yeah, we'll go a bit more into the format once we're like kicking things off. But 23 people checked in right now. Honestly, like I think if we hit 24, I'm down to just like kick it off, but probably give it a little bit more time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Divine, I don't know, Divine. What have you been like really enjoying about this set of TFT?
I think the current set is like it. I feel like there is actually a balance between Oh, I should turn this over to Vic first. Well, what's your favorite compositions to play?
My favorite compositions. It's got to be Dominator Black Rose with Silco.
That's a classic. That's a classic. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's more of like a. I feel like there's an actual balance between reroll and I need to rush my forecast, like fast 8, fast 9 stuff going on. Especially they took out like some of the overtune stuff. They nerfed some of the 4 and 5 cost. There was like a bit of time there where like you were super 5 cost dependent. You know, like that you needed your 5 cost to cap out your board, and that's still true to some degree, but I feel like they've toned that down as well. So that's what I'm saying, like it actually feels balanced, which I know a lot of pros have been saying like feels terrible, because then like it just increases how much RNG could affect you based on what start you get or what people. It can make a lot of games feel more streamlined, but for me, it just makes it a lot easier. My only problem is like I still feel like there are some times where I'm like, hands up, he got fucking Warwick or Mel and I didn't. And I'm like, I don't know what to do about that. Like, sometimes it's like end board I could understand, but I see more and more nowadays, like, people straight off anomaly just roll and get 6 cost, and I'm like, okay, fuck me. Fuck me.
Sometimes I see people get a 6 cost before the anomaly, and I have no idea how it happens. I'm sitting here like a dumbass, like, I guess I'll just lose, guys. I don't know what I'm doing.
If it's before anomaly, I think most of the time then it's just, oh, you got a prismatic for it, right? You either got it from a prismatic orb, which means you took pipeline, and it's like, okay, right, that's your augment, or you got one of the augments for it, right? I think that's...
No, Elv is saying you actually have a 0.1% chance to hit for 1 turn before the anomaly. I thought it was impossible, but I actually think that's right. You get a 0.1% chance. So if somebody just like God Omega high rolls you might just eat some cock. Like, it is what it is. You might get that good rack from Vic, bro, when Vic hits it.
Rack?
Yeah, RAC, bro.
Fucking rack Giga Turbo, dude. Shit.
What? We are once again verging into new terminology. I'm more afraid than ever.
It just means trash in Vietnamese.
Okay.
But,
okay.
Yeah.
You rack.
Yes,
We
sir.
barack?
Me bro.
Oh no. Alright, well, yeah, let's see. Yeah, Divine, you can hop into the lobby whenever you're ready. Passwords in the group chat. Okay, how's our check-ins looking? Yeah, I'm always like a little bit hesitant to start, but we do have 24 checked in, which is like a pretty good number to kick off on.
Alright, let me see.
It does...
Who's missing right now?
Okay, if we start with 24, we do get like a third of the people getting buys. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, so just so you guys know, you need numbers that are exponents of 2s in order to have like a perfect bracket. So the bracket's randomly generated. We're gonna have to randomize it a little bit later. Which means, you know, if you join now or if you check in now, there's a high likelihood you get a buy. Like,
GG.
There's literally a third of all people playing is getting a buy. Like, what can you do, man? So yeah, if we're getting, for example, like 2 rounds like this, then we are going to be picking like 3 to 4 matches per round. And then whoa, hold on. I just noticed an increase in the prize pool. Oh, who is that? Oh, shoutouts to Kamar, Melissa, and Shoutier's Supremacy. Thank you for the $50
Oh, Kimar.
contribution.
Oh shit. Yo, let's go, Kimar. Our goat.
Yeah,
It's it's the one guy at SG that keeps buffing Melissa every other patch.
it's
Now,
all
Kimar's
because
I've been working with Kimar with his drafts and stuff, and he's been putting in hella games.
Okay.
So appreciate it, Kimar.
Ooh, nice. Yeah,
Thank
so
you very much.
right now, I feel like every time we talk about this, but like for man, I wait, hold on, I gotta move the camera for a second. Every time, like, especially I think when we run these around the summer, like, we just have a bigger prize pool than some of the smaller Evo event.
We have a bigger prize, but we're funded by the desire to see somebody get in there and then get their shit rocked. That's always me, where I'm like, every time we run these tournaments, I'm like, man, the bigger the prize pool, the more likely that something is going to go down that is going to make somebody effing mad. I think that was my favorite part of last tournament when Jello was just like all or nothing.
All or nothing,
baby.
yeah.
All or nothing.
Someone said, "Where's the password?" You don't get the you don't have to get the password until you're playing. Like, if you're not playing on stream, you're not getting the password. That's man, we explained this earlier. I'm explaining it now. We're probably gonna have to explain this again once we start, just to make sure everybody's got the memo. All right, you boys want to start in 3 minutes? Give like I'm okay starting at 24, right?
Yeah.
Down for whatever.
Yeah, let's start it. Okay, let's start it with 24. I'm down to start in 3 minutes. Also, I think we just got another bump. Shout outs to Mixzilla. Let's hope I win
Oh,
at least
shit.
one. 07, man. Let's hope you win at least one.
Bracket is not generated yet, Harrison.
Yeah, it's not
You're gonna be
generated
doing it
yet.
very soon.
We're gonna like pull a random number from chat, and then
We're waiting for check-in.
we'll pull a random number from chat, and then I'm literally gonna click refresh bracket like that many amount of times, and then we'll start it off.
But I mean, currently looking at the people who are checked in, I mean, I definitely recognize like a lot of faces in this list of players. But there's definitely some players where I feel like they're maybe I don't know their like name, but maybe in game I know them. But I mean, out of this list, like, do you guys have any favorites?
I mean, you gotta look for like the usual suspects, right? Hold up. Ooh, okay. Somebody start the tournament? No, okay, it's just, okay, it's a list of people who aren't qualified. I guess if you're not qualified, you haven't checked in yet, you just appear on the bottom. Yeah, I saw Chalky for the first time, I was like, oh. And then Chalky's just gone.
XLR hasn't checked in either, or not qualified.
AB is checked in. I feel like have we seen AB in one of her tournaments? I feel like I really like AB. AB usually has some pretty demonic tuning whenever he's playing in a tournament. Light's one of the usual suspects, right? And usually he comes out with the usual.
There are certainly some cursed participants in it. So Volk's in the tournament, and if you don't know, Vic, Volk has to get far enough to embarrass himself choking for no reason whatsoever. So like it's like both sides of the curse work for him, where it's like he has to get far enough to be on stream, and then the second he's on stream, he's gonna draft 5 tanks for no fucking reason. And lose. So it's like he has to get far enough for us to see that. But that's the end form once he does get on screen. Because I'm pretty sure, like, every time we see Volk, if it's the first time, it's the last time. But it's also like we will see him once. So there is some powerful elements at play here. And then you've got some people who've been like Kingslayers. You got some people who will randomly take down people. I recognize Amelia as well. And Bread also does usually pretty well. So honestly, any of these guys, I think especially in this meta, from how open things are and how adjustable it is, anybody could get just Kingslayered out of nowhere, and then we've got a completely new bracket that most people would have expected.
Yeah, I think like anytime you're in a tournament kind of format, like it's really important to remember everyone that like anyone can beat anyone, right? There's like some level of RNG, and as long as you have like a good enough draft where you have some percentage of a winning chance, even against someone as good as like AB or Harrison, like there is going to be a chance that you can win. So I think it's really important to like not get too deep into your head if you are in a tournament, not just this one, but anything in the future or any that like you just have to believe that you can win one game. It's just one game at a time, one draft at a time.
Yeah. Take your theory, especially if you know the person, right? Like, there's no shame in like using the knowledge that you have based on the community, based on some dumbass who streams 10 hours a day. No offense, boys. Based on like what you can to build a profile and envision victory. That's really what it is like you can't take the steps towards something unless you can see yourself doing it. And
Exactly.
Epic 7 is a game that I think everyone has dedicated the time to do many amazing and great things, especially with the help of people
You
like
just
you
got to
guys.
put in the reps, put in the hours, and honestly, at the end of the day, that's what it really takes for you to get to that level of expertise in order to go up against some of the best of them.
Ooh.
Whoa! What is that? Hang on a second. Robo Penguin, thank you for the 650. This is, I think, our biggest prize pool yet. Let's get some actual money on this fam.
Wait.
You get an 07 from me. Hey,
Yo,
if
can
you
we
want
get
to
a
get in
W
here
Robo
and
Penguin?
cast one of the matches with us, please.
Yo,
That's an open
W Robo
invitation.
Penguin.
If that's what you want, let's go. So yeah, hold
I
up.
don't think I can
Sorry,
check
Vic, I need
in,
to turn off your
XLR.
camera for a second. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
grand on the line. Okay,
Bro.
normally we're supposed to stop, shut the fuck up, and go, but there is literally a grand on the line, guys. So we're gonna keep this open for a couple more minutes. So if you want to sign up, check in. It's free to enter, okay? Even if you go top 4, okay, there's $250 in it for you, okay? Guys, what are we talking about? How are we not getting in this?
I love the fact that the second we hit that grand, people are like, "Hey, so I'm having trouble logging in. Like, my account's
Check-in not
yeah.
available, apparently, according to XLR. It may be having some issues.
Wait, what's not available?
Say check-in.
XLR can't check in, he says.
Yeah, Candle's telling me he's having issues too. What's the issue?
Can you guys send a screenshot or something? They're saying that check-in not available.
It might have closed at 1. Okay, let me.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Cause check-in not supposed to close without my input. Let me see.
But Meow Mix has woken up. Good stuff. XLR,
did
I'm
we
glad
go
that
from?
you're here too.
Okay,
Go from 23 to 29.
Here. I will close check-in. Okay, let's... That's pretty strange. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Let's start check-in. You want to start the check-in of the bracket. Yes. Okay, so check-in should be up for about 10 more minutes. So please, guys, check in. Make sure everybody isn't. Okay, I'm seeing 25. Okay, that's got to be the issue. So yeah, 25 people. Well, we're up to grand and 30 now. Holy moly. Okay, we're really moving up. X to 5, thank you for your contribution as well. All right.
Kristen, I need to see you in
27
this
people
bracket.
checked in. Okay, I see. We were really just yapping a yap. That was my fault, guys. My fault. Let's get it.
Wait, someone needs to message Shaky, man. Where is this guy?
Someone needs to message
Is he
Shaky.
streaming? It's my Chinese
Let's see.
brother, man.
No, I don't see
Where is
him.
he? I don't have him on Discord either, so...
Assemble!
This is
shit,
almost
this
as
sucks.
much as the TFT region.
Does anybody have Shaky's Discord? Maybe send him a DM, by the way. Hey,
Oh, well, we got Robo to thank for that one. Yeah, we'll
Why-
go over everything you guys need to know the moment we close everything. Okay, yeah. I guess delays on me, guys. It was just closed for the past like 20 minutes for fun. Yeah, 10 more minutes to check in. So if your friends in
$30
this, let them know.
contribution. $30 more, even more money. Even more of a reason I wish I was playing these tournaments instead of casting them.
Same. On that note, hey, download Offer GX because that covers some of the costs, guys.
Hey,
Yes.
make sure you guys head over to Vic's stream. I'll shout him out on Twitch over there.
Yes, we love Vic. Valk, you lost Vic, but we still do love and appreciate him.
Wait, I lost him? Oh shit, you're right. I did lose him. Sorry, I'll put him back. Yeah. Want to play Monster Hunter? Look. If you get this, you can literally buy a new well, you're almost there to buy a top-of-the-line graphics card in order to play Monster Hunter, and then you can also buy Monster Hunter. So, not a bad proposition.
It's more like, as the hunting horn player, the greatest support you can give is winning the tournament so you can buy motherfuckers copies of Monster Hunter. As Vic slowly lowers in front of our camera. Oh, nope, he's standing up now. Man, that motherfucker's ripped. I didn't realize how fucking goddamn ripped Vic was. Is he just showing off to his
four big
chat?
guys by himself.
You want to touch my titties, Divine?
Listen, you know what? I'm a little bit slow. And it's the month of Ramadan, and I'm pretty sure, like, at the top, touching titties is pretty much.
Oh well, I'll give that shit up for you, buddy. I got you.
Man, we do a little bit of sinning around here.
Listen, if there's anyone I count on to buy 5 minutes of time whenever fucking Spalgate wants us to cast through somebody's internet connection that's 2 smoke signals and a branch of hope, I'm gonna call in Vic to get to buy the time.
It's okay. Vic is 4 big guys all by himself. Oh shoot! Good reminder. I gotta turn off the sound redeems when we do tournaments. Thanks for that, Spatial. Also, someone says, I have legend gear, but draft experience of someone who's below bronze. That's why you play the game. That's really it. Like, you can't be a legend player without first being a champion rank player. You know what I mean? You can't be a champion rank player without first being a master rank player. Nobody really skips that step. Every single person has to go through that step. You gotta start somewhere. But yeah, whoa, okay, hold up. Somebody is going crazy. X-Defy, once again, thank you for the 70. Let's make it $100. We got 1,100 on the line, so, guys, even if you don't think you could beat these guys, or you don't think you could somehow go win the whole tournament, even if you go top 4, it's $275, I think? $275.
Yeah. Ugh. You know, I was gonna say this. You could tell you could tell when a chat loves their streamer, because half the people in Vic Shun's chat are just begging him to put the prize money number in his chat stream so he can actually get attention. That's the only thing, by the way, I can understand. I'm gonna be real. Vic's chat is the most ununderstandable shit I've ever seen.
What the fuck?
There's so, like, most of the time I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, there are so many words in Vic's chat where I'm like, I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about.
Damn.
Damn,
it's like that, huh?
Can we say
I'm not mad.
Divine?
I'm not knocking them. I'm just old, bro. I'm just saying. I see jorkers assemble. I don't know what the fuck a jorker is.
Type this chat. Divine him father, dude. Spam that shit, guys. Yes, sir. Dude.
Divine him father.
We gotta take him out back on Ramadan.
Which
dude.
divine do you have? Which divine do you guys have?
Let's go, Divine. We're taking you out back for Ramadan, son. Giving you that meat.
Oh shit, yeah, people are really hopping in. We got 33 people checked in. Yeah, now the bracket's really getting big.
Bro, you could tell this is not an official E7 sponsored event. I'm seeing once again my favorite activity, spamming of emotes, you know.
Bro, official chat would never. You would get banned for spamming anything.
The most sacrilegious activity.
Let me change shirts to be a bit more professional. We're back.
We gotta change.
Are we changing? I literally came out here in my goddamn PJs. Oh my god! Wait! Are we changing? Wait! Is that what happens when the prize pool reaches $1,000? We gotta actually change into actual clothes.
Oh fuck! Okay. Yeah,
all right, guys. Well, 5 more minutes to make sure you sign up and or check in. It is a $1,100 prize pool. I gotta change into something more presentable. I'll be back, okay? Shit.
God, I want you to know I'm half tempted to just put on my fucking pirate uniform. Should I go full fucking idiot? We go full idiot. Fuck it. All right, I'm gonna change my outfit. You ready? I've done it. Okay, all right, back to it. So I've been struck with the curse of trading cards as of recent. I have this. I got this trading card. I've been picking up Pokemon. I don't really care for actual value of stuff, but I did get a Wooper. The Wooper was the dream thing I got. And then I've also been getting my figure. Oh my god, we got to go shirtless, huh?
Fucking dude.
We got to okay, fuck it. All right, give me a second.
We're just gonna make fucking 3 shirtless ass guys on Discord. Will this tournament be uploaded on YouTube? I mean, we could. I mean,
Let me not risk getting Valk banned today and put the camera down for a second so I can do this.
3 big guys. True, dude.
How did I come back with a dress shirt and there's fucking Vic with no shirt? What is going on? That's crazy. Bro, what happened? How am I like coming back in a dress shirt? I just look, I'm like, why is Vic naked from the top? Oh my god.
Based. XDD, dude.
Alright.
It's a Vic tournament. We got to treat it like a Vic tournament.
It's a Vic tournament. We gotta treat it like a yes, sir.
Man, so many people just got in last minute, eh? Because of the prize pool. No cap.
I mean, what else are you gonna do on a... Oh my god!
Oh shit!
That's how we got to rock it this one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This thing will not. There's obviously a headset on my head. It doesn't work, but holy shit, this thing is different. I gotta like princess focus in, like that one point where they make her fucking walk on heels with the books on top of her head.
Oh snap!
What the fuck is a gooned jorker? I don't. You motherfuckers can't yell at me.
I got,
I say, I
look,
don't
guys,
understand this
the
shit.
guys got their prize pool. I got my get up and I got my sword. I'm ready for this. Goon jorking. Yeah, bro. You're not a jorker? Oh.
I don't. You know what? You know what I do know is that if you download Opera G, fuck, the hat came off.
Yeah, if you download Opera GX, you're not only supporting yourself for a better browsing, you're not only supporting your streamer Vic, you're also supporting yourself with a better browsing experience, customizability, as well as saving RAM. So when you're really locked in on those RTA matches, you know you're getting the best optimization for your PC.
Yeah, remember, there's no real choices in the internet
Opera
age
GX,
anymore.
please support my dumb ass too. Look, I already practiced my line, okay? I know what I'm doing. I use the product.
Yep. Remember, there's no more choices anymore in this world. Firefox updated its policy. It no longer promises to not sell your data, so it's like, you know, might as well. Let's all the great convergence is upon us.
Okay.
Alfie, can you twerk for us?
That would have to dox the fact that I am not wearing actual dress pants. I'm just wearing my fucking pajamas. And I don't know how much of my ass you're gonna see in the pajamas.
Chat, can we type 1 if we want to see Valky jork and twerk?
Hold on, I don't know if I'm gonna be jorking it, bro. That one's a little bit illegal on this current website. That's a lot of twos. That's all I see. I see a lot of twos.
They're adding, actually. We're at 37. You gotta add them up. That's what they mean.
All right, well, it is now 1:30 p.m. I think is about a good place to make our cutoff. So, would you boys like to give the final countdown? All right, let's put it this way, guys. How many times should we shuffle the seeding for the tournament? Because, put a number in chat. All right, Vic, give me a number you get from chat. We'll like take an average or something.
Yeah, type a number between 1 and 10.
Bro, they're gonna say some dumbass shit like 55. Just ignore those guys. All right, the most I got is lucky 7.
7? Epic 7? 7 for Epic 7?
7 for Epic 7. All right, Vic okayed it. Let's run it. All right,
Down.
I do this shit on stream, so nobody can say it's rigged. Okay, we don't do seeding. We don't do any of that. All right, we're shuffling it once. Confirm. Twice. 3. 4.
6 torques from Valky.
5. 6.
I'm just looking for
7.
no buys for the undeserved. That's all I want to see.
That's our bracket right there. All right. So, I suppose it is time we start. Okay. Well, guys, everybody, fellas, welcome into Vic's RTA Archeology Tour. My name is Valky. Joined with me today is Divine and our buddy Vic. We've been planning this for a minute now. We're finally in it. Today is going to be a good day of matches. Now, if you're watching this for the first time, or if you're watching a later recording of this, this is usually where we do a cool little format. And I can't believe I'm saying this, guys. Not having third pig ban protection is now a gimmick format. Can you guys believe this?
We're living in a simulation.
We're living in a true simulation.
Yeah, so this month's tournament, the format will be no third pick ban protections. We will be having 2 pre-bans. We're playing best of 3 until the top 8 cut. So every match you guys are playing today, make sure you set up the room, no third pick ban protection, and then also best of 3s, okay? There will also be no global bans, so Tori, ML Payra, and all the buffed units are free games. So if you've been practicing a lot, I hope you brought your A game. Now, all the other stuff, once we decide to start, and you can check out the bracket for yourself, we will be selecting 4 set of matches to be played on stream. Now, if your matches are selected to be played on stream, make sure you hit up either Divine or Vic, those dudes up there. Hit them in the Discord DMs and ask for the password to the lobby. If you are not chosen to play on stream, well, you can just chill, watch the matches, hang out, hey, maybe do some scouting on your opponents. If you have to find somebody and play matches on your own, there will be a channel in the Discord, and that's why it's there, called Tournament General Chat. Use that to find your opponent, and if you can't find your opponent, please do so in either, wow, it's going to be a little bit hard, since we have 2 chats ongoing, right? Do it in my Twitch chat or Vic's Twitch chat, but probably mine. That way we have everybody centralized. And yeah, am I forgetting anything? I think that's all of our rules, right? How are we feeling about this format, Vic? I know you were definitely around before then, but you're definitely also much more of an expert when it comes to drafting now with the third pick ban protection format. What are your expectations?
Honestly, it's going to be kind of a toss-up because a lot of players are maybe, I've noticed some names are a bit newer who actually have no experience playing without ban protection. And removing that element, I think, is going to definitely have a lot of people blunder their drafts. So we might see a little bit of an adjustment. Those who are experienced, I think we're going to expect them to move on very quickly. But those of them who are a bit newer and don't have a lot of experience playing the no third pick ban protection, it's going to be tough. You're going to have a lot more things to think about. And yeah, I mean, best of luck. And just remember, you can beat anyone. There's a bit of RNG. Just get a good draft. Focus on the good picks, and you guys got it. Best of luck.
All right, so I think we're probably going to do this. So first round, I think, is going to be a bit quick. A bunch of people got buys. No buys through the unworthy, but I do notice a Lifton being in that first round over there. Now, if you're not familiar with the RTA scene, a Lifton is a very, very. Is he free to play or is he low spending, Vic? I know you did an account review for him.
Free to play.
He's completely free to play. He is a free to play Hall of Fame pusher. Not only is he top 100, he's constantly pushing for top 3 against some of the best of the best. I definitely make sure whatever we do, first round, I want to see a Lifton play. Any other matchups you're particularly excited for? I do notice a couple of hitters here.
Well, Harrison versus Chakey is pretty big. You know, I mean, Harrison, we all know he's a cleaver. Chakey is really strong. This season, he's been playing a ton of turn 2, a ton of Young Senya as everybody else. But he also has the speed to kind of cover some of the weak points where some other people don't have that flexibility. So I'm very curious to see how that pans out. And yeah, I think that's another big one that you guys should keep an eye out for.
We just got a whole shuffle. I clicked start tournament and then it just shuffled it again. All right, fuck everything we said. We're fucking liars. I'm sorry about that.
Last time too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So okay. Let's take a look again. Who do we got? Shit. Okay. Well, we need to look at a fresh set of matchups. That's my fault.
You got Higa up at the top against Xarian.
Okay, that's a pretty big one.
Minim versus Eat Some Bread, and you've got Roger going up against my man Zolan.
Okay, now it's a Lifton versus AB. It's the Hall of Fame run back. I feel like we have to watch that, right? If we're losing one of them out the gate, we gotta watch that. So, let's get AB a Lifton. Who else did we say? Oh man, AB a Lifton. I see Jello and Meow Mix. That's probably another
AB a
one.
Lifton, Light E7, and Mossman. I think the matchup with Jello and Meow Mix is interesting. And honestly, I would actually have like Aki and Izuko or like Candlewick's Mori. Like those are, probably gonna be some close matches.
Let's do that. Let's get Aoki, Izuko, Light Lunar, AB a Lifton, and then Jello Meow Mixed. How about that? That's our 4 matchups. And then everybody else, like if you're just Higa, Xarian, Eminem, Eat Some Bread, just like proceed and then find your next opponent. Use Tournament General chat to do that. Use chat to do that. Whatever it takes. And if you're having any issues, man, it's gonna be hard. But I guess DM me, DM Vic. Hopefully we'll get that squared away for you.
Man, this reshuffles makes it really interesting because, like, I mean, AB and a Lifton, like some fan favorites, potentially going out on like round 1. Like, honestly, nobody wins. Like, we definitely want to see both of those players like go deep down the stretch and have a good run. But one of them's gonna get knocked out, and
that was kind of my fault, guys. We kind of got trolled by the thing. I clicked publish or I clicked start tournament, and it was like, oh, I'll just refresh it again. So, my bad, guys, my bad. But yeah, lobby is up. The 3 of us are chilling in here. Do you have a particular favorite RTA background for the rest of the tournament, Vic?
The one that we recently got from Assets, in the content creator one, that one's not bad. Like this season's frame, right?
This season's? Oh, the hanger one?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think we have that one. I got the one from last season. That's your legend finish. You like that one? You like the...
shit,
the
run that shit. Let's go. Run it back.
All right, we're back on the streets.
Run that shit. Yes,
Let's go. All right, there we go. I can't see Tournament General in the Discord. It's below the Epic 7 category. Oh... Yeah, I don't know if I can help you if you can't find a open chat. I'm pretty sure it's not even, there's no gates behind it. It's just a open chat. It's called Tournament General. Use it to find your opponent. If you're 8 players between Light, Lunar, AB a Lifton, I think we said Aoki, Izuko, Jello, Meow Mixed. Go ahead, DM one of these boys, and then they'll give you the password. Okay, I'm getting DMs.
So we actually have some really good matches coming in because even like after the first couple sets, like we're gonna potentially see like XLR versus Mossman or Light or Jason AI taking the spot as well, and that next series is gonna be a banger too. So I'm very excited to see those four duke it out and see who comes out on top. And low key, I got to root for my Guildy Kahito and Xarian. So let's go. Chen Fun members on top. Good take.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta make sure everybody's set.
Yo, Vic, I gotta say, you have definitely avoided one of my greatest joys on these tournaments, which is nobody knowing who I am. So then half of their chat, I get two categories, right? I get a person's chat who's just like, "Hey, who's that guy in the top right?" And the person's chat who just goes, "Who's the black guy? What the fuck is who? Does anyone know the black guy? The big black guy chat."
Wait,
And, you found a way to avoid both of those problems. So I think you're very creative.
bro, do you want to know something funny?
Yeah.
My fiance actually, we went to Mola Mash, right? And I met Valky and everything.
Yeah.
And then she thought, if you look at my stream, she thought that this was you. She's like, I got a picture with Divine. And I'm like, bro, that's not fucking Divine. That's all I'm saying. Okay? But she's like, that's Divine, that's Divine. Like, he's gonna be big. I'm like, bro. I'm like,
I don't think I've ever worn shades in my life. That guy's rocking them though.
I mean,
That
hey,
guy's
my
absolutely
fiance is a
rocking
big
'em.
fan of you though, so there you go.
Tell your fiance I wish her the blessings of every star and sun above us.
Every star and blessing above us. All right, let me let her know.
Every star and sun above us, yes.
All right,
I want-
we're getting people filed into the room. Oh man.
May Chiron protect her fate. May Ludus protect her fate. May Carnerius protect her fate. I'm just gonna keep naming stars like a loser.
Dude, we're digging real deep in the pantheon of gods, huh?
Listen, all I know is that if the pressure to like be official isn't here, I'ma just say whatever the hell I want. And it's not gonna be weird shit. It's just gonna be obscure. It's just.
I mean,
gonna be
that's the whole
random.
point of what we do, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole point of what we do. It's like,
And you'll get a lot more of it later on this month, isn't that right, Valk? We got a special event later on this month.
that
Bro,
is-
Val, why are people calling you a blackjack dealer, bro?
Oh, probably because of the vest.
Yeah. Yeah, let me hit 21 real quick.
Bro,
Yeah, I got you, I
I'm
got
telling
you,
you,
yeah.
this is the perfect time for Blotro picture in picture up in the corner.
Oh no.
To the timeline.
Yeah, guys, look, we got a big prize pool, okay? I look, we got a real prize pool. I can't just sit on my ass and not look like a blackjack dealer, okay? That's literally off the table. All right, though. Yeah, make sure. Yeah, Light, Lunar. Let me see. AB, a Lifton. Aoki's already in. Who's he playing against? Izuko, Jello, Meow Mixed. Yeah, once we get these boys filed on in, we can start the matches. Anybody else, you can go ahead and find your opponent. Locate your opponent, start the matches. If you win, don't forget to screenshot it, for posterity. That way, no funny businesses. Oh yeah, also I should probably set up the lobby. We are doing 2 pre-bans. Ban protection will be off. And I think we're doing round mode.
Valky, do you want us to get everyone that we're going to be streaming in the lobby now, or just one at a time?
Just let them file in. When we get one matchup, we can start. And then, once we start it, just let them file on in.
Okay. Okay. To those who are DMing me, I will give it to you in a moment. I'll let them trickle in.
All right.
The real question is how well aggressive comps will do against slower comps with the current bracket. I mean, this season, right, is probably one of the most flexible seasons in recent history, right? Aggro's good, Cleave is pretty good. Turn 2 is very strong. Standard is really, really strong. And, Valky made a great point yesterday, about how basically standard players are kind of forcing everyone to kind of be a little bit more reactive to them. Whereas in previous seasons, like, there's kind of been just one very dominant kind of flow chart or like certain 5 units that are going to be taking over. So, especially with the recent balance patch and everything, like this is going to be very hype. And the fact that there's no third pick ban protection, again, we say all these things, but you got to remember there's no third pick ban protection. So, yeah, a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, a lot of the Reliant strategies players are going to be using, or I should say, forcing through in most circumstances are just not going to be an option here. You're going to have to consider carefully what your opponent's big, threatening targets are, and you're just going to have to draft multiple.
All streaming with no shirts on? Oh my god. Okay, I see. My fault, guys.
Okay, all right, there we go. All right. A flash twitch. We're done now.
I got a sub, so I gotta really whip it out.
I see.
Yeah.
We need one more big guy.
We need one more big guy.
We do need one more big guy. How do we miss this in the planning phase of this event? I
want to let you know this is a full leather jacket I'm in. So you could say too hot for winter. I'm dying over here. I'm inside wearing a full leather jacket. Well, we do it. We do what we do.
Oh man, yeah. I do want to add though. I think for probably 2 years now that standard hasn't exactly been standard, right? Standard is you were playing aggro, but your opponent pivoted defensive, so you had to pivot, and then it felt like you were playing standard. But the drafts felt like it was pushed towards you had to commit to being a fast player or a slow player. And I feel like the way a lot of people, especially chatters, would ask questions really reflected that. But in the current state of the game, standard is back, right? You could be mid-speed and have a lot of options to react to faster players. You have options versus slower players. And now everybody has to play around standard again, and it feels like there's a centerpiece and there's balance back in the game. Also, where are these guys? Are they here? Like, where's Light Lunar?
Scuffed Aki is playing versus
Izuku. Like, where's Izuku? Like, hit up one of. Did you guys get any? Make sure you guys check.
No, he DM'd me. He DM'd me. I got him.
All I got was a message from Aki.
Where invite? That's a good question.
If you guys can't figure out how to DM one of us, just add us in tournament.
Guys, DM one of these guys for the password. I can't answer Discord DMs. If you DM me, I can't answer you.
We are watching Izuku versus Scuffed Aki first. Or Aki 39.
Yeah, so what we're doing, guys, to reiterate, is we are watching Light Lunar AB Lifton. DM these guys for the room password. DM them on Discord. Izuku, Aoki, Jello Meow Mix. DM these guys on Discord, and they'll give you the room password. Anybody else, use Twitch chat, use the Discord channel, Tournament General, find your opponent, and then make a room, and tell them the password. Communicate with them there. And then proceed to play your matches. Right, if you're like Harrison or if you're Holtec, wait for these guys to finish and then find them and play the winner. What would you guys say brought standard back into the meta? Was it the last balance patch? I think it's a factor of like, it's probably because aggro was a little bit strong. Like BBK was really strong. Red Flan was really strong for aggro. So you had to give turn 2 players like equally enough tools to be able to fight against that, right? Like I felt like Young Senya was really oppressive for like a patch. And then all of a sudden game just went standard. I think Urban Shadow Shu having like really good matchups and her really fitting that playstyle kind of put her back in it.
Yeah, to add on to that, I think like with Emilpera's release, like you said, right? Like aggro has kind of seen an upwards trajectory, but aggro was already very strong before, even with Luna. But the fact that Emilpera can be built in so many different ways, you never really know. She's a really good cleanser as a neutral pick, opening versus Luna and stuff like that. And yeah, it just kind of opened up a lot more possibilities. But I don't think it's all just the balance patch. The balance patch definitely did help with the factor of having DN getting buffed and crowd being a really good mitigation option now as well, versus the fire flan. So it just a lot more diversity came up, right? Before the mitigation picks were not very limited, and like honestly, it just kind of opened everything up with Lone Wolf Para.
I think this might be a hot take, but Lone Wolf Para might have just saved the game.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think before, right? There's always one opener that's really strong. Yeah, Conqueror Lily is holding down the game for like 2 years, and yeah, Sea Phantom Polly, yeah, ML Luna, right, when she came through. But when Para's here, it gave every single opener like you have to hold up. That's an opener that can cleanse, right? Has access to Sweet Miracle. The moment she's in the mix, you cannot just dominate your opponent the moment you get to pick up your opener, right? We see standard players going through this process where they have to fight for the opener. And you guys are going to see that a lot with the first 2 picks, right? Pick 1, pick 2, these guys are trying to shake it up into a game state, into a board state, where their opener takes a huge advantage. And I think that definitely gets shaken up a lot when there's no third pick ban protect. Because usually that leaves a lot of room for your opponents to just lock in DPS units. And now you can't lock in an Urban Shadow Shoe on 3, you can't lock in a BBK on 3, and you sure as hell can't lock in a Red Flan on 3. So you really got to think about, how do I draft a balanced team? And I think definitely Standard is going to be coming back a lot more. Does loser
100%.
get pick choice? Just play round mode. If you play round mode, that's by default. All right, seems like people are filing in. Who's our first matchup of the day? Looks like it'll be Light versus Lunar.
Were we doing Aki and whoever first? Or were we gonna do Light Mossman first?
Yeah, it's I usually just go down.
Go
You want to do
bottom?
Light Mossman?
Sure, I don't care. Yeah, whatever's works.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, Aoki and we're just going down the order, right? It's gonna be Aoki and Izuku last or third.
Yeah.
And then Jello, Malmix last, AB Lifton. All right, looks good to me. Ooh, it is finally time we get the show on the road. Don't forget, guys, prize pool is looking pretty mighty. So let's send it right into our first match of the day.
So while these players are looking at the selection with beautiful profile cards, one thing you want to... Everybody knows who Light is, and I think everyone knows who Mossman is. But if not, Mossman is definitely one of those players that are a bit on the more aggressive side, right? High aggro, high tempo, Poly, Luna, ML Lua, Sea Phantom Politis, those kind of units, and picking Frida and BBK and stuff like that, where that playstyle does fall detriment to no third pick ban protection. So we're going to have to see how Mossman is going to adjust to the rules. And I mean, Light has like what, 10, 11, 12 seasons of experience. So those early seasons without ban protection are really going to help out here.
Of course, not everything will go your way in a tournament setting. You've got to prepare yourself against all odds, and with a miraculous strategy, New Moon Luna coming out first on Suzu's side. As you can see there, Light's going to have the response here, and as you said, thinking about the lack of a third pick ban protection means that you're going to want to respond to dangerous units, a lot of these openers, a lot sooner than you would normally. You could leave that possibly for a mess for third pick, but you might want to 1-2 pick a strong option, and then secondly a counter to your opponent's strong option to just make sure that you're not falling back in the momentum race later on in the draft here.
And we do see Mossman going for that Albedo pre-ban, which is one of the best mitigation options and definitely one of the most picked units by Light and by any turn 2 player overall. And obviously with Harsetti being banned and Lone Wolf Pair being banned as well, that could look to position for like an ML Lua, because that's one of the most reliable cleanses versus ML Lua, right? So, you know, is Light going to position for that? Will Mossman look to take the ML Lua side to deny that from Light? I mean, let's see. Let's see if Lunar picks this up.
Usually the response we see when the opponent goes Luna first pick is almost always something like Infinite Horizon Acades on 3, or you're taking like 2 cleansers. In this case, Light is running 0 right now, and I think Lunar's just piling on. There's no third pick ban protection. You have 0 cleanse, so I'm going to pile on all the debuffer and opener I can, and there it is. There's his signature. We got that BBK on third pick, responded to immediately. Laya, okay, we got the one cleanse. I mean, at this point, you gotta have a second or else... Okay. I was gonna say you gotta have a second or else you're gonna be in trouble, but Bellion comes in, so we're going to be limiting the soul burns and generally adopting a more defensive stance here for Light.
Amazing.
And as we said in the beginning, I mean, Mossman just taking all the aggression here. He's taking the first turn. He's picking the Gala. He wants to kill the tanks. He wants to set the BBK kill. This last pick on 5 is going to be extremely important because that BBK is not protected. So if he does pick 2 units that can set up for a BBK, you know, you could always position to ban a BBK if you're from light side. And we do see Blood Moon Haze coming out here by Mossman.
Yeah, the Blood Moon Haze acting as something of the anchor for the team, really going to be able to bring people back in the situation and requires a little bit of technique to deal with. As I'd like to say, one of the most technique-driven, or one of my favorite characters actually coming out here, finally with the Infinite Horizon Acades, turning those debuffs into buffs, really just a random slot machine to possibly get out that beneficial factor, but a lot of those hits can be big. Ban is already done on Lunar. He knows exactly what he wants gone. Light salivating the chance to dismantle the enemy draft a little bit more. We know he likes to play with his food. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the ass here in a second. And there you go. Blood Moon Haste is gone, as well as the queen, the mean queen of dodging it herself. So we get into the match here. Any predictions, Vic?
As of right now, I think it's anybody's game. Mossman unfortunately cannot soulburn with the Bellion on field, so that Acadius is going to be getting a ton of CR and could potentially, you know, it could mean Bellion gets to push up and provoke the units on Lunar side. And if that does happen, I mean, I think Light's going to be in the driving seat here. He has the mitigation. He has a live win con. The game's already on a timer. We see Mossman coming out with the immunity. Lua taking the first turn. And we don't see immunity BBK and Gala, obviously, so Bellion can provoke and push those units back. So let's see if this provoke lands.
This is such a normal look for most takedown players in this meta. Immunity, protection set, everything. Turn 1 just so scary right now. You gotta have every trick in the book pulled out. CR pushes the Bellion with the Infinite Horizon Acades. Bellion is going to be dropping the S3 here. Surely a 3F Bellion, so not only is she going to be a tank, you see no crits, but she's still outputting a lot of damage, but the counter attack does come through. Defense buff
no
with
provoke
the
on
crowd
BBK.
mitigation, holding it down.
So we saw Hostess of the Banquet on Mossman's side, so the BBK is on effect resistance. Now that's actually huge because this means BBK can get that S3 off, and if it gets a kill, I mean, Lunar's going to be in a really good spot here.
Yep, he sets up a prime target with that defense break, but Lias coming in with that second round of support, pushing up the team, getting them back into action and cleansing those debuffs. The follow-up attack, the bite, the provoke, the push-up, the attack up as well. This might be enough to tear through, but Krau's got something to say. Big shield up, what's he gonna do? Another pushback. It seems we're CR manipulating all over the place as defense buffs go up to attempt to hold.
That defense buff is so crucial here in surviving the deluge of damage coming in. And now BBK, you have to get a reset with that S3. You need the extra turn, but versus the mitigation from the blue crowd versus 4 defense buffs, do you have it? No, and he
has to hold it.
the turn.
Lands a provoke. And now Mossman's going to be getting that cycling here. Procs the S2. Does he land the debuffs? He blinds the Gala here. Gala is dead. BBK is now 1 HP. It's going to be zooming down the CR bar with speed buff as well. And Luna is blinded as well. But this is all going to come down to BBK. And is she going to have enough damage?
Ooh, that's nice. A little bit of a push-up. Getting back into the game, that health is going to help, but more importantly, getting into the action. CR manipulation, as I said, is going out for free right now. You think the stuff is on sale, and even Infinite Horizon Acades has a little something to say. Getting just that small heal in to give them the effective HP, maybe to live. Another blast here from the Lion. Another big bang attack.
He's going to have to rip this. He kills the Bellion. Holy Sack crowd comes back. Now, BBK is going to have maximum damage, very close to it, with just 1.4k HP left. And this is going to be a really crucial turn for Mossman to make. Acades is not going to get that CR push anymore after we saw the S3. Goes for the kill onto the Acades and takes her out. And Emma Lua is going to have a really crucial turn. Will she land the provoke? She does.
Wow. That provoke clutches it out. And now I think Lunar takes an extremely commanding position. He already set himself up to get that reset off of the low HP Bellion, and with that dual attack, I think that firmly puts him in the driver's seat.
Defense breaks the Laya.
Oh, you hate to see that. And
Gets the combat readiness push.
oh man.
Now that you know my
Oh, the Hellion Lua, they're just providing so much value for the team. Luna finally committing the S3. No soul burn. Does land 2 unbuffables.
It's showtime.
No cleanse from Laya. No S3 available. She does have the S3 on the next turn here. Provoke lands on the
Go.
Crow again.
Will this end?
Yeah,
BBK
provokes are
is
just
going to be
going
looking
now.
S1. Will Mossman be able to kill the Crow? He does.
Oh,
That falls off. Luna is going to have another S2. The defense brick is going to come up, but Light does have the S3 available now, so he can get the S3. He does have Social Soul Burn and Heal Up here, and try to play it out with a 1v3.
First soul burn comes out, takes out the Hellion Lua. A little bit of healing keeps her topped off, and no, does not kill the Luna.
me.
that is not what you
431
wanna see.
HP.
One can escape.
Performing with
Oh,
And
Oh,
Light
he resigns it right
surrenders.
there. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. What a first game. I mean, that dual attack coming out from BBK on Mossman's turn in the middle of that match really turned the tides. I mean, Light really looked like he was in the driving seat. And, I mean, that dual attack just really fried him.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I'm-
hate to see it. And immediately, first pick locked in. Light wants command of the draft for the next match. He wants to be able to lock in his options, get them quick, and set up preemptively before Lunar gets a chance to really, man, put out another one of those drafts where, you know, you're just peppering down your opponents with debuffs, and then BBK comes in for the close.
Yeah, and I think that match is a perfect example of what separates, your average standard fare cleavers from a lot of the people, from a lot of the aggro, from a lot of the faster, more aggressive strategies and cleave strategies at the top, where you can see how Lunar has to calculate that far in advance, see that many turns ahead, right? See the exact precise order to deal with multiple cleanses, the defense going up, the holy sack revival. All this has to be taken into calculation to get that ending that he wanted there, and it was still that close. He still had to foresee a future that was that narrow in all applications, and that's really the kind of energy that's going to be brought to a tournament with more than 1,000 freaking Kabulas on the line.
And
Just to clarify, there is a stacking pre-bans, correct?
yes.
Yes.
So we will be rolling whatever pre-bans. You have the first round pre-bans. I mean, 2 openers and 2 defensive characters taken out. This is a classic case of an aggro player versus a tank down. And now we will be pushing in, adding to the pre-ban pool, seeing what these guys pull out.
And another thing that I really want to comment on as well is like that's the versatility of having a unit like BBK. You don't know if it's going to be on a Alexa basket, on a Shepherd, on a ER build like how Mossman did. And so if that was just a standard BBK that was not on ER, I mean, it was very possible that Light would have just been able to take the game by provoking with Bellion, right? So Light really has to reach deep into this bag and try to get one game back to push it to a best of 3. And let's see what the pre-bans come out here from Light. Light does go for the BBK ban, and Mossman bans with the Bellion, as that is one of the hard counter picks for his playstyle with the tempo with Luna.
And that's what we expected. Luna comes out first pick. Not only is she good at setting up cleave compositions, but also if you take it away from the cleaver, you seal up a lot of the good characters that a cleaver could be playing. And with Bellion out of the game, I mean, let's not forget, guys, Light used to be one of the highest, if not the highest ranked cleaver in the game. He was the guy when it came to cleave. So if I trust anybody to set up a cleave defense, it's him. But immediately responded to with the Hellion Lua and the Afternoon Soak Flan. Afternoon Soak Flan, I mean, I don't need to go into how much he just takes over matches with all of her ammo count, with all of her snipe support coming in on the side. But Light doesn't drop a beat. Blue Crown, mitigation, once again, and Abyssal Euphine. We're here to hold back combat readiness and to counterattack the hell out of Lunar's composition.
And you were talking about this earlier, Vic, the vast stores of experience that Light has through his 12 seasons coming up here. You're talking about how our competitors are going to have to dig deep, especially with more and more bans coming out. But I feel like a lot of those go hand in hand. In that tournament experience, you have to be ready to find new solutions up on the fly. And I don't think we're quite there yet. We're still in some familiar territory, I would say, for a lot of these players, but expect things to get exciting, especially when we move into the finals tomorrow, especially when we get into into a best of 5 format, because that's when all bets are off. You get so deep into your pool of characters that you're inventing as much as you're just remembering what the hell was I playing last season. A lot of those drafts tend to come out because some of these heroes are stable, just like Death Dealer Ray making an appearance. You've seen him on the board for so long now. A solution, an answer to a lot of life's problems. Just dash a little death on top and see what your opponent has to say about that.
And Light recognizes that the Mossman is playing a very heavy debuff comp, right? And we have ML Lua, we have the DDR coming out. So the Dilibet is a fine pick to counteract some of those debuff and that control-heavy comp here. And Mossman already made his ban, and the Elvira is going to stop the Dilibet and the Abyssal Euphine from having Fighting Spirit. Now, I don't even know if Light's going to ban this Elvira, because if you do know your opponent, you will know that Light has 2 different Abyssal Euphines. He's going to have one that's on counter, or on Destruction or Lifesteal, one's on Prot set, as a lot of players do in this meta, especially with Harseti's release. So we'll see what Light bans here. It does go for the Elvira ban to guarantee that the Fighting Spirit can proc a force ban for sure. And Lunar goes for the Celine post ban just to ensure that he can press the DDR, he can press the Lua and the Laya.
What do we say, Valk? There she goes. The Mean Bean Machine Green Celine. The threat banned out once more. Not going to get to see the light of day. And, you know, for all the vast feed enjoyers I know that Vic brought to the tournament today, can't see Elvira on display either, but we'll get a match anyway, especially considering we get a very threatening lady that was banned out from the previous one, Lunar, spotting the flan. Let's see how well that does for him.
Wow, Lunar comes in and decides to drop the S3 immediately off that first turn. Does not land on the New Moon Luna, of course, but lands on the Blue Crown, the designer Lilibet. I thought for sure he was just going to fire off an S1 and just get the Red Flan Pain Train going. I mean, we know how much damage that can be, but like getting the Flan turn, we're not going to seal, especially with a Lie coming. What is that damage? Hello? I know the defense breaks stuck, but god damn, that's a lot of damage. Lia, 33,000 HP on the books.
So Mossman is running a 16k DDR, so it is definitely one of his aggro DDRs on Warhorn to just have maximum damage on his team. And that Dilibet is really close to the CR bar. Now remember, Abyssal Euphine is going to cut that CR gain on the Fire Flan, so she won't get her natural 25. And Mossman's going to press S3, going to try to land all the strips, strip off that barrier. Doesn't get it off of the Luna, but the Dilibet is ready and primed, ready to go with the defense buff and the immunity, so he is going to for sure be able to cleanse off all the debuffs here.
Designer Lilibet, though, does need to use her ultimate, which means she is going to proc the counterattack from the Hellion Lua and her squad. And no, instead of S2ing, we are just going to get that early no detonate, I don't think. Oh, okay, no detonate.
Dilibet S3 kills off the DDR, procs the challenge from the Lua and the Laya and the whole gang. Let's see if this Dilibet tanks it, gets to about half HP. If she's going to get another defense buff after this with a 100 Fighting Spirit. So Mossman's in a really tough spot right now.
That is a really good look for Light, really seizing control of that match. Designer Lilibet just hit like an absolute truck right there. Does get taken out by the Afternoon Soak Flan. Roughly about 7,000 to 8,000 damage up on deck for the Blue Crowd. But no, instead we're just going to tackle the Red Flan. No sustain over for the side of Lunar. So we're just going to put down whatever damage we can. Take it slow and steady. Luna Soulburn comes in. I mean, that will land on everything. Euphine gets the next turn, and that's going to be a big hit. Red Flame's got no evasion right now. Ooh.
She's still hanging on, even if it is by a thread. She's still in this fight, and she pulls in another dual attack. Damage doesn't seem to do the exact amount that we were hoping for, but more provokes going out might be able to stabilize here as it flies back to Flan's turn here.
I think that was a natural dual attack. Red Flam being sealed should have no dual attack to her name. And, I mean, I do think she does get knocked out right here. Laya now has the heavy...
Provoke lands. Elbrus! And there it goes. Light is absolutely in the driving seat. 18.7k crowd. Will this kill Laya and bring it to a game 3? Doesn't kill the Laya. But the FF comes out as the S3 is not available for Mossman yet. This is going to go to game 3. Very, very exciting stuff.
Oh, man. What a back and forth. Both of these guys, I think, get left with a Laya 1v3 solo. And now Lunar immediately comes back opting in for that first pick. Vic, what do you think both players are looking to do in order to lock in that last match of this BO3?
I mean, this is really tough because a lot of the pre-bans tell a lot of the story, right? The Emil Payra means Helion Lua power is at an all-time high. With Bellion pre-banned, Emil Luna is extremely OP, so you can't deny the souls. I mean, this is really anyone's game. I mean, with this last pre-ban is really going to tell how Mossman is going to play this last game. Because as an aggressive player, with that Bellion pre-ban, I mean, that is one of the best units that you can make sure is banned for himself. So, honestly, I would say Mossman having the first pick does have a slight advantage if Light doesn't ban that Luna. Trying to deal with Luna without Bellion available is really hard. As you saw, as Light did, he didn't even use her as a cleave. He just used her with the 26k build and just do a bunch of proc damage and basically chunk DDR for half. So the pre-bans are going to decide who wins the game, I think, and we'll see what they come up with here on the last game.
That's right. I think Light is in the driver's seat. So with that, let's fire into the last match and see how Lunar comes up with a aggressive pivot into the first set of the RTA Archeology Tour. No third pick ban protect. We're seeing a lot of different draft structures coming in. And what are they going to be removing off of each other? I imagine Red Flam might be a huge part of it. I imagine maybe here you even take out a Luna. Ah, Luna and Abyssal Euphine. Wow, we're keeping Afternoon Soak Flan in the game. That's very interesting choice by Light, especially, I would say.
I mean, honestly, like with Fire Flan being available, I mean, the balance patch that came out with Crow getting buffed really kind of guttered a lot of the power that Firefly had before, right? A lot of the mitigation was, you know, Earth being Albedo, Light being Carmen, and stuff like that. And Firefly's power did go down a bit with the Blue Crow, and we see it come out right away from Light. Emma Lua comes out because Emma Payra is pre-banned. Crow comes out immediately to address the Firefly, to have that S3 to kill on a miss because she has 100% evasion. So we'll see how Mossman responds on the 2-3 here, but I think Light is in a really, really good spot right now.
I mean, and a lot of this just comes down to the fact that we talked about this before, but for a lot of aggressive players, without third pick ban protection, your opponent is going to have to answer a lot sooner, but that does, I believe, lead room into the later stages of the draft for that counterattack phase and really pinching them down from both sides with disastrous options raining down on both ends. We saw that in the first match that Lunar won. That combo between the BBK and, of course, the Lilius was too much to burn through. Now he's got a different Lilius repping him on the right side, and is also taking advantage of the Laya. A lot of these key units bouncing back between both hands, both teams here. We'll see how both of them use them differently to achieve, hopefully, the same result: victory.
So I love Mossman's picks here because Conquer Lilius denies that first turn from Emma Lua, and Laya also gives that cleanse. So you have two ways. You either take that first turn or you play defensive and cleanse with the Laya so that you still have that Firefly dual attacking, since Solitary has not been picked from Light's side. And Light recognizes that he has to press buttons either to provide vigor or to cleanse off any provokes that he's going to be landing on him. So that Celine is a really powerful pick here to try to stunt one of the non-attack skills that Lunar presses. And again, there's no third pick ban protection, so that could be banned in post draft. So Light needs to be pretty flexible here and pick another win condition here on his 4. I
love that little highlight you made, especially now that we're rolling it back to an older format. There is no third pick ban protection. That flexibility, that little ambiguousness is key to kind of throwing off your opponent, because ultimately at the end of the day, the thing you need to do here is beat your opponent, and there is no easier way to beat your opponent than to throw them off their game, make them guess incorrectly what your build is, make them assume the wrong speed tuning, and throw them off their game plan. Blood Moon Haze comes out. I mean, there's no more consistent anchor in the game than Blood Moon Haze, and we're eyeballing a little bit of an Urban Shadow Shoe, maybe a designer a little bit. I thought the shoe would come out a lot earlier, and you know, I'm definitely not seeing an Empyrean Illinav. What do you think happened there, Vic?
Well, I mean, first thing, before I answer that, I mean, Light made a great pick on 4 here. Picking the Zeo, it can push back Conquer Lilius, it can push back Laya to deny the cleansing on turn 1, and just basically win off that challenge and killing one unit off, right? So a great pick by Light, and Lunar actually does lock in that Dilibet on 5 here to get a guaranteed cleanse versus the silence, versus the provokes coming out from Lua. But I mean, no Empyrean Illidan because there's still a lot of units that you can pick, right? Like there's DDR, there's Shu, there's Hua Young. That's a problem now. It's hard to pick Illidan in this economy. But Light recognizing that Mossman does have Laya and Blood Moon Haze, two units that do penetrate defense by 100%, and Dilibet as well, right? Illidan is almost a force ban because if he positions to ban that Fire Flan, I mean, Lunar is going to have a really low damage. So I'm really curious to see what the post bans are going to be from both sides.
Well, Lunar's made his decision rather quickly. You might be spot on with that. Light taking his time, as always, but finds a ban once again on the Blood Moon Haze. I believe that's not the first time. As we lose our Princess, we lose our Shotokan. We don't lose the opportunity to see how this ends up. Match is going to begin here shortly in the finals of the first round, ladies and gentlemen. Competition is this hot already, and with more than 1,000 smackaroos on the line, you can expect it to get even more fierce from here.
And I think this is going to be a really close one because, Light does have the Zeo to push back, like I said, but more importantly, he can soul burn the S3 on Lua. And if he does decide to do that, I mean, we'll see if Lunar has double Sweet Miracle on Konk and on Laya. We'll see what comes out, when we'll have to see if we're going to be able to do enough damage. But right now, it's very even. Right, they both have a timer on the win condition with Laya S3, with Crow S3, and Light's going to press that S3. Who's going to go for the target onto? Does go into the Conquer Lilies to push it back to deny the Vigor, as the Vigor basically almost acts like a mitigation for the rest of the team, especially with units like the Dilibet with defense buff, with Flam with 100% evasion. Does go for the S1 to not proc the Dilibet. Sweet Miracle does proc on Laya from Lunar's side, and what will he do now?
I think Light adopts a very defensive stance here with the blue crowd. He knows his team has more overall HP, so he can afford to play a slow. Big stun comes out there. No cleanse for Light, so you know that Zeo is going to be out of the commission for 2 turns. I mean, he needs to take 1 whole turn, unstun, and then take another whole turn. So Lunar's bought himself a little bit of time here. Matches are getting real tense. Light also did blow up that Sweet Miracle, and now Afternoon
goes to the S3 on the Zeo here.
Comes in, takes the Zeo right out, and it's a 4v3 immediately off the get-go. Is this
and we
still
do
Light
see
favored?
the Sweet Miracle there on Conquer Lilius, right? Like, she's going to be able to press that S3, put up the Vigor, put up that mitigation, maybe lock down the Lua, maybe lock down the crowd to deny the defense buff. I mean, this is going to be a huge round here. If the Celine does go onto the Conquer Lilius, that will deny a dual attack or an S2, and it goes on Laya, actually, so she doesn't get that. Mossman has complete freedom and is in a little bit of the driving seat right now.
Now the Vigor's up. The buffs are plenty on right side. Only Celine locking a couple on the left. She needs to learn how to share with her friends there, honestly, as Lunar seems to be raining down with that momentum. We got a ticking time bomb in the Laya. Of course, all these dual attacks are not healthy for anyone's complexion, and the Dilibet is still locked, loaded, and ready to go in the corner. Let's see what Celine's damage is as she comes rip-roaring and tearing through. It looks good. It passes the halfway mark, and it knocks her out in 1 go.
That is a lot of damage, and if you want anything to get yourself back into the game, that might be one of those moves to just jump yourself back into it, setting up the defense buff now. But Celine, no more stealth buff, a little bit exposed out here. Lunar has the option. Do you start fishing on the Celine? Because once you pick off the Celine, the Laya can close out the game by herself versus the crowd. But S2 comes out here. We're going to just tempo up, reduce our cooldowns, get the pain train going, and now attack buff, Vigor, red flank comes through. That's going to be a lot of damage.
Doc, let me tell you something right here real quick, all right? You go outside, you go to your local shop, and what do? You get combo number 2. You get some fried chicken, you get french fries, you get a soda. This is really the ideal combination, and I'm seeing it right now on my screen right now. Evasion with a barrier, with defense.
It hits!
And all of it was on board, and it didn't matter. 1 hit, and you're gonzo. Every protective measure you could have imagined, and Lunar blows through all of them immediately. Get rid of that combo. Let me show you one. Win, loss, win. That's all Lunar needed to seal it here, and Light is out of here.
And oh man, Light does get knocked out here. Quite unfortunate, but that's how tournaments go. And taking a quick look at the brackets, some of the matches have already been settled. We see Carniking, Anuo, Candlewicks moving on. And oh man, I can't wait for this next matchup we got in AB versus the Lifton. Why don't you walk us through that, Vic?
So before I get to AB and Lifton, one thing I do want to highlight is Light didn't land a defense break with Emalua on the Laya. If he got that defense break, that Salinas 2 would have for sure killed, and that game might have looked a little bit different with the crowd win con versus the Flan. And I mean, I think Light might be thinking about some of his decision. I mean, that S3 with Zeo, like, could he have went on Laya to push back to deny the cleanse? Was it really the Conquer Lilius? Like, I don't know, but I really think that Emalua S1 not hitting the death break really put him in the coffin and put him 6 feet under. But over onto AB and Lifton. I mean, these are the two titans of the rank ladder of global server of everything, right? I mean, Lifton, previously they both finished basically same points, rank 3 last RTA season, and ABAB in Careless was able to secure that Hall of Fame spot because he had a higher win rate. But with that being said, the reason I bring that up is because Lifton is a completely free-to-play player in Legend. He is one of the most, I'd say, respected players on the ladder because his ability to find ways to beat certain drafts with a limited amount of unit pool or gear pool, and just overall, like he's building, Fire Araminta on protection set or Politis, Red Politis on protection set to have books for Emalua. Like these are things that no one really tries to do and thinks of, and he is going above and beyond to try to find ways to patch up some of the weaknesses that he has on his account rather than complain. While ABAB over here is just one of the Titans, for God knows how long, from basically the start of the game since Season 1. I mean, one of the most flexible drafters in all players worldwide, regardless of server, and probably one of the most respected. And so his gear also carries him a long way. I mean, he has some, it's a really good meme of people saying 317, 316, 315, 315, 313, 313, 311, because he just has so much speed and he can just completely run you over. And this is actually going to be a rematch between Careless and Lifton, because they played in Elva Mage's tournament a few months back, and we know how that ended. So let's see if Lifton's going to be able to get his lick back.
Let's see it. Going right into the second match of the day. Wow, what a card. And both of these guys, top of the ladders, top of the food chain. They're the apex predators. I do wonder how they're going to be adapting their strategies around the fact that you can no longer lock in that third pig ban protection. Ooh.
So immediately in the start here, we do see that Emil Payra get pre-banned, one of Careless's strongest picks at a 75% win rate as per E7GG. And it's a really good pick as well, so that you can play Emalua for a Lifton side, which he really favors. And we do see the Luna being locked in by AB on the left here. Lifton's going to go with the Laya Ilanav here to take away both. And we'll see how AB responds here.
This is something I actually really expected, especially with last game, just because you see Luna, I'm gonna need 2 sources of cleanse. That is good old E7 fundamentals. And now Red Flan does come in. I mean, when you adapt a defensive stance, you are going to be at the mercy of the Red Flan. I would say the BBK, but the BBK is banned out here, so not looking too bad. As I do think now they're, not... She's still one of the strongest characters in the game, but you do have options in order to get around this afternoon. So Flan, she no longer just, you see her, oh no, I'm getting run over, goodbye.
And so far in the first set, I mean, we've seen Firefly basically win every game, right? Like almost. So Firefly is definitely a very high win rate unit here. And AB does tick the ML Huayang here to try to address the Ilnav early on. Now, Lifton could be running a Destro set, could he be running an Aureus, could he be running protection set Ilnav? I mean, who knows? No one's going to really know what tech he has for this tournament, and if Huayang is even going to be able to kill. But Lifton recognizing that Huayang does need that soul burn to kill these light tanks that are very tanky with the HP release imprints. Takes the Valiant on 3 with the Politis to get some tempo back, and AB immediately locks Sinful Angelica and the DDR on 4-5. He already has a guaranteed DPS in Flan or Huayang. He has the dual attack coming out from Sinful Angelica on either unit, and I mean, AB is in a really good spot right now, especially with the DDR anchor as well versus all these tanks. I don't really know what a Lifton can pull out here on 5.
I don't know if you guys saw in chat earlier, he said, look out for my Sinful Angelica, and there she comes out. Man was not bluffing at all, and I think Lifton's really taking his time. He needed to think about it for a second. Blood Moon Haze comes out last pick, and I think you gotta ban that Sinful Angelica. Not the strongest of pick when you have to both consider the revive denial from the Sinful Angelica and the injury from Death Dealer Ray. I think Lifton's being put on the spot here.
But the highlight about this tournament is that third pick is not protected. So if that Bellion gets banned and Careless is able to get that Luna Soul burn, I mean, we won't even care if he bans Sinful Angelica, right? To counteract that Blood Moon Haste pick. So we'll see if AB decides to ban the Bellion here on 3.
I just need to say this, man. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Wow, I miss this format. Like, you just don't know what's gonna happen when a draft comes out. Like, there's so many set plays you can make with third pick ban protection. All of that goes out the window. Good fundamental drafting is key here. And now, a Lifton. Can he come back from this with a double cleanser draft versus some of the most oppressive units in the game? We're getting the pain train started. I mean, Red Flan immediately getting that punch in. Through Sea Phantom Politis, you're only going to be generating half of your focus, and now Soul Burns into the defense break. Oh man, what's going on?
Defense break lands. I mean, AB is trying to run down that cleanse, right? Elithid only has one cleanser in Lion. If he can take that unit out as soon as possible, I mean, he's going to be in a really good spot.
Keeping the tempo up, putting on the pressure with DDR. Immunities block a little bit of it, but the damage is still done, especially when there's more people invited to the party. Pushes up with the CR. Bystander Hwayoung is ready to drop ship and maybe put these kids in a casket real quick.
I mean, AB's in a tough spot. He has a tough decision to make. Does he go for the Illinav or go for the Lie to extinct the cleanser here? Illinav did not get slept. So she is going to be able to press S3 and get that Indomitable up and cleanse that Blood Moon Haze. Sea Phantom Politis is going to be able to press that S3 as well, since that buff stacking with the stealth and the barrier and the immunity. I mean, Lifton's in a pretty decent spot. I mean, Blood Moon Haze is still coming around. However, AB does still have Soulburn S3 available for Luna. So if he Soulburn S3s, that Illinav is going to basically, I mean, Blood Moon Haze is going to do no damage. So
I don't disagree that Lifton's in a decent spot, but you do have to take into consideration that the spot that he's in, he doesn't exactly have a DPS. I mean, the Empyrean Illinav is a tank. The Blood Moon Haste, he's being hard CC'd right now. This is not a spot you want to be in, especially without a damage unit. And now, I mean, the Sea Phantom Politis is going to slowly get you a little bit more tempo back into the game, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. AB looking so solid in the driver's seat right now. 3 speed down debuffs on him. I don't think he cares. It tries to put the haste back to sleep. Misses. Not the spot you want to be in, but... Ooh. And the kick goes in. Not exactly enough damage to close out the Illinav.
Not enough, but more damage comes piling in as he tries to set up this ideal target for the Blood Moon Haste S3, but doesn't see an opportunity. Even if that comes back, it's pulling back a target at 1 HP who needs a lot more turns and a lot more time to make a miracle happen. Just doesn't seem to be in the cards. Lifton gives up the first round, goes to Careless, takes the first pick as we prepare ourselves for the next round in the set.
And that's one of the things about third pick ban protection not being available, right? It's that you're seeing these drafts from an experienced player like AB playing the 12, 13 seasons of so many legend frames, right? We see that he's picking a strong opener. He's picking 2 DPS units. He's picking cleansers and tempo for whatever he needs to address the enemy picks. And we're really seeing that rounded out draft and seeing that Sinful Angelica being coming out as a force ban. I mean, a lot of us thought he was just joking, saying that he's going to pick the Sinful Angelica, like you said, Valky, and it turned out to be a force ban. So, I mean, we'll see what happens in game 2 and see if first pick is going to benefit a Lifton in any way, shape, or form.
And this time, finally getting that first pick. What do you think are the odds that they just take away the New Moon Luna? New Moon Luna, kind of scary in this format when you first pick her. I mean, you're not guaranteed a cleanser, so you always have to think about, okay, what can they ban? Do I still have enough cleanse? Can I stagger my cleanses enough so that it's not just he CCs me with something, I blow my cooldown, and then now Luna strips all of my buff, and then I lose. Right? That is.
Yeah, there's really that core balance sometimes, especially when it comes to drafting, when you realize you're responding more than you are taking a charge and drafting not only how you want the match to go, but how you can see a win condition, right? If all you're doing is drafting so you don't lose, you haven't put any effort towards actually winning. You've just delayed the moment where you get your shit kicked in. And he, seeing that opportunity, takes the new Moon Luna himself. He's like, this is my toy. You have to deal with this bullshit now. Let's see the response. Careless, why don't you go out and try to show me how you deal with a unit like this? And I think he's more than happy to oblige.
Rylet first pick into Closer Charles.
These
Man
are
is
two
cooking.
dark.
That is so fast.
These are two dark thieves that might be coming out to steal the night.
I mean, AB just locked in Joe Biden on 2. Joe Biden is on the left-hand side, brothers.
And Joe Biden is holding it down. He is here to drop a hefty stimulus package. Let's see if right side can even handle or if they'll buckle under the weight.
But like we said in the first set, where we saw Light versus Mossman, when you see that Belly and Pre-Man, that Luna power is just so strong. And AB actually comes up with the Sinful Angelica and the Mort to address the Abyssal Euphine that Alifton has picked. Now, there is no third pick ban protection, so that Euphine, if that Mort goes through, is not going to be able to counter. They're not going to be able to proc the challenge counterattacks that Lua puts up as a buff. And what can round out AB's draft here is going to be another cleanser on 5, since you'll have 2 of them. And Alifton is going to have to try to find a way to overwhelm AB on the 4-5 here.
I feel like a lot of this is both players knowing each other's rosters very well, especially with how fast they're dropping these picks. And like you said, the moment that Sinful Angelica comes out, first of all, that's got to be a holy sacrifice AU fiend. And second of all, when you drop a Charles this confidently, you know it's a slow Luna.
But and that's one of the things about knowing your opponent, right? It's that, you as you have more experience playing against each other, you know that some players will have a slower Luna. You know some players have 2 copies of a specific unit, like I mentioned about Abyssal Euphine having Prot set or Destruction or whatever for Light, right? So this for sure is going to come down to kind of knowing your opponent. And AB hovering that Ran, the knock wall, I mean, Alifton doesn't really have any cleansers here. Is that going to be a force ban for Alifton?
All right, both players taking their time, thinking about the bans. I mean, the possibilities have opened up. You are no longer locked into a third pick, so let's see. One of the players is already done. Oh, boy.
I mean, if I'm in Lifton, I'm worried. I'm very worried because with the Rylet Closer Charles coming out, I mean, and you have Sinful Angelica pulling the dual attacks. And the other issue that you're going to have is if you're not on immunity on everything, which I do assume Lifton is, are you going to be able to tank all this damage? Right? So Ryle's going to have speed buff. He's going to get CR pushes. He's going to have the 50% CR, which does get cut down by a Euphine a little bit. But we'll see. Will he evade? It's actually Closer Charles goes first for AB, not the Sinful Angelica that we were expecting. And that Luna is actually going to be behind his entire team. So AB is going to have to take out that Luna ASAP.
Bear is still holding on the standing even after that first drop as the Sinful Angelica drops the staff. Buffs going out, and as you said, that speed buff on that Rylet. Dangerous combination as we get into the first of his massive chunking damage. Not the only thing massive I'm sure that you're familiar with, Vic Chun, but still, it's going to be something that's going to change the weight of this match going forward. Got your hands here together, and because it's time to pray, the god is here, no time to play. Let's see what the damage comes through as. It's gone in an instant.
Oh man, this Soulburn S3 from Alifton is just going to strip absolutely everything off of AB here. And, Mort is still going to have that S3 here, but you do see that Stene not have the immunity, nor does the Euphine, like we mentioned earlier on. And will this do enough?
That is an absolute huge strip coming in from the Luna.
The Carmen dies! The fear gets closed right away!
Wow! I don't even know what's going on. What's going on, man? Oh, wow, the natural evade! Okay! What's going on, bro?
We don't want to see this, ladies and gentlemen. Just hit. Just hit.
Kills the Rylet, gets the pushback. Euphine does not cleanse off the fear. Closer Charles does not have any of his passive. He does not have the attack buff. He does still have that Shepherd for the evasion chance. Sinful Angelica can no longer drag an attack, but he does get the Death Break onto the Luna, and it will fall off right away, though, since it is only going to be one turn. We will see the Estene get another turn here from a Lifton side, and it is...
This is again, as you
Charles
can
is
see
the most
here.
skillful man alive, but gets taken out right here. I think the Luna just put Alifton in such a good spot. I don't think AB is going to be able to come back from this, but the Euphine is still asleep at the wheel. If she doesn't wake up, I don't know. I don't think Mort has enough tempo to be able to take over the control of the match, but at this point, I would say you never know, because if the Sinful Angelic... Oh, nope, she wakes up.
Nope,
She said,
she woke up. We're taking a little bit back here, but there's a counterattack. There's still 2 defense breakers left on the left side. Pride and Dignity coming through. The barrier, the speed up. Let's see what else is we're going to get through here. New Moon Luna coming back up into speed.
Oh, and we get another Spear and Splash. Not going to be enough damage to take it out, but Spectre Tenebria is coming back in. We get the Soulburn into the defense break this time. Oh, finally, Soul Harvest does keep us in there a little bit. Going to be getting a little bit of healing back, and now finally knocked out.
He's dead. He's dead, right?
He's got to be. It's
gotta
one.
be.
It's
There's
one
no
lone
way.
man.
Yeah,
There's no way. I'm
Counter.
scared to say.
I hate the dark.
Will more counter on this hit?
Because it has
You at least hope to see it. Well, what's over his head?
Holy
sacrifice.
But Yuffie's gonna get a Soulburn immediately, and it looks like we're gonna be going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. AB versus a Lifton for game 3 to see who moves on to the next round. But we saw it, go ahead.
I was just want to say I was confident my man had it on that match. Learn from your lickings and come back hitting back strong, fighting back stronger. Once that opening came through, I mean, both of those boys, the Charles and, of course, God himself, were dangerous. But once they were gassed out, slowly taking over the match, slowly weathering the storm. And I really do think, I know some people were surprised to see the Spectane pick come out, but she weathered the storm. Armin did her job, brought all the conditions for that victory there, and it's going to lead it to a round 3.
Now, what we've seen so far is Emma Luna is consistently winning as first pick. And with the Bellion pre-ban, I imagine the Lifton is going to look to pre-ban Emma Luna here as a second pick with the Bellion pre-ban. I mean, it's just super overwhelming if you're not going to be able to deny the souls from Bellion's side. And, I mean, overall, I mean, first pick, as we can see, and as expected, and as we know, is extremely advantageous in this format. Whether it's without ban protection or with ban protection, first pick is just statistically going to have a better odds of winning. But like we mentioned, right, a Lifton, he has to reach deep into his bag, right? He has to pick non-conventional picks. We talked about the Politas, we talked about the Araminta. He picked Spectre Tenebria in 2025.
Man, really reached deep down into that bag. He scraped the lint at the bottom, said, "You'll do," and took a win with it. Color me impressed, sir. That was a good draft. That being said, go ahead.
I saw some people. They thought it was white flag the second they saw Lifton's draft, but I had confidence. I know a lot of our competitors, especially the crafty ones, especially somebody who's free to play. You don't pick something because you're desperate. You've been desperate since you logged in. How many resources, how many packs, how many opportunities have people taken to crawl above you, Torfin, to get ever closer and closer to Valhalla while you're still back in the reaches, freezing your ass off in the place they call Greenland? Come on, you were disadvantaged from the start, and that's been your advantage from the beginning as well. You've taken everything in and you've channeled it, that rage, that anger, that craftiness, into making something that doesn't make you equal, that makes you superior.
And as much as we're praising a Lifton, I mean, one of the things that was a key turnaround for a Lifton is the Fear on Mort got cleansed immediately on Stene. That game would have looked completely different if that Stene was feared for 2 turns, right? So it could have went either way. He had that 60% chance. It got cleansed. It's unlucky. It's gonna go to a game 3. So it's anyone's game. Let's see it.
All right, let's get into the last of these matches. Remember, everybody, thank our sponsors. Lots of wonderful people have donated to the tournament, and of course, we have Vic coming in as our guest. Wonderful as always. Sponsored by Opera GX. Make sure to give him the shout out. Help him financially recover from the disaster that is his sponsoring of this tournament, and as always, his stalwart ally in all of this. Sponsored by Sriracha himself. That's right. Vic's gonna go down a bottle just for his users over there. So we get into the last match here, and just like Vic after downing that battle, Sriracha, things are getting fast over here. We're speeding up in the tempo, showing a lot of aggressive options as Ambitious Tywin comes out to pair just so perfectly with the Rage Queen herself.
Now, AB actually doesn't even care that Alifton picked the Ilanav and locks in the Janua and A Tywin on 3. Now, Alifton's going to be in a really tough spot because there is another unit that was recently buffed that does give pen resistance in Dien. But the problem here, if you do pick Dien, number one, that A Tywin can still defense break you and still do a ton of damage on the 4-5. And Alifton looks like he picks Candy here for what reason? If you're thinking it's going to be to buff stack with anti-crit, barrier, and immunity, you're right. So he wants to hold that position in the draft in the combat readiness bar to make sure that he doesn't get pushed back. He can hold his place in line. His knock will compress S3 and make sure he's able to disrupt what Careless is looking to do by running him down in the aggressive draft.
You can't forget the fun of having a unit that can't be stunned. That's exactly what Navy Captain Landy brings to the table as well. Going to be able to keep her turns from a lot of this disruption. We've seen earlier in the matches how much CR manipulation is at play. And as we've said many times before, those stuns coming into action, we saw how effective it was or would have been on the Zeo if he didn't just get outright blown up on the spot and dead a couple seconds later. That's what this Rand here might be able to accomplish, setting up that perfect situation to cleave through. Winner also an interesting option, but one that does provide those stuns, providing those opportunities. But no, it's the lone Crescent Bologna going to be coming into the spot, as that DN you were hinting at earlier might be what closes it out for a lift inside. We'll see here in a couple seconds whether this magical girl has the answer. No, it's the mean bean machine of Green Celine instead.
Now, AB actually picked Conquer Lilius here. I want to highlight, like I mentioned for the buff stacking, Conquer Lilius does not care about the buff stacking because it's going to be a one-turn buff reduction, and being able to put up the vigor and push back and get good tuning for your team to disrupt that knockle from pressing the S3, S2 is really big here. And Lifted picking that Celine to try to deny the Poly S3, the Conquer Lily S3, because that S3 from Celine can one-shot that Malona. It does ignore F mitigation. Now, the knockle postman is going to come out to make sure that the Janua doesn't get sealed and you don't get binded. Now, let's see who goes first. Is it Conquer Lilius? So it's actually Bastion of Hope Poly. So it could resist that DDR. It might even be an ER Janua. And look at the combat readiness bar. That Janua is really far behind in the CR bar. I mean, it looks like AB has been in the lab.
Looking for quite a while, yep. Secret Art Storm giving that attack buff as it goes straight into the Bologna, nearly taking all of her health away, but just a little bit shy of what she needed to put her down for good. Vigor is going to come up, help to balance out the team, give them exactly what they need.
Oh, I mean, that's a tough one, too, because he didn't have immunity on the Celine, so the Celine got stripped and pushed back by the Pulses, which allowed the Conquer Lilius to get that extra turn at the S3, S2. But a Lifton is going to be able to press S3 on DDR, doesn't land on the Poly, doesn't land on the Janua! It might not have enough to fully tag him. Gets that S2, puts up that Pestilence here. Now, she is locked down with the Redirect Provoke. The Janua does have Rage. It is an ER Janua with Rage and Vigor. This is going to do a ton of damage, even though there is Ilanav here with that initial S1. The second part of the S1 won't do as much, though. It does still do 9.4k, 12k. That's still a ton of damage here. Now, the Poly is going to be able to drag and potentially kill off the Ilanav. It does not kill.
It's living by 402 HP, hanging on by a thread, but that's all she needs to do her effective job here. People are low on both sides, but I think there's going to be a different efficacy to the overall tempo. There's still a problem to deal with the Janua, as Empyrean Ilanav dives in, spear handed ready, and goes straight into the Janua.
Doesn't proc the immortality! It doesn't proc it!
It was so close, but a little bit of a hair flip as people all over the board get into the match here. Everybody's waking up just to do their goddamn job. Get to it, ladies and gentlemen. People need to die like yesterday, because there's a lot of
sleep here, though. Will he land the sleep? He misses the sleep! It resisted!
Despair.
Oh, and the sweet miracle bringing back Conqueror Lilius. AB might just be back into the game. One hit takes out the Imperia, and now AB is the one in the driver's seat. 4v3, and oh, Janua's ready to go. S3 comes through from the green. Celine, lots of damage, eats away the Lone Crescent Bologna, gets her right out of here.
No stealth to protect him, though. Swipe comes out on the DDR. The second one's going to come through clean. I don't care about those buffs on your head. You're out of here.
Can Candy clutch this out for a Lifton?
Oh!
Is it possible?
Captain!
Is it possible?
We
If he
need
can
you,
kill this Janua, Candy can turn the tides here.
All it needs to do, it needs to take out the Janua.
It doesn't
Not
kill the
enough
Janua.
damage. Does she
The
get a
stealth
counter?
mitigates the damage.
One counter salvo will do it. Counter?
Does he salvo?
Protects herself.
40% chance, no
No
salvo.
salvo! Will he counter salvo here on the last hit? No counter. He still has the indomitable here. He has that defense buff. Will
Anti-crit, anti-crit as well. Anti-crit, anti-crit, anti-crit.
Oh no! The
Bro!
crit! Takes out the Navy Captain Landy. AB will be sending himself to the next round of Vic's Archaeology RTA Tour. What just happened?
Wow.
That
I
was
mean,
a good fucking set.
you cannot just look at that and say the preparation was not there from ABAB. I mean, he had the ER Janua ready. He had the effect resistance Politis ready. I mean, knowing that Elifton plays a heavy ML Lua style, he prepped for sure to swap his builds over to ER to resist. And that DDR landed a Venom, but the Soulburn S1 missed the sleep on Janua. I mean, Elifton's going to be thinking, how much ER did that Janua really have? Because that could have went either way.
It could have went either way, but at the end of the day, just like Valk on your stream right now, Vic, he's disappeared from sight. All of his units just gone in the blink of an eye, and that was something I wanted to highlight. Something a little bit special about that match, as you might not have noticed, ladies and gentlemen. That was an impossible match in today's current meta. Why? Because both third picks on both teams were banned out. That middle slot there, where some of the most dangerous, like some of the most reinforcing units for their drafting styles were placed, both of those options were banned out on both teams, making what you just saw a completely impossible match in current today's meta, and that's what makes this tournament unique here.
I'm gonna just say it. You're in this Divine Vixen it with me. We've been in the content creator program, and we've been pushing to get this format back on the ladder for probably the entire last year, right? Maybe a year and a half, and all I can say is, man, I miss this format. This format is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is about to be sundown here, which means I have to. I mean, the blinders are out. Like, this is the most light that's going to hit my room. I think I need to.
Now, something I really want to highlight is, like, first pick is very strong. We know first pick is really strong. They have that advantage. They can counter pick way better than second pick. And currently, from the matches that we've seen, first pick has not lost. But one thing that we haven't noticed is, for example, that Mort fear being cleansed. That Celine not having enough speed to cut right after the Politis presses S3 and then getting revealed by that Conqueror Lilius, right? And being controlled and not being able to do her job in killing. I mean, a lot of these things comes down to, specific builds. It comes down to very, very small details, right? And even though the first pick has won 6 games in a row, the second pick has put up a decent fighting chance. I mean, there has been those windows where they can win, but they just need a little bit more RNG on their side.
It's just a little bit. I mean, these guys are just drafting so well. We got to see a lot of really good drafts. And, okay, at this point, next matchup, oh, man, we got some really good matchups. We finally got Aoki and Izuku. What's our expectation here? I mean, oh, man, this is just good matches all around. I'm just happy to be here. This has been a great week so far.
So, luckily, I was able to do a little bit of research on some of the contestants. Izuku is obviously a familiar person of the community, hangs out in many streams, and also was part of our Legend Watch last season. If you guys haven't seen one of those yet, is when Valky hops on and has a bunch of different streams open and watches who is pushing for Legend and tries to make it. And Izuku was really close, but wasn't able to secure it. However, with that being said, I do believe that he is back stronger than ever. And he is one of those aggro players that plays a lot of the Lone Wolf Payra, plays a lot of the New Moon Luna, a lot of the Veronica, the BBKs, and stuff like that. Whereas Scuff Aki also is a very aggressive player as well, playing stuff like Amid, playing stuff like Sea Phantom Politis, and wants to kind of contest that first turn. So, we're going to see, are they going to change up their styles? Are they going to have any tech prepped for one another? Have they done research on one another for any special picks? I mean, aggro versus aggro, it comes down to who's faster. So let's see if they did a little bit of homework before their match today.
Yeah, you talk about you talk about failure, you talk about that failed legend climb, and you know what? As we all know personally from experience, there is no greater teacher than failure, and you always come back stronger from that. That's why I always say, you know, especially in the bigger tournaments in E7 World Cup, when you do have that losers bracket, it's those people you have to watch out for the most. They've got that dog in them. They've got that eye on the prize, and we've got a prize of over $1,000 here. I keep saying it because I can't believe it. I'm going to be honest with you. I keep saying it to try to remind myself how that is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, but it is absolutely 100% the glamorous spot in a lot of these players. You're seeing them at 100%. You are not seeing any joking around. You're not seeing any kidding around. You're not seeing any fooling around. This is the place where people are going at each other with dog on dog action, and we're going to see which one piles on top at the end of the day.
And with
I'm
that,
just gonna turn off my camera real quick because for those of you that are doing Ramadan, I'm just not gonna eat in front of you guys. So just
No. Well,
yeah.
here the fast just ended.
Has it ended everywhere?
No, well, it depends. It has to be sunrise every. So in East Coast, people are good.
Okay, yeah. So I guess for West Coast, the fast breaks in what, 3 more hours?
Whenever their sunrise is, I don't know.
Well, you know,
Look,
we might be breaking the fast, but these guys are breaking the draft. I'm sending it right in. Let's go.
I would not like to make that contract. That's a devil's contract on Scuffed Aki's side.
Okay, wow. Pre-bans goes through, and these guys have a mirror. I would say this is probably the most standard pre-bans in the game right now. Take out the Harsetti so you get to keep your speed tuning, as well as the Afternoon Soak Flan, just to remove probably the most oppressive DPS unit in the game right now. Both of these guys looking to play the same style, which means first pick, Lone Wolf Payra will be generating a lot of tempo, but on the other side, I mean, Abyssal Youthing comes out. That's a standard response by this point. You want to limit her combat readiness push. Lone Wolf Payra, I think, just has that factor to her. I mean, do you think it's a bit much, Vic, when you, through Abyssal Youthing, if you're generating half your combat readiness, it's more CR than, I think, every single other CR pusher in the game. It's 110% through AU Fiend.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Aki does want to pick up 2 cleansers early, and the Laya on 2 actually gives him a win condition of Laya S3 and resetting over and over and killing the entire team. Now, also, he has 2 cleansers versus Luna, right? Will Izuku look to speed it up and pick some more tempo units? And more actually does come through for Aki as well to try to counter pick that Abyssal Youthing that has been picked out very early on by Izuku. And Izuku does go for the Frida Zani on 3, the go. And Fire Ravi coming out, noticing that the Laya and more are both Earth Elemental units cannot 1v2 that Ravi. If it comes down to that wire there, Ravi will be victorious. And Aki has a 4-5 here that is going to really decide the game. And this is the power of having first pick advantage, right? Is that you are able to see what the second pick person is taking on the 4-5 and 3-4, I mean, and just hard counter them and pose and ban last, right? Whereas as Izuku's side here, at second pick, he has to kind of decide what he's going to ban here and then make his last pick and try to play that draft out, play to his win conditions that he has set here. And Aki does go for a Karina to address the Fire Ravi. I'm not a huge fan of that because you can get sealed, and Celine is also a decent pickup to kind of deny the Frida S3. But another unit that's not very good into Ravi here. So if Izuku can try to position himself in a way to maybe ban the Karina or ban the Payer to deny the tempo, he might be okay. But trying to play off that Emo Luna here with the Frida, I mean, one of them can get banned out. I mean, this is going to be a really tough draft for Izuku to play here.
Insignificant.
Does lock in the RB on 3 so that if he does press any non-attack skills and Celine does hop onto that Vildred, he can get that second turn and get that S3 off right away. But we'll see what Aki and Izuku post ban here, because honestly, this is anybody's game. And we do see the Fire Ravi postban coming out from Aki to make sure he doesn't get cucked by it. Because look, he has 3 Earth units. I mean, I don't think he can let Fire Ravi 1v4 you, right? So Izuku actually goes for the Karina ban to deny the Wincon versus the Ravi, thinking that it would go through. Now, Izuku does get the first turn here. He is going to be in front, so he will be able to get that Soulburn S3 off here. Now, Soulburn S3 does mean that the Celine is not going to be able to proc, and Frida will move forward. So we'll have to see if this Vildred is going to have enough speed on his build to bridge the gap to get that damage out.
Ooh, and this is where you dot your I's and cross your T's. Double check your speed tuning. Does that get you in? I mean, Izuku does hit the Soul Burn on the Luna, which means he's going to be all in, and we are pushing in all of our advantage, all of our resources into this turn, but not going to be enough to get his Arbiter Vildred the turn versus Aoki's team. Lone Wolf Payra will be revving her engines, generating those combat readiness, and I think the big part is, do you get that turn? Does the Laya cut through the Abyssal Yuffie? And if it does, I think Izuku's in a lot of trouble. And ooh, does he cut? I'm not sure if he does. We'll be pushing.
Ooh, that's huge. Izuku's gonna be able to get 2 S3s off with RB. Celine dies right away. Counter comes out from the Mort here. Procs at S2, does not kill the RB immediately. And this is really bad. Sweet Miracle does proc on the Laya here as well. And Aki's going to be in a really tough spot here. That skill effect nullifier is still on that Luna, which means that fear from Mort is not going to stick. Goes for the S1, doesn't land the Defrix, so the skill effect nullifiers does stay on still, and he doesn't get slept. This S3 is going to heal this Mort up by for a ton here. RB is going to die and get that second S3 off here. Completely kills the Luna in the front. Gab comes off for Izuku here. Soulburn S3. Let's see how much damage it's going to be able to do. Will it be able to kill? Will Yuffie come up from Fear?
Descending Blade comes through and it knocks the Mort right out, kills the Laya as well, and now Abyssal Yuffie just slowly getting herself that turn. We're going to be able to close out the game slowly but surely.
Someone to ride with?
Now, this is not over. Payra can defense break here, and Yuffie still can't counter. So if he's able to hit this RB and deny that extra hit and Frida stays asleep, this is still a game. Oh no, he missed.
Can you keep up with me?
Oh, the miss is scary. I mean, Arbiter Vildred, for every turn he could get, it's just so much more. I mean, okay, goodbye, Mort. That you hate to see that attack buff.
Oh man, that's a quick 1-0 for Izuku there.
Oh man. And it's just, you have so many things you need to worry about now that you don't have the third pick ban protect, right? Like, it just adds to the complexity of what you need to remove from your opponent for both sides, but especially when you're defending, just because there's so many more annoying utilities you really have to keep in mind and try to play around.
And like that's what we saw as well, right? Like I can feel a little bit of Aki's kind of indecisiveness here on that 4, right? Like you see the Luna come out, and we pick the green Celine there. If she gets sealed, she can't proc, she can't cut, she cannot do her job, right? So Aki having a little bit of a blunder there. Maybe it's the tournament nerves, maybe it's the inexperience with the third pick ban protection not being available, but that green Celine pick was definitely a little bit of a blunder. But he does have that first pick, and so far we have seen first pick win every match except that match we just saw. So hopefully Aki can pull this back here and take advantage of the first pick and play to game 3.
Opting for the first pick, let's see how he turns this around.
And this is one of the problems where you do have the same pre-bans there, right? Everything is open, right? All the other games that we've saw the Zio Harsetti pre-ban, we saw the Lone Wolf Power pre-ban, the BBK pre-ban, like you had the pre-ban other stuff, right? And because they're playing on the same pre-bans, there's a lot more units available to them to abuse. And Aki does go for the Abyssal Yuffie ban while Izuku bans that Luna, recognizing that he doesn't have first pick and he doesn't want to fight against it.
That has been a very, very common move we saw today. The moment you don't have first pick anymore, just ban the Luna. She's too much to deal with in this format. There's too many other things you have to worry about. Can't always just ban the Luna, and you are not guaranteed a cleanser, especially a cleanser that could CR cut. It really throws a wrench in your plans.
And Aki does go for the Sea Phantom Politis here on first pick to take a little bit of the aggression, the aggro here. Izuku decides to opt for the Crow and the Emolua here. Now, this Emolua is a very good response into Politis because you can buff stack with Prot Set, with Bastion, with Guiding Light, and S3, and go after the Sea Phantom Politis, not even care if she takes the first turns, because you can kill that second unit that's right after her. So Aki needs to recognize this and pick accordingly to try to address that Helion Lua.
Especially with so many good protection sites now in the game. You have your Blue Crow, you have even Adventurer Ross, and, you know, most of all, right now, the big mommy of tanks, Albedo. There's just too many options, especially even if you're not very fast, right? Hellion Lua is going to be able to get value. Any good opener, especially if they can start out the fight stealth, can just free themselves. And, ooh, okay, I was not expecting the Ahmed. I think we're seeing some crazy pivots. We're seeing a little bit of crazy pivots here. I wasn't expecting this.
So, like I said in the very beginning, Aki does really favor playing Amid. And the one thing about the Fiend ban that tells you is there's only Fire Politis that you can pick to deny the Amid, right? But Amid cannot be put on third pick ban protection. And Izuku decides, you know what, I'm not picking Fire Politis. It can't get through the draft. I'm going to play faster. I'm going to pick the Zeo. I'm going to go tempo. I'm going to run you over. And he has those books to soul burn the Emolua just in case it is on a high ER Amid or on a high ER DDR. And Aki is opting to go for the Fire Politis to deny the Requiem Rowana from taking a second turn immediately after the opener in Zeo here, or Emolua.
I think at this spot, you have to take the red poly, just because I think Izuku committed the Requiem Rowana a little bit early here. She's 100% reliant on the combat readiness push, and with Abyssal Euphine banned out, you have no other choice. You kind of need to take the red poly here. And with a Hellion Lua in the draft, there might be a world where, you know, she uses that ultimate and you just stun his entire team. GG no re.
Wow, Stene coming out from Aki, recognizing that, you know, it can't be countered on S1, right? So basically, even if those challenge buffs do go up, that Stene can still free hit absolutely behind all the rest of the units here and still be duking out damage here. But Izuku is a little bit in the driver's seat. I mean, you know that he has the double book, he has the tempo, he's going to guarantee the first turn, he has the mitigation, he has the game on a timer with Crow S3. I mean, this is just going to be really hard for Aki to turn around here, but I'd like to see the game go to a game 3, so I'm rooting for the left side this time.
Ooh, both players winning that 50-50. One doesn't want to deal with the resets, well, and the other, you don't want to deal with half the combat readiness push. And now I think this has been a very balanced team composition. Zeo will be seizing up that first turn. I mean, you have the choice to push back the...
Will it tag Amid?
Does that even land, though? Like, that's got to be high ER, right? Okay. No, drops it on the Ray. Pushback plus the silence, and a huge chunk of ace HP fluffed out here completely.
Izuku is completely teched out, right? Like, he says, you know what, I'm not going to push back your Amid. I'm not going to be subjected to an FRS check. I'm going to push back that DDR so that you don't get the tempo. I'm buff stacked with the candy, with the anti-crit, with the barrier, with the guiding light, with the immunity, so that even if you press Sea Phantom Politis, you're not going to be able to mess up my tuning here. And Amid does push up that Stene here, but this Sea Phantom Politis is going to be able to get that S3 before Polly moves, so she's going to be dragging Polly every hit, so this is going to be really big here.
And this is exactly what we mean when I say a character is correctly buff stacked. I mean, Sea Phantom Politis only strips 2 buffs, and the Hellion Lua has so many buffs on her, she's going to be able to retain the immunity. She's not going to be pushed back. You can't slow her. She's going to be coming, but damn! That is a lot of damage put down on that Zeo.
I mean, when you have that rage, that attack buff, that crit damage buff, I mean, you just do so much damage. But the Emolua here does rep the Soulburn S3, and DDR is going to for sure die from all the challenge damage that's coming in, even with that skilled nullifier. And we do see that the candy, that did about like almost 6k damage, so that is a damage candy here. So Izuku is in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, Blue Crow is going to be charging in right into the enemy team, puts up the defense buff. Spectre Tenebria does hit, doesn't proc the challenge, and, you know, even with only half his team having that challenge buff, this is still so much value going over towards Izuku, just showing the power of the Hellion Lua. And one more time, she gets another turn. I mean, both enemies already provoked. It's not too much work for her to be done. All you gotta do here is just weather out the storm, and, Ooh, another Spectre Tenebria attack. Do you think the Spectre Tenebria, without the damage buffs, has a chance to break through this composition?
So I think Izuku actually fumbled a little bit here because if you focus the Amid, right, Sea Phantom Poultice goes into stealth every single turn, so that allows you to actually hit that Stene, right? So maybe a little bit of wasted damage there on those few turns, right? But I think Izuku is still in a really good spot because he does still have that Crowd S3. He has a Soulburn for the salvo. I think he's in the driver's seat for sure.
And now, I mean, Aoki needs to tempo it back up. Soulburn's the Amit doesn't quite finish off the Zeo there, the defense buff keeping him healthy. Sea Phantom Politics once again hits, drags. Is that a counterattack?
Counter.
Goes into the
Headshot.
poly, takes her right out. That is huge. Gives her enough souls as well to drop the Soulburn. And now Aoki is really on a timer. Ooh, Salvo comes through. Looks like the Amit is out.
And this looks like a quick 2-0 by Izuku to move on to the next round. Stene for sure is not going to be able to do enough to get through the entire team. GG's, congrats to Izuku, and moving on to the next round.
You want me to straighten your hair?
I think that's our first 2-0 of the day, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I don't know about the bracket, but for that set, yes.
Oh man. Okay, well, let's do a quick bracket check. I think we're missing one of our participants.
Let me see if somebody DM'd me. I was busy.
Yeah. We need Meow Mixed. That's who we need. He should be hitting you up, right? Meow Mixed.
Yeah,
and
he
Jello.
just messaged me.
We got Jello in here, so Meow Mixed time to move in. Aoki says, I was nervous. It's okay, it happens, man. Like, the nerves will hit you during tournaments, and, okay, perfect time for me to fix the camera. Let me know when Meow Mix is in the lobby so I can, just take the time to fix the cameras.
Valky, I'll leave it up to you guys. AB and Asia is saying it's 7 a.m. Is he able to play his game before this set?
Is he able to play this game? I'm kind of down for it. Let's see.
I don't mind. I mean, it's up to
Where is
Jello.
he?
It's up to Jello and Meow Mix, to be honest. If they're okay with it, then yeah, absolutely. But I don't want to step on their shoes and just make the decision.
Yeah, if Jello and Meow's cool with it, I'll ask Jello.
Yeah,
Jello
Meow
is
Mix says he doesn't
definitely-
mind.
Yeah, Jello is definitely in the middle of Monster Hunter right now.
Yeah,
so,
that's why I'm texting him.
if he gets carded back, I'm glad to be back. We ate our food very quickly. I don't know what correction needed means. Correction complete. I don't know what the fuck that means, but
Somebody was playing
Okay,
ML Lua.
so-
Somebody was definitely playing ML Lua, bro. It's too early for this, man. It's Saturday. It's not even Masugaki Monday yet. Come on. All right,
not
Jello's cool with it.
Masugaki Monday.
Okay,
Jello's
cool.
cool with it. So yeah, we'll
Okay, so,
we'll run AB set first.
Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna finish my food. So Divine, take it away because you just
We need
left
AB
me out
and
to
a Nuo
die.
for this. Wait, actually, I think you know what? You guys are cool to just play this off stream. Actually, now that I look at it, because well, you know what? Yeah, let's get a Nuo in here. A Nuo, DM Divine for the rune password. Let's get you guys in there, get the set ran, and then let's get the match casted. What the fuck? Are we good? Okay, I think we're good.
I'm standing by for messages on so and so and such and such.
Yeah, once a new is in the lobby, I think we can run it. All right. All right, well, the guys are in here. The moment they're readied up, I think we'll be ready to send it. No, the guys are just, they're darkening their camera because they're eating, and people are here on Ramadan, so they don't really want to hit you with the food. They don't want to make anybody too hungry when it's very haram to do so. Yeah, because it's not breakfast everywhere yet. All right, these guys are ready, locked in. We saw AB take a really good set versus a Lifton earlier, and you know, it really came down to like a 1 to 2 turn difference. Didn't get to see a Neo. Good to see him here. Let's send the match, see what we're all about, what the pre-bans are. Wow, the Rogue Warrior. The first thing I noticed is that he doesn't have a guild. He's really fighting out here on his own. Man,
Oh,
left
he's
my
in
guild
between. He's
today,
in
man.
between.
He's
He's
in
in
left my
between
guild,
guilds right
man.
now. He's in between.
Oh, because it's a Saturday, and Saturday is the day you quit your guild to put yourself on.
He left my
cooldown.
guild for Baka 7,
Yeah.
man. Like, where's the justice?
Well, as far as I know, there's lots of fans of content creators out there. Of course, we've got Prof Boys, the Prophets. But as far as I can tell, Nuo is one of the Sewers. He's a part of the Sewers gang.
I see. Well,
Yeah,
the Sewers
he's-
do be banning ML Luna and Red Flan, so that's perfectly normal. And I mean, at this
It
point,
checks
Lone
out-
Wolf
it
Paver
checks out.
does
There's-
come in.
So there's there are the people that are like in Sue's chat and a part of his whole thing. They're the Sewers, and then there's the real dedicated Sue fans. We call them the Sewer sluts. But
Oh, it's like
he's
that.
coming out.
Okay.
You know, it's just there's some people that they take their fanaticism to another level, and I have to commend it. I have to respect it. You know, it takes a lot to dedicate yourself towards.
I mean,
everything
are
that
you
another
really a
person
fan of
has
your
to
streamer
have.
if you're not hitting them up on Rivals to be their heel slut? Let's be honest here.
Yes, absolutely.
Are you really a fan? Like that's I mean, I feel like at this point it doesn't really need to be said, but Anil does pick up the Sea Phantom Politis as well as the Albedo. Both players setting up their first pick with one of the most powerful openers in the game, followed up by one of the best protection set knights in the game. But I do think Urban Shadow Shoe though, just so strong. I mean, you've been away from the game for a while, Divine, but this character is she's just good. She's hella good because the game is slowing down, and when the game is slowed, the rat is good.
Yes, the rat does come out as an extension of the Mesugaki Monday Nightmares currently coming on. Try to correct this, as the kids would say. I don't know. Vix Chat isn't here. I'm still trying for you guys though. Briarwitch area, plenty familiar with that as well.
The Briarwitch. I think this is going to be a DPS Briarwitch. I'm thinking about it. I think Briarwitch is mostly played as an opener now, but if you look at the characters like the ML Pera, the Urban Shadow Shoe, Briarwitch hides from all the single target damage and then strips all the buffs, unbuff comes in. It's maybe a little bit too much for this team to handle. Navy Captain Landy does come out as well. I don't know if that's like necessarily the best pick versus Blue Crow, but solid pick nonetheless. And anytime you're not going to be fast, you're going to have to deal with Knockwall. That is the reality of the world we live in.
Is that all?
Let's just say I have special privileges to see the exact chat some of these players are in. Is this the second time Landy is being drafted into Careless?
I think so, yeah, and he always pulls out the Lone Crescent Bologna. You know, I
Yeah.
always thought it would be a bad matchup. Like, you don't want to be in the position where you're picking Lone Crescent Bologna into the Sea Phantom Politis, but hey, it's AB we're talking about. He always knows something I don't. You know, when you say he must know something I don't, usually you're being sarcastic, but AB always knows something I don't, and I'm sure he's cooking something up right here. Laya comes out as a last pick, maybe to counterpick the Knockwall, but you do put yourself in a 50-50 in this exact scenario. And I wonder if that's what Anua is thinking. You know, versus a really good player, versus one of the best, do you take a 50-50? That might not even be the worst.
Might not be the worst, but Anuo has plenty of the support from his fellow sewer sluts coming in through. What is this they're saying? If Sue has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Sue has 10 fans, then I'm one of them. If Sue only has 1 fan, then that is me. If Sue has no fans, then that means I'm no longer on Earth. If the world is against Sue, then I am against the world. So I told you, there is some dedication in the leagues of the sewer sluts coming out here live, and you love to see this kind of burgeoning love for the community coming out from its most dedicated fans. As I said, Prof Boy has the Prophets, Sue has the sewer sluts, Tristan Wolf has the Wolf Gang, and of course Valk, you have your Valkyries. Everybody's got this lovely support on their side, except for me. Everybody go fuck yourself. It's me against the world. That's the real one. Now, coming back into the match here, Lone Wolf Para showing off the goods, going in overdrive. I'm going to be honest with you, no idea what this does, but she has a defense break, which has to make her a good unit, because everyone has a goddamn defense break at this point. We're giving them out like candy at this point. Who cares?
And speaking
The
of
Knockout
candy,
does go for the
it's sealed up.
S3.
Yeah, go ahead.
landed on everything. Even when we saw the Bastion of Hope coming out from the poly. I mean, this seal is going to be really big here. It doesn't
Unless it gets
actually seal off the
resisted.
adamant shield on Albedo. So, you know, AB is in a pretty good spot here. You know, you do have Sea Phantom Poultice, which can negate some of the fighting spirit gain from Lone Crescent Bellona, but we are seeing AB trying to run down that Albedo, take out the mid early on so that Lone Crescent Bellona can just 1v3 the rest of the draft, right? And
Ooh, and I mean, but here though, you're just behind, so behind on tempo. Every single unit taking their sweet ass time. Navy Captain Landy, of course, at the bottom of the combat readiness bar. And now, Albedo is getting shredded apart by this Lone Crescent Bellona. Oh, just so much damage comes through. And even with Sea Phantom Poultice cutting all of your fighting spirit gain in half, this Bellona is looking like a great pick so far. Soul Burns, this Lone Wolf Peyra, no defense break will be coming through, but takes out the Albedo. And I think here, Careless is just so ahead in the game, he's marching a steady beat.
yeah, and I mean, if you don't ban Aqua when you're playing a bit slower and you're playing that turn too, like you're gonna get run over. And like you said in the draft, when you're subjecting yourself to a 50-50 ban, it's usually not gonna end up too good for you because you're not able to predict what the opponent's gonna ban, and you can't dictate how you're gonna play it out. And this is exactly what we saw, right? The Aqua was just able to land the blind, land the reset or bind, and just run a Nuo over really easily. Quick
Okay, so just let me clarify here real quick. So ML Peyra is a dark opener with a defense break that also AoE defense breaks and speed up and evasions up your other dark units?
On
Yes.
burn, yes. If you burn, yeah.
Okay, alright, Anuel, I got some hot advice for you. Now, I know you're a big fan of Sue and his playstyle. I'm going to tell you a fun fact right now. You cannot play fair against this. Sue likes to pick a lot of things that are fair and balanced. I need you to find the broken as fuck shit. We cannot fight fair. We are not fighting. We are not fighting. We have to fight fire with fire. We're not fighting fair against this stuff. It's time to unleash all of this, everything you've got in the tank, put it all together and shoot it back at Careless and make your victory ploy right here because he will run you over. That is why Rand is his avatar. He will run you over otherwise.
I'm just gonna say, AB, if you're listening, let's just 2-0 Nuo. He left my guild. Like, let's just 2-0 him. Like, Rack Turbo, Giga, Alpha, Omega, Giga Turbo.
Death
Fuck
to
it.
the traitors!
Like, let's just 2-0 him. All right, let's get him out of here.
I actually happened to hear the conversation where they were trying to siren song Anua over, and it was exactly this. Come on, don't you want to be a part of a guild that doesn't take guild wars seriously? So you know what? You might have some justification to the rage there, Vic. I'll have to give you that.
AB Nico cheer is all I'm saying. Yes, sir. All right, so the pre-bans are going to be decided here. What will a Nuo pre-ban? What will Careless pre-ban? So Sea Phantom Poultice pre-ban is going to come out from a Nuo, and the Illinap is going to be pre-banned for AB side. Lone Wolf Player being picked up right away by a Nuo, and AB is not missing a beat, picking the Conqueror Lilius immediately into the Janua, taking advantage of the fact that Illinap is pre-banned. Now, there is still a unit like DN that's available that can put up that pen resistance, but will a Nuo decide to play that line? I'm not sure. We'll see.
AB really seizing for himself that Conqueror Lilius right there, and that's just the power of the what, 310, 311, 312 we're talking about, right? You just don't ever lack the options for openers. I think Anuo put himself in a really good spot versus most players. I mean, you banned out so many of the openers, you take the first pick Peyra, and ooh, good call there, takes up the DN, but now we're going to need to see a little bit of DPS action on our side. Don't show a nipple now, Divine. That will get me banned on Twitch. Actually, you're getting 2 guys banned on Twitch, so just be careful there, homie.
I was like, oh, my head is cut off. I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, how many gifted for Divine to start twerking? Thoughts?
Hey, let's put our thoughts to the match at hand here, ladies and gentlemen. Because we got Death Dealer Ray coming out to spread a little bit of his plague about 2 water users on the right side. I'm really just yapping because I'm desperate to move the conversation forward, as Anuo's desperate to move forward with a win on the board in the best of 3, because if he loses here, he's going home in a flash, like how I hope to not have to flash anyone. We're going to stop those conversations real quick here, as we need to get quick and speed up into the action here. I just don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Now, AB does pick up that Blood Moon Haste on 3. because he basically said, I don't even care if you pick DN. It almost looks like he's positioning to ban it. However, he does pick the DDR, which means that if he does put up that pen resistance, DDR can closely follow behind and put the sleep on, strip out that pen res, and not even care. So almost like Neo can't even rely on DN being a force ban here, right? So pick up the ML Hua Young. That can extinct the Conquer Lilius and the Candy that can play off Elbrus here, but you know, if you're AB, you're completely in the driving seat here. You have complete freedom to kind of pick whatever you want here. Now, one pick that I think could be interesting is Gala. Oh, and there it is. The Gala comes out from AB. Seeing that there's a Candy pick, it can completely tank the Hua-Young. Janua can't die to Hua-Young. I mean, Anua's in for a world of pain in this match.
And that's the expert. I mean, AB's been around since the beginning of RTA, and that's something you would totally expect out of somebody who's been playing the classic format, the no third pick ban protect. And like you said, wow, DN comes out real quick, and out she goes, taking out the Gala Lilius as well. That's going to be quite a pivotal unit in this matchup, and you don't really want to deal with it, especially if you don't have to.
Are we talking
Let's see
about
who
Oh, go ahead. You're more handsome.
Let's see who takes the first turn here. So Conquer Lilius is going to get that S3 off. We do see the Sweet Miracle come up here. And will Anua be on Sweet Miracle on Payra to try to cleanse? We see the Warhorn proc, so we know it's not Sweet Miracle. And AB knows that, so he's going to try to... Oh, he actually goes for the lockdown on the Crow instead here, recognizing that his entire team is so slow. And even if Payra puts up the Rampage and all the other buffs here, I mean, Hua can't get the buffs, and DDR can absolutely strip them right after, so... Oh, I knew I was going to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Ooh, the engine gets revved now. I mean, he needs to make a play, and he's just tempoing up. You need to be pushing your tempo, pushing your advantage. Start making a difference, start doing something, but here comes Death Dealer Ray, and this is not a spot you want to be stuck in.
I hope you find it.
As I said, there's a lot of disgusting options in this game, and Death Dealer Ray has been at the top of that list for a long time now, only landing one of the sleeps, but still, he's going to push up his team and see if they can handle the rest from here. The other Dark Knight comes in, strips that buff, and what do you know? He loves seeing them because he gets the extra attack, which puts this little lady back in it. Stomping
that was
down.
So much damage from the haste. Oh my god, the kick didn't even do anything.
Break the barrier.
Can't break the barrier.
And there goes Candy.
I just have not felt it with the Candy picks today, especially in Careless. He knows how to fight back against them so well, and I don't think he's made a single misstep when fighting into these Candy draft openers.
And like we said, I mean, this is the experience that's coming out, right? Where AB is like able to dictate the draft, and like I said, right, pick DPS options, pick support units, and recognize how to counter pick the enemy here. And that experience is really showing here, right? And Nuo seems to have, you know, kind of blundering a little bit with the Candy pick, hoping to get some lucky Elbruses. But, you know, in this moment here, there's not really much Nuo can do anymore, especially with DDR slowly chipping down that Crow. Hua-Yang can't do it all alone by herself, especially with Janua ignoring her defense.
I will say that Blood Moon Haze is looking like the safest and steadiest anchor in all of existence. Just absolutely sitting there, not taking any damage, not doing anything. Battle's been paused real quick, but I'm sure, I mean, that Blood Moon Haze isn't going anywhere. Also, double checking with both players, you guys are good?
Anuo hit us with the...
Can't lose if I'm paused forever, right?
Close the phone out, dude. Close the phone out.
It's that messed up. I don't know. He's stopped time in a desperate attempt. You know, it's everything that you want, but none of the things you need. There's. I mean, let's just all take a nap like Crow, right? Just go take a nap.
Crow was ready to get back into action, and then the dual attack from the Conqueror Lilias and the Ray's just like, nah, you're going back.
Let's cry.
My Wi-Fi is a little sketch, I see. Give AB the win, though. Okay, yeah, I'm assuming, yeah, like, okay, yeah, we were just top writing real quick right there. I mean, AB is just... AB's AB, man. That's the AB difference. He's been competing since the beginning of RTA. He is going to be one hell of a man to beat. I mean, today's one thing, tomorrow... he's still going to be here. And I think with that, AB, you know, will move himself over to the top 8 cut of the tournament. Yeah,
Yep.
he is playing from Asia, so we had to make an exception so he could get his match done right away. That way we move it in. But after this, we will be playing Jello versus Meow Mixed, and that's going to be one hell of a matchup to be having. And also, don't forget, guys, prize pool of $1,100. I mean, you shouldn't be surprised that these guys are going crazy. These guys are going all in. These guys are holding nothing back.
So, if you guys probably know Meow Mix. You're familiar with them. Ex-guildie of mine, in Talentless, but he has been playing PoE a ton. And from what I hear, Jello's also been playing a ton of Monster Hunter Wilds, right? And
These guys have not been playing RTA at all whatsoever. Neither one of them.
Yeah, they have both been playing RTA. So
I have actively seen Jello grinding team fight tactics duo queue as much as possible. I have seen him actively with anyone he can find. He's like, let's run duos. Let's run duos. Let's run duos. I've seen him with Valk. I've seen him with Hollow. I've seen him with anyone but me, honestly. He's been grinding that. And you know what? It's still a tactical game. And these are still two astute players. I'm sure they're at the top of their brain game. And hell, forgetting a couple of things might just be the key to coming up with some amazing new strategies. That or they burn out in a $1,000 plus tournament. But it's entertainment either way.
I mean, it's free to enter. I mean, what's the harm, right? You just gotta go. All right. Either way, these players, the moment they lock in, I think we're ready to send it. Ah, yes. All right. Well, let's see. Well, okay, Vic. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about Jello. This is a Banshee gamer, but he's the fastest man in existence. I hate him so much. How about you? I know this used to be a guildmate of... Malmix used to be a guildmate of yours. How would you describe his playstyle?
Slow.
He almost sounds like the opposite of Jello. Jello is a really fast Banshee player. So Meow Mix is a really slow aggro player.
He's turbo slow. We have two sides of the spectrum. One's 5 out of 5, and one is 0 out of 5.
Oh, my brother, 0 out of 5.
Listen, what if you're 5 out of 5 for 50, 60 plus ER pieces, huh? Where's the category for that? Why don't more people talk about those guys? Those are the real heroes, okay?
Oh, and there it is.
Meow Mix actually takes Phantom Politis and Lua here to take two openers with Lone Wolf Pirate Band. Like we mentioned early on, right? Having that Lone Wolf Pirate Band allows you to play the Lua to control your opponent here. Jello immediately recognizes this. He goes for the Zeo, which is one of the hard counters for Payra, and he says, you know what? I know I'm faster. I'm going to pick the Payra. I'm going to stick the Unbuffables. I'm going to restrict you, and I'm going to just run you over by turn 4, turn 5. Right now, Meow Mix is going to be on his back foot here. He has to try to find a way to get out of this. Right, he has 3 picks left, but the third pick is not bad protected again. So, like things that you think before, right? If you're trying to play like Solitaria on 3, right, you're still going to get run over with Payra putting the Unbuffable and the ZOS3 and all that stuff. So, Meow Mix in a really tough spot, right, fighting aggro here.
Yeah, he's got to really think of a out here because you're fighting not only a faster opponent, he's also got Zeo. You know he's fast. He's also got the red flam, but here we take up the BBK. We're hoping the BBK can hold it down. This might even be an effect resistance version of the BBK. What do you think are the odds of that?
Oh, 100%. 100%. If Meow Mixed picked a standard BBK into Payra, we might be trolling. But it's most likely going to be ERBBK, and I think Jello will be able to spot that out. And Meow Mix actually picks up the Infinite Horizon Acades too, basically saying, you know what, I have Giga ER on this build, you're not going to land on me. And Jello is going to pick up Requiem Moana so that he can go for the reset and bridge his Zeo or his Payra and apply that reset so that Meow Mix loses that turn 1 pressure and try to proc that BBK Immortality immediately. Now, Jello can protect Payra on 3P here, but having double openers, you just take 2 bridges on 4-5, and I mean, Jello's in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, what do you think is a good last pick for him to be able to close out this cleave? I mean, I don't know if he's in the middle of a hunt or anything like that, but I'm assuming he wants to close out this match as soon as possible and just go next.
Yeah, more control, right? Like you can't pick Ludwig and stuff like that. You probably can't. You might be able to pick a Politica if you have a high F one, like some players do in High Legend. But SBA seems like a fine pick, and more than likely we're just going to see a Dilibet ban because Dilibet's going to get procced immediately. He can't 50-50 the ban. He has to just ban it, right? And now Meowmix is basically going to FRS check this entire team from Jello, right? He does still have the Flan dual attacks here, so is that going to be overwhelming enough to run over? But Meowmix, again, if he is running that ERBBK, if it's 1 HP and it resists, it can reverse. So just keep that in mind, people.
You're talking a lot about this ERBBK, but unfortunately, I do have to say, he is running it into the one man crazy enough to actually have the effectiveness to burn through. Jello is an actual psychopath. I've tried looking through the records. We have people trying to figure out what exactly asylum he escaped from, but he is certainly one of the more condemned members of the Veritas gang, and he's certainly got some crazy tricks up his sleeve that we'll be able to see here in just a second.
And coming into this, one thing we want to pay attention to is his BBK on ER on immunity? And it is. We see the hostess of the banquet and the Bastion of Hope coming out from the Sea Phantom Politis. Meowmix recognizes that he is slower. He's going to be taking turn 2, so he's going to be playing that ER style that we're very familiar with. And that flat S1 almost kills off that Infinite Horizon Acades here. Now, the Lua does have immunity on, so this S3 from Araminta, if he presses any AoE here, it will not land and it will push his team forward. So this is going to be very... Ooh, S1, burn, procs it. It does push the Lua up. Now, Lua can S3 now. Will he land the provokes on Jello? And he does. He lands 3 out of 4, but on the ones that are very important. Now, Flan does get another dual attack here from Para S1, so this is going to be very dangerous. This BBK is maximum turbocharged. Rage buff, 1 HP, immortality. His second immortality is still available. So, I mean, if I'm Jello, I'm very worried.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good rotation for Meowmix. Big counterattack comes out from the BBK, takes herself to the top of the CR bar. We're gonna rip that S3 right away.
It's Joe over. Zio and Araminta die right away, and the FF comes out from Jello. Meowmix 1-0 with the ER BBK on immunity. Who would have thought?
That ER BBK really clutched it out, especially the moment that Blue Para lost her turn economy. You do not have the unbuffable, you do not have the strip. Oh, Jello was put in such a tough spot. And opting for first pick. Let's see if he can take this next match. Yeah, the matches are fast, the analysis are fast. That is a fast card. And I do wonder, what are they going to pre-ban? Because they know they're going to be racing against each other. Do you think Zio gets taken out, guys? It's 2 cleaver. I mean, it's essentially 2 cleavers, right? One of them has an absolute speed advantage. I think maybe for Jello, maybe he values the turn economy, and instead you just, oh wow, bans out the Zio. He knows he's fast.
Just like you said.
Yeah, bans out the Zio. He knows he's fast. He doesn't want to let Meowmix cheat out any free speed, and takes away the Sea Phantom Politis. He knows that is on a Bastion of Hope now, so not letting Meowmix have his default effect resistance support.
And Sea Phantom Politis is a really good opening pick, especially with Illidan pre-ban, right? The stuff like having Janua, right? We saw AB with a Blood Moon Haste Anchor, right? Having that tempo and the strip and the rage. You can just enable the best DPS in the game in Janua, right? And it's just a really powerful pick. And Meowmix does opt to go for the ML Lua, which is a very common response that we see in the current meta into Sea Phantom Politis. Again, buff stacking, ignoring the fact that it can strip, it can push you back. You can just go for the second rotation after Sea Phantom Politis goes and just kill off the unit after, right, on the second turn. So we'll see how Jello decides to respond into the Lua crowd first pick, or 1-2 that we've seen so popularly on the ladder.
Jello here picks up the Blood Moon Haste. Even if you get the turn here, I mean, he's got ways to be able to stabilize. With Empyrean, Ilanov pre-ban out, Blood Moon Haste, Janua looks like he's ready, and he's ready to barrel down against Meowmix. He knows he's faster, and all you gotta do is run him over with all of that damage. Death Dealer Ray, Blue Crown. Meowmix is really postured. I mean, we saw him play all of these effect resistance carry. Like, if the DDR is on effect resistance, I think Jello is gonna have once again a hard time unless he swings something pretty deadly into his 4 and 5 pick rotations just to take over. Wow. Yeah,
Meru.
those are some annoying units to deal with when you know your opponents are going to be resisting your combat readiness manipulation, your debuffs, and it's definitely not a spot that you're just like, oh yeah, I'll just run him over. You really got to think about, do I bring the damage here? Do I bring the debuffs? And guessing wrong means death.
So the Ran pick comes out from Jello and the Requiem Ruana. A great 2-pick there, because the Ran, in case Meow Mix does outspeed, or maybe unlikely, but that 2-turn immunity is going to negate the provoke on the Emalua, and he picks a secondary bridge in Requiem Ruana, because he says, you know what, if I pick another opener, I need another bridge. I'm either going to go Ran into Sea Phantom Politics and to run you over, or if you give me the Ruana, I'm going to reset your whole team while you're death broken. And that was a great pick here, and Meow Mix is picking the Amiki to position for a Requiem Ruana ban. So what is Jello going to ban here?
I mean,
the bans come out pretty quick. Death Dealer Ray, Requiem Ruana taken out almost immediately. The Doctor can't come in to service, and that Plague is going to have nobody to spread it. But really looking like a locked-out defensive team on the right. And just as you said, Vic, eyeing that Requiem Ruana ban puts him in a position, both of these openers, with their follow-ups for Jello, and if he can survive, Meow Mix might be able to just turn the tide and put this entire set down for good right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen.
But here's the thing, right? With that 2-turn immunity, not only are you negating Emalua, Meru can no longer seal the Blood Moon Haste, the Janua, right? So Meru almost becomes a dead pick, right? So Jello gets that first turn, presses the Sea Phantom Politis S3, strips off that initial barrier from the prot set, and then Ran's going to be able to put up that immunity, and then the Emalua S3 is just not going to get as much value as you're hoping for. And if that Janua already has Rage on the first turn, I mean, I don't know if this Meru is going to be able to survive. Rage attack buff, Ran does go for the S3. It does not quite proc the Amiki to immortality on the first turn. Almost dies out here. And like I said, the Janua is going to have that S1 extra hit into the Meru right here. And that splash will proc the Amiki. So we want to keep that in mind as well. And if that Meru cannot get any seals off, that means Amiki's not going to be able to get any dual attacks whatsoever. Counter comes through, but he does have the immunity, so he doesn't even care. And now he's going to go into Wind Rider, so his second hit is going to do even more damage. And the problem with picking the Amiki in this setup is you're going to have to kill the Blood Moon Haste. And is that on POV? Because if it is, I don't know if he'll die.
I will say, though, Meow Mix does have one thing going for him. He has the full Amiki turn, not on proof, but the splash kills, so it's up to the crowd now. Does the crowd close it out?
No strip.
Once again, yeah.
Oh, Crow is maxed out, but he doesn't get the turn. So this Poly S1 can go into the Crow here. Is he on Holy Sacrifice? He is on Holy Sacrifice, which means the Crow can get an S3 off and kill the Blood Moon Haste.
He doesn't overtake, the enrage value is there.
Will he be able to strip? He does strip. He is going to kill the Crow here, so the Crow is not going to be able to rip an S3 and kill off that Blood Moon Haste. Now the Ren is going to be able to come back, and now it's going to be a 4v2 Amiki versus the world. And Janua still has that second immortality that hasn't been procced yet, or the first immortality. I don't know if Meow Mix will be able to pull this out of the bag, but if he can, Amiki needs to counter now.
Yep, he's gonna have to counter. He's gonna have to counter a whole lot because the damage is free. It's coming right onto his face. It doesn't mean much in the face of immortality, but that only lasts for a set amount of time he recognizes he does not have. It goes off to Jello. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting more close games that are going all the way to the end. That 2-0 stuff from earlier was just a one-time thing. Everyone here is going the distance right now.
We thought that Ran was coming out to launch the cleave, but honestly, that Ran was used more as a defensive utility unit. That Ran had two jobs. Put up immunity against the Hellion Lua, and then suicide himself into the Amiki, activate Blood Moon Haste, and that Blood Moon Haste was able to anchor down the game. Very well played. Great Ran pick. I was a little bit confused at first, but when I saw the vision, I have to applaud him for that draft.
And that's just the experience of being a cleaver and an aggro player, right? It's having your Sea Phantom Politis be faster for tuning so that the Ran can go after, right? If the Ran goes first and you don't break that immunity on that Emalua to put Stigma, she's going to cut ahead. But again, you have that 2-turn immunity, so does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? Maybe not. But it's always just all about tuning when it comes to cleavers, right? You want to make sure everything is super fine-tuned and super tight so that you have the best odds of killing the enemy before they can really do anything and recover. Now, I'm very curious to see how both players are going to play here. Meowmix does have that first pick, and as we've seen throughout this tournament, first pick is extremely more advantageous just based on the drafting order, right? So I'm very curious to see what's going to come out from both sides here. All right, so Sea Phantom Politis Preman does come out from Meowmix here, and the Blood Moon Haze comes out from Jello. And now he doesn't want to deal with the anchor with the Illinois pre-ban, which I completely understand. And Meowmix does have 15 seconds to make his first pick. What is he going to want to go for? All the openers are banned. The Payras, the Lunas, the Flans, the Politis. Will we see an Emalua early on here?
Worry not.
So DDR comes out for Meowmix here. Now, Jello is a very fast player. We're not going to expect the draft, which includes something like a Schneel, immediately taking that Emalua here.
I almost feel like Meowmix is being put on the back foot because you usually pick Death Dealer Ray against a slower player, and Meowmix knows Jello is fast, so maybe this is more of a takeaway so he doesn't have to play against that Ray.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're more handsome. You need to go.
No, I mean, especially, it's a great point that you brought it up because the DDR is a really strong pick on the 4-5, right? On the 4-5 picks, if they're able to get a DDR versus you, it's more than likely going to be a force ban because it'll disrupt your entire draft. And Jello actually goes for the double opener here in Helion Lua and Conqueror Lilius. So we haven't really seen that opening together before because with the Blood Moon Haze pre-ban from Jello's side, Green Celine all of a sudden becomes very powerful. So Meowmix can pick that, but he does need to be wary that he could pick stuff like RB, or Ravi, right? Stuff like that. So, we'll see what he goes for.
We've seen a lot of people relying on throughout the whole tournament on, as you said before, getting their tankier options out onto their supports, or a lot of their openers coming out on first, and then flexing into these options that are sort of their checkmates, right? The Laya, you let me get enough turns, I could put you down in the ground. I'm expecting to see something similar here from Jello as the DPS, as the more solidified options come out. But actually, it's the Dragon King Sharoon putting out a little bit of antagonistic force against the Death Dealer Ray, certainly meaning we won't be seeing that banned at all. And in response to one anti-debuffer, another anti-debuffer comes out. Designer Lilibet joining in the same Mesugaki Nightmare with Dragon King Sharoon over there. These little girls are ready to put back against their offenders all the deluge of debuffs that might be coming down. And somebody tell me that preschool didn't just get let out, because young Senya, straight off the bus, has come in, joining a lot of these tanky Green Knights on the front. Seems to posit a perfectly timed pick here towards the end. Jello's response here at the end is going to be the final one. What's really going to determine pretty much how this entire set goes. Can he find the force ban?
And this is where you see the no third pick ban protection is such a problem, because normally you would have a DPS on 3 and you pick a bunch of utility supports, right, and depth breakers. But because there's no third pick ban protection, Jello is forced to pick another DPS on 5 that's actually going to work against the enemy draft. And Meowmix now has the option of basically saying, I'm going to tank you out and I'm going to ban your debuffer, which is exactly what he does. And this is the first Young Senya that we've seen, which is actually a very strong pick, because right now in Jello's draft, Meowmix has him completely covered. The Dilbeck can cleanse all of the debuffs. The Laya can cleanse if he decides to go for Lua Provoke. If he decides to push back with Conquer Lilius onto the Laya, Dilbeck can cut. Or Young Senya can be next in line and potentially just cleanse right away, right? Now, so Meowmix has a really strong draft here versus Jello's draft, so we'll see what happens here. So Jello is going to be able to get that S3 off immediately, and we see that Conquer Lilius following very closely behind. And we do not see the Provoke land on the Dilibet, but with this Vigor going up, the Dilibet is going to be able to cut in front. And we see the Vigor come through. Now, Meowmix has to almost rip. You have to kill that RB, because if you get RB, get 2 S3s off for fun, you're going to be in for a world of pain. And that actually drags the RB for just some extra chip damage, and honestly, that is terrible. If you kill the RB and he gabs, your team might just blow up.
Might just blow up. I think it's going to be a certainty, and that's why he opts for the S1 there. Doesn't even want to take the risk at all as Laya comes in to provide support. As you know, she isn't a Soul Weaver, but she cleanses the entire team. Why? I don't know. This is my eternal nightmare every single day. And on that note of nightmares, young Senya walling up to the front of the line here, getting that dual attack, of course, but not landing the sleep. But, of course, another chance comes out for the Death Deal Array. This is going to be the applied pressure for most of the team. Let's see how it goes, and that is night-night for the rest of left side.
8 out of 8 debuffs. You definitely don't want to see that. I mean, Meowmix just has so much time to just play the game right here, work down Jello's HP, and Jello needs for something big to happen in order for him to come back into the match. Vic?
I mean, this is going to be tough because, like, Jello did a great job recognizing that he had to ban the Albedo so that his team can burst him down, right? And so now Jello's in a tough spot because he has the Gab, right? He's relying on RB on proc and Gab and then letting the BBK take over. But this Laya is 35.5k HP. That is really damn tanky. So if this goes down to the wire, I can see Meowmix pulling out a win, but an RBS3 into a BBKS3 is a lot of damage to tank, so I don't know if he will have enough for Meowmix to tank it.
The young Senya is 29,000 as well. The Death Dealer Ray is 24,000. His team is just so tanky. Whatever Jello does, he just needs to put down any amount of damage that will let him capitalize on this. The RB Revive, greater attack buff.
It comes on through, and it's going to have to do what it's got to do because there's so much CR manipulation on right side. They're pushing up so quickly. This needs to stem.
Over.
No bullying.
Young Senya is going to wake up the BBK with 1 HP, and that BBK is going to have maximum damage now. And
the DDR is even there to give a free reset. You have to duel here into the BBK. It's the Lion. If it was the Ray, at least it would have been a sleep chance, but no, this is going to be a huge hit for Jello.
And that should be the game.
Oh my god, only one small child left to witness the murder of everyone on the battlefield. It's like her backstory's playing out all over again, except she's gonna go down for good, and Jello gets to go back to the hunt. He's slain this monster, that's the end of the quest. Back to camp with you, buddy. We'll see you on the next one.
And that's why kids are afraid of kids from other kids from high school, man. Like, you got a 10-year-old versus an 18-year-old. What are we talking about, man? The high schooler just absolutely took over the match and ran things over. Jello moving himself into the second round of the tournament.
And that was one of those games where you actually recognize that, you know, that Albedo draft with young Senya and whatnot that we see so prominent right now in the meta heavily relies on Albedo being ban protected, so you can guarantee your mitigation to get through the draft so that your team can do stuff like that, right? If there was ban protection with that passive, with the Aureas, with the prot set, you might be able to tank that RB and the BBK damage. But without the ban protection there, that Albedo can just get banned out at any point in the draft and on any pick, and you just get nuked down, right? But I'm really surprised in Meowmix in not actually looking to ban one of the damage dealers because he had the Dilibet, he had the young Senya, he had basically everything to fight versus an Emerald Sharoon. So I'm really surprised he fumbled that post ban, but that might just be due to just the lack of play in the past few weeks with the PoE launching. But a great match nonetheless, going to the best of 3.
I mean, taking a quick look at our bracket over here, everybody's moved on to, this is technically our second round, but round 3. Somebody's already moved on, so I said this at the beginning, I'll say this once again here. If this is your first time joining a tournament, guys, we're doing this one round at a time, so if you've played your match, and you're on the next round, don't like try to rush through, because we also have to go through the process of, we got to make sure everybody's getting settled, and we also got to decide which matches go up on stream. So,
we also have to verify results, so that's just something, and manage the communication, guys. So
yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, I've not been casting a whole lot because Vic is doing an excellent job filling in my shoes today. I've just been doing communications, checking the listings and making sure the scores are filled in correctly and all that stuff. So that being said, we already watched one match between AB and Anuo. Who do we want to watch for round 2?
So round 2, we definitely want to see Higa versus Mixzilla. XLR versus Mossman is a huge one as well. And I mean, who doesn't
how about Harrison versus Candle? I don't think we've seen that.
I was gonna say that. Yes, sir.
I'm about to say, yeah, the only other thing I see there is Vulcan. As you know, the longer we don't look at Volk, the better he does.
Oh, so we're gonna go body him right now. Is that what we're doing? We're gonna go body Volk. Volk was doing real good. He went 2-0 first round. Let's go watch him. Give him a little bit of performance anxiety. That sound about good?
No.
So let's get Higa and Mixzilla. Let's get Volk and Glitchless. Let's get Candle and Harrison. I guess we already watched one, right? So those are our 3 sets for round 2.
Yep.
All right. So let's see. Higa, Mixzilla, Volk, Glitchless, Candle, and Harrison. Go ahead and DM one of these 2 guys. They'll give you the password to the lobby, and the moment you're in, we'll launch the matches. So for any of you other guys, go find your opponents, settle the room, and then once you play this round, you're done for the day. Tomorrow, if you win, you are in top 8. And once you're there for tomorrow, make sure you're here probably around this time. Actually, we're starting 2 hours later than we started today because of some scheduling conflicts. So it should give people more time to rest up. Poor AB though, he's gonna have to play at 7 a.m. from Asia. It's gonna be an 07 from me.
9 a.m.
That's
like 8 or 9 a.m. I think for him.
Oh fuck. Well, it is what it is. It's on our listing. I can't only say that. So, but the other 6 of you guys, come on into the lobby.
If you guys need a password, just DM me or Divine. Just DM us, and we'll give it over to you.
Yep.
Me and Mossman off stream. No, XLR and Mossman are playing on stream, right? Or who are our 3 matches again?
It's
Harrison.
It's Harrison.
Higa.
It's Harrison, Higa, and Volk.
And
then
Volk.
we also
and
did
Volk.
AB. But I mean, if you guys think we have the energy to do that, how do you guys feel? I'm down for either or.
Yeah, I think the people want to see that one, so yeah, let's do that one too.
You want to do that one too? Okay.
Yeah.
Divine, you up for it?
Yep.
All right, let's throw up Mossman XLR. So we're doing 9 sets today. Can you DM me the password on Twitch? No, homie. I'm managing like 4 windows. I don't know if you see me. I gotta manage Discord. I gotta manage the stream. I gotta manage like 7 other windows, and then I'm also on my phone. So you can hit up these guys. This is the only slack they can cut for me today. All right, holy moly. I mean, looks like they're loaded in. Yeah, let's get Harrison in as well. We're getting some hella good matches. I can't believe how much I missed no third pick ban protect. It's really putting a lot of characters back on the map. Like, I can't believe we got to see Sinful Angelica today. We got to see a lot of Navy Captain Landy, and Lone Crescent Bologna popping off today was definitely one of the last things I expected.
I think Harry might have to wait, unless Higa and Mick are okay with waiting. But I think it's pretty late for Higa too. I think I'm not sure.
Oh shit, okay.
But I'll let them decide. I honestly have no quarrels.
Yeah, and
if we to pull back a little bit just to conclude things earlier so people can sleep. You know, we're big fans of sleep out here. with how much work I've been going through recently and how unfulfilling and voidful it feels, we're big fans of letting people be unconscious for long periods of time.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's let Harrison go first.
Okay, let Harrison go first.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, Higa and Mick say is okay.
Yeah, big fans of Sleep, and big fans of guys like Lord Cactus, Vic Chung, Kamar, Mixzilla, especially Robo Penguin. Get some real money on this, fam. And Xdefy, we are looking at a $1,100 prize pool. We are this is literally the prize pool of a TFT regional. So, hey, if you gotta sleep, you gotta sleep. But let's lock it. Goodbye, Vic. Let's lock it in, guys. Let's lock it in.
For Vic, it is quite literally going down. Yeah. Oh, you got a standing desk?
Yeah.
Fuck, we got a stand for this one? God.
Oh,
Yep,
no, I saw that titty, son.
God damn it. I'm trying my best to...
All right, let's get it. Let's get it.
I don't want to get Valve banned. I don't want him to have to do more productive things this time.
Oh yeah, guys. Sponsored by Opera GX. Click on the link. Download it. That's all you got to do. Thanks. Thank you.
There's no room here for me to stand at. You know what? I'll just stand in the back of the room. Fuck it.
All right, so we're doing Harrison and Candle, right?
It's Harrison and Candle, yes. I don't think
Yeah,
Candle's
okay.
DM me yet. Oh no, Candle's in here. Never
Candle's
mind.
in.
Okay.
Yeah, he DM'd
perfect.
me, so I
Perfect.
he DM'd me. I knew he wasn't playing on stream, but I'm like, Candle's good enough of a player that he's probably gonna make it to a round where we eventually watch him. So I'll just tell him the password.
Yeah.
1108, right? That's Harrison.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Yeah, Kando already knows her password. It's all good, homie. All right, Divine's doing some lifting on the side. I think when both players are locked
It's the
in,
Vic tournament.
it's
The Vic tournament. You got it.
Oh yeah, maybe I tuck in the waistband. I'll do a 4 big guys too at the end. We gotta do it for Vic.
Check the
Yeah, do we know the ready status on both guys? You guys good?
I'll take my password. Oh, yeah.
What is Divine lifting? A dumbbell? Oh, we got kind of close there. Holy shit!
He's lifting his
Listen,
fucking.
the jacket is here, bro. We can't do it.
Oh, he's lifting his fucking BBC. Yes, sir.
That the BBC stands for barbell curls, by the way. That's what just for the people who are unfamiliar at home.
We love barbell curls. We love barbell curls. When you go barbell curls, you never go back.
Yep.
So, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the players that are going to be playing in 1108, known as Harrison and Candlewicks, 1108 Harrison he's a cleaver. He likes to play fast. He likes to play aggro. He likes to choke you out with his speed and just overwhelm you with tempo. Whereas Candlewicks, I haven't really seen him for a couple seasons now. Like I've seen him before where he was playing a little bit turn 2 stuff with like Lion and stuff. And I think last season he was a bit of DDR and Ilanav. But this season I haven't seen him at all. You can see he's in gold. So I'm not really sure what he's got cooked up, what he's prepared. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I will say I like the way. Okay, I really like and dislike the way Candlewicks plays the game. He plays the safest way possible. He'll draft so tanky and then sprinkle debuffs on you. Every time I queue up against him, I look at the draft, I'm like, oh god. And then I go in game, I'm like, okay, it's Candle. Sometimes I see the draft, I'll just give him a win, man. Like, it's so hard to play against Candle. So really interested in seeing how he defends against probably the fastest cleaver on the ladder right now. Also, goodbye, Divine. Once again, okay, Vic, it looks like you still have your head on top of you, so
Give me
it
one
looks
second.
good.
I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, I'm pissed chilling, man. I got it, dude. Don't worry.
All right, perfect. All right, that being said, let's send the first match of the day.
Pick Schneal again and do it.
Oh no. Oh, that's too good.
All right, so we're definitely going to be expecting some Klee pre-bans coming out from Harrison's side. Maybe something like a Zeo or a Bellion. Definitely Harsetti. Harsetti for sure. And we'll see what pre-bans come out from Candlewicks, because we honestly have no information on him. Lone Wolf, Payra, and Sea Phantom Politics are going to come up from Candlewicks. And Harsetti is not banned, which means being a cleaver in Harrison, he immediately picks the Harsetti on his side into the MO Luna from Candlewicks. And Harrison actually pre-bans the Ilanav Young Senya to try to just like use and abuse you. Locks in the Fire Flan so that he can go for that dual attack with the Harsetti potentially. I mean, could this be a fast Harsetti? I wouldn't be surprised.
It's got to be a fast Harsetti, right? Because it's Harrison. If it was anybody else, you could maybe argue, oh, maybe he's pivoting, but I've never seen Harrison pivot a day in my life. Plus, I think the fast Harsetti into, because you can bring a book, right, for fast Harsettis. Soul Burn, defense break into red flank is just such a deadly first turn that as Candle, you have to be cognizant that's always going to be a game plan. That's always on the table, and that's something you have to defend against.
And that's the thing right now too, like, I'm glad you brought up the book thing for Harsetti, because you really have to have immunity on all your units right now, right? Lone Wolf Paper has an S1 death break. Emma Lua has an S1 death break. Having that immunity gives you an extra check versus Emalua S3 if they don't have Soulbird, right? Like immunity is at all-time high in terms of stock value right now, and we see Candlewicks lock in the Blue Crown versus the Fire Flan and the Solitaire to deny the dual attack win con for the Fire Flan. So immediately Candlewicks actually takes 2 counters for that Fire Flan, and Harrison is still in the driving seat, right? Now, one thing that you do need to be mindful of is if Harrison has Harsetti and that's his only opener, could you speed up on him, right? And now he opts to go for Dilibet into DDR. So DDR is going to cover him versus the Corowin condition, and Dilibet's going to give him a cleanse option versus the Solitaria. Now, Candlewicks does have Emo Luna, so he can seal all of that, but, you know, what is Candlewicks going to pick on the 4 or 5? Because he is going to want to ban last tier. So,
I know I said that. I've never seen Harrison pivot a day in my life, but I think we just saw it before. You know, no matter the odds, he was just jamming pre-bans Bellion, jam 3rd pick Ludwig, and now we're seeing him adapt to a pretty, you know, flexible playstyle. Solitaria, Blue Crow, very tanky, and then very heavy on debuffs, completely limiting all of the focus the Red Flam brings. And that's something you would expect a control player would be doing. And Schneel coming out, I mean, have we expected anything different? That's a control player. The control player's DPS is the Solitaria's Fairy Tale for a Nightmare and the ML Luna S2 Splash, right? That's all of their damage diet, and now Janua comes out as well. I would say decent into Death Dealer Ray, but mostly you really want the Designer Lilibet to S3 into you, hair flip, and then you're ready for action.
And great recognition from Harrison's side here, right? So Candlewicks picked 3 units that are really weak into Knockwall, and he basically has no cleanse versus Knockwall. So if you position to ban the Harsetti and fight versus last, now he picks a force ban on 5 where he absolutely gets his Harsetti through. And this is going to be really tough because Solitaria can't be guaranteed ban protected, right? He can get the Flan dual attacks if he decides to ban 3 here.
Yeah, he's still thinking about it, but as you said, Knockwall banned out, as well as the Schneel. The Death Dealer Ray wants to play the game, and he wants to press all his buttons as soon as possible. So, don't want to deal with the Schneel. How'd you feel about the Death Dealer Ray versus Schneel meta that's been developing on the ladder right now?
Honestly, DDR just still wins every time.
Yeah, and in a format like this, where
yeah,
you know, there's way more things to ban, and you know the strategies are a lot more ambiguous, and they come in way more varieties. I think DDR is definitely still a power. Oh God, what is that?
Abyssal Crown lands onto the Solitaria, which means that Candlewicks is not going to be able to go into hiding because that unbuffable also landed. So this Harsetti turn 1 value is just insane, and we can see that she has enough effectiveness for this Janua as well. And Luna does Soulburn S3 here, so that means the DDR, the Dilibet cannot get Fighting Spirit, and Flan is going to have no evasion.
Yeah, good CR push here from the Flan. We're going to shoot it right into the Solitaria. If you knock out the Solitaria and Flan can start generating again, might be good, but that's what you would expect into a control player. They have a very tanky Solitaria. Cannot just expect to knock her out. Ray needs to use all his buttons right now. Set up, bring the game back into a spot where we have the advantage, and puts the Solitaria to sleep. What do you even do as a Designer Lilibet? You can't press here. You just gotta take it slow, 1 step at a time.
You just gotta wait. You just gotta wait. What you could do here, I think, is you could fish for the Janua here if it is on DPS. But based on turn 1, I don't know if it is on a damage build. It's probably on an effectiveness build with on Abyssal Crown here. So he actually tags the Luna with Abyssal Crown. That's huge.
Oh my god, it stuns the Solly again!
Oh my
god.
That is Harsetti value is just insane.
Yeah, this fast Harsetti on the Abyssal. You know, I thought for sure it would be on book, but the Abyssal Crown tech just absolutely coming out. That's so much value, and if you ever land a hit on the Janua, I think the game's just over from there.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, fighting against an opener Harsetti, you just never know what you're going to get, right? You don't know if you're going to get a Bubble Maker, a Crown, a Book. Like, she's just so versatile in that, so it's really tough. Like, I'm really surprised to see that, like, Candle didn't opt to pick something like a Zeo, right? Where you can actually take that turn away from the Harsetti and deny some of the tuning, right?
Wow.
But
I wasn't expecting that. Death Dealer Ray actually gives up the Pestilence buff for most of his team. Just going to S2 here, allowing these units to cut in front of the Janua. break the sequencing just a little bit. And now this time Soulburns, no,
Resist. Oh no, that's not good. A stun
Oh
on
wait,
Janua!
no, that's a stun on the Janua. That it might
With the
be
defense
over.
break.
I think that
doesn't
might
block,
be all
though.
he needed, and
But
a
this is gonna
stun on the
block
blue
here.
crow. This
Oh, man.
Harsetti is going crazy with the Abyssal Crown stuns. Jesus.
Oh, that Janua procs, no immortality for him, and he's gonna lose his turn, and he's in for a world of pain. Candlewicks looks like he might be packing his bags.
Now, I will say, from the draft, it really did look like Candle was in a pretty decent spot, but Harsetti really changed the fate of the game here with all of those Abyssal stun. I think every time she went, she was stunning at least one unit, and sometimes, like, picks up two, and from there, it just feels like that's a solid GG, and I think the nail in the coffin was just stunning the Genua.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. And I think Candlewicks tried his best on the draft and picking the Janua for the Dilibet S3 and the presses and all that stuff. But, I mean, look at the Harsetti. Like, that Harsetti just basically won him the game. The stun on the Solitaria twice, the stun on the Luna, the stun on the Janua. Like, that, I mean, if you're Candlewicks, do you ban Harsetti? Because if you ban Harsetti, you're now subjected to all of the speed that Harrison has and his kind of his expertise in cleaving, right? And playing
Maybe
super
you just
aggressive,
take it. I mean, I think that's maybe why he opted for a first pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's see what he decides to do here. And, you know, as these guys are figuring out their round two, Vic, I do have a question for you. So, you know, we do see... I lost my train of thought. I have not been getting enough sleep. It has to do with oh yeah, first pick. Why do you think every single person who, you know, if they get the choice, they're opting for first pick? What do you think makes first pick so strong in this format once again? We know first pick is really strong and third pick ban protect, but why here?
Because as first pick, your 4 or 5 have just so much more value, right? You get to see exactly what the opponent picks on 3, 4, and then you get to choke them out on 4, 5, right? And first pick is allowed to ban last, whereas second pick almost always has to find a really good force ban on 5, and if it's not good enough, your draft falls apart, right? So first pick just has a huge advantage in just in terms of being allowed to ban last and get first pick priority on a really overpowered hero. Things like Emma Lua, Emma Luna, Emma Politis, Fireflan, stuff that we seem to have dominated this tournament so far. And there you go. Candlewicks goes for the Emma Luna first pick with the Harsetti pre-ban coming out from Harrison here. And Fenny getting banned by Candlewicks, that's... I don't know if that was intentional or not, but immediately Harrison is locking in the Zeo and the Elegos here. Basically saying, you know what, I don't respect your speed, I'm going to go fast, and we're going to make this quick.
Yeah,
Now,
I think that definitely threw Candle in for a loop. I think he had an idea of what he wanted to do here, and now that Harrison has locked in the Zeo, has locked in the Elegos, things are about to change for this exact matchup. I mean, this is the Harrison we're used to seeing. Just going all gas, no breaks, all damage, no fakes, and man, I'm ready to see how he's ready to bring the PAL. I mean, Candle's got to pick up a Knight here, right? Nothing safer than a protection set Knight, maybe even a little cheeky Blood Moon haste on that second pick, but I wouldn't even say that's particularly effective versus something like an Elegos in this metagame.
Time to hesitate.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Illnet pre-ban, like, that's definitely an option, an angle that you can look for. But Candlewicks opts to pick mitigation in Crow and also go for Infinite Horizon Acades. Basically saying, you know what, I'm going to just try to resist you. However, Harrison is already up on the books, right? And Balian can't be ban protected, so there's a chance that Harrison could just solver an S3 on the Acades as well with whatever he decides to pick here on the 3-4, right? So this draft is far from over, right? Like we said, first pick Candlewicks is in the driving seat on the 4-5. You have to find 2 units on 4-5 that can beat Harrison's 3-4. And if you can find a way to do that, you have decent odds of winning. But we're going to have to see, right? It's not that easy. Easier said than done. Harrison is one of the best cleavers in the game, if not the best. So, you know, we'll see. And he does opt to pick up the Emma Huayang, which is a little bit weak into the crowd, but it gives you a little bit of an anchor, right? If Luna decides to S2 anything, it procs Divine Vessel. If it turns into like a 1v2, 1v3, Huayang's going to win that versus light units, right?
I do think Huayang is really strong versus Candlewicks in particular, just because, you know, we've already established, he's established himself. He's a very strong control player, and control players are afraid of characters like this, like the Huayang, maybe Sylvan Sage Vivian, and definitely the Tori, where you're gonna have a really hard time trying to land debuffs on these characters, and your meager damage will not be enough to close them out for the win. And now I think Candle, not only does he have to fight through everything Harrison is swinging at him in terms of returning the damage, but also, you know, are you going to be able to anchor it down? Because guess what? You know, you talked about how good the Bellion would be, but the Bellion's blocked out by the bystander Hua Young, right? If you proc the Divine Vessel, one hit might just send her home, and then souls are unlocked again.
So the Janua pick's actually not bad because you can get reset, but as long as you don't get proc turn 1 and you lose your immortality, that S1, you don't care about getting reset, right? So if you have that rage, that S1 still gives you attack buff and does a ton of damage, especially into something like Huayang, where you're going to be ignoring her defense, right? So Janua's a pretty decent pickup here from Candlewick's side, and he decides to go for the Bellion to deny the Soulburn Elegos S3 into his Acades, right? Like we said earlier, his Acades, it's most likely going to be on some kind of ER build, right? And if you do have that ignore ER burn passive, it's going to ruin everything, right? And Harrison decides, you know what, I'm going to go for a Paltus because, you know what, Acades' combat readiness boosts are going to get negated, it's going to get cut, and Janua also proccing can potentially get stunned if it's on Abyssal Crown. And we're going to see the Bellion pre-ban and the post-ban, and Huayang post-ban into Candlewicks because he absolutely cannot let that through while having 3 light characters.
And I think one big important thing is that the moment you committed to defending against a cleave with Genua, Fire Politis just does so much damage to you. I mean, not only in terms of the actual raw number she outputs, but when you flip your hair, she's going to activate her children, and that's going to enable her combat readiness push, and it just enables a whole chain of events that you do not want to see as the defending player. Candle's already down 1, and now facing the Zeo, the Elegos cleave. Is he going to be able to do it? S3 does come out. A little bit of a fluff damage for the Luna, but this is where the turn gets real. The Elegos now soul burns right into the Genua. We're going to trigger him.
And this one shot.
Pew!
It doesn't one shot. Now this S3 is a really important turn here. He had to commit the Zeo S3 into the Luna to remove the skill effect nullifier. Requiem Rana with 8.4k HP is probably going to be a nuke one with really high effectiveness. Does it reset the Acades? It looks like it got resisted. I'm not 100% sure though. This is going to proc Politis, and Politis does have 40 souls to rip Soulburn into S3. And it does strip off the immortality off the Janua here, and he didn't get reset on the Acades, but he does have 2 soul burns, and I don't think Candlewitch is going to be able to tank all this damage because he still has to deal with the closer.
And that's why the Politis is such a strong cleave character. She just, once she's activated, goes all in, burns all of her damage. 2 characters completely knocked out. Elegos with the briefcase, time bomb finisher, and now 1 lone blue crowd. Do you think the blue crowd might actually be able to close this? Is there any world where a blue crowd closes this? If he's on Holy Sack, he's got souls?
0% chance. 0.
I thought he'd
because we saw that he was on Adamant Shield, so he was on Holy Sack. Yeah.
Okay, if it was Holy Sack, do you think he could have closed that? No shot?
I don't think so. I think Harrison would probably get a whole nother rotation. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, he was a little bit low on the CR bar, and with that, Harrison,
Lead goat, man.
I think that's top 8 cut for Harrison, right?
I think so. Yes. He can go enjoy his hearty meal now.
There you go. All right, I think after Harrison, let's get in Higa
versus Mixzilla. Let's go.
Can't one-shot a Zeo either. Yeah, I think the reset is probably where he got, right? Otherwise, would be pretty scary. Right, let's throw in Higa and Mixzilla. Could I get my game, bro? You can't ask that like right when we're about to start. You gotta put in with the TOs a little bit ahead of time, man. And then if we have the time to like accommodate that, like we'll try to fit it in. But if you're gonna, ask right as we're about to start another set, like I can't help you, right? It's like the guys who show up 3 hours late to a tournament. I'm ready for my match. I'm here to win. What am I supposed to do for you, man? Round 1's over. I can only do so much for you. All right, well, in the interest of time, right, seems like a lot of these guys in a hurry, so we got both Higa and Mixzilla in. Let's fire it off, see where we go for this.
So I'm a little bit conflicted on like who to vote for because like both of these guys are my ex-guildies. So like Higa is a very aggressive player. Mixzilla, from what I know, unless he's gotten a lot of upgrades, I mean he's a pretty standard like turn 2-ish player as well. So very curious to see how this is going to pan out. First pick is going to be a very crucial decider. So we do see the Celine pre-ban and Harsetti pre-ban from Higa here, and Mixzilla opts to ban Lone Wolf Paver and Sea Phantom Politis, 2 units that are very strong versus a turn 2 standard player, right? And immediately Higa decides to go for the New Moon Luna first pick, seeing that it is available.
I mean,
Now,
that is
Mixzilla-
kind of a no-brainer considering how dominant she's been today. But the one thing I want to tease your brain about is why the Green Celine ban? I mean, we've seen her put out some good performances today, yes, but she seems like a very polarizing character to be just investing a whole pre-ban in.
Higa must have a game plan. The only reason why you would pre-ban Celine is if you have some kind of game plan that gets hard countered by Green Celine. And it looks like he immediately locks in the Fireflan and the ML Lua on 3, seeing that Lone Wolf Paver is pre-banned, right? Like we've said, ML Lua becomes a very, very strong pick here. And Mixzilla is a little bit on the back foot here because he can get sealed. He has no cleanse. The Hua-Young can kill the Luna, but it can't really 1v1 the Flan so much. So Mixzilla's going to have to find a way to kind of come out on top here with his 3-4. And Higa being in the driving seat can just ban last, so this is going to be a tough spot.
I will say, though, like it's one thing, you know, first pick players gonna get their hands on the Luna. You can't really stop that, but Higa does pick up the Red Flan as well, and we've seen time and time again, when a faster player gets their hands on Red Flan, they are just so hard to stop.
Yes, 100%. And Mixzilla actually decides to pick up the Lie here to cleanse off all the debuffs, right? The Seals, the Death Breaks, the Emalua Provoke, and picks up Blue Kraut as his mitigation for that Fire Flan so that he can rip that S3. And immediately, Higa, without hesitation, picks Tori BBK. He says, you know what? I can just overwhelm you and take more damage. And that's exactly what he's going for here. But is he going to be able to bridge his team? Because remember, Mixzilla's Lie actually is not ban protected, right? He cannot guarantee that cleanser through. So he has to pick a secondary cleanser that can fight through the rest of his draft here. Otherwise, he can just ban that Lie and overwhelm him with damage.
That's what I was actually going to ask. Do you think he has to find a bridge for this composition? Because mainly, you know, there's no CC for Mixzilla side. It's not like he's defending with a Death Dealer Ray, and if the Ray goes, your entire team might just fall right there. But in this case, if you're fully defending, you're not adopting to anything aggressive or disruptive. Do you just get the crowd banned away, and then these damage dealers are just going to go hog wild versus your supports?
Well, I think Higa has to ban Acades here, right? You drafted the ban last. Oh, he goes for the crowd ban. Oh, that's surprising. Well, he says, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to ban the mitigation. I'm just going to let Tori and BBK just one-tap you. But, I mean, Mixzilla not banning out a book is really tough because, like, now Lua, like, that was definitely a little bit of, like, a 50-50, right? Like, where if he had the book and soul burn the Acades, it would have been really bad for him. But Higa does go for the Emerald Lua here as the first unit. Soulburn S3, this is going to proc Acades up here, I believe, if he's on the Turnus, which we do see. S1 goes out, Challenge is going to go out, and this is going to do a lot of fluff damage to set up for a BBK S3 S1. So if this doesn't just straight up kill, we're most likely going to see a BBK sweep. Now this Hua-Young is going to rip that S3. Who is it going to go on to? Looks like it is going to go into the Emerald Lua, but it doesn't kill. Acades immediately dies. Oh boy, this is a really fast Tori here too, since he got that combat readiness from the Emerald Lua. So he could just go for a defense break with Emerald Luna into the Tori, S3, Cascade, S1, and just completely one bang.
Oh, that turn chain is deadly. Defense breaking a BBK, I've seen that one before.
GG. GG. Wow. And Mixzilla didn't even get to take a turn, and he's already dead.
I have to say, these cleavers are really coming out here swinging. I mean, we just saw how hard Harrison can dominate, and you know, just to confirm, Higa is, on this account at least, he's like completely free to play, right?
All right, boys, I'm back.
Hey.
Yes, he's free to play.
Hell no. Yep. Okay. I'm getting very conflicting information on all sides.
Free to pay, maybe.
Oh, I see. I was like, man, like he gets really coming through. Like we heard he was working on the account. The account needs work. I was like, oh, okay, maybe he's like a Lifton. He's got to find his options. He's got to polish the diamonds in the rough. But nah, if it's hell no, not free to play, then I feel like that's one of those things that just, okay, if you got your options, then your draft will look a lot better. All right. Okay. Wow, we really we're caught like deer in headlights here, huh?
Oh no, you are.
His top brand is 320, pretty sure. God damn. Okay, well, I mean, then I think Mixzilla's got to work a lot harder in order to make up for that deficit and then defend, because I think from this we can tell he not only does he have to defend, he needs to run some sort of disruption. He can't fully adopt a purely defensive stance here.
No, 100%. And if I'm Mixzilla, like, I'm gonna look to ban probably Emil Luna, right? Try to take out the best unit in the game and try to take advantage of first pick. You already see the Lone Wolf pay rate being banned. You can pick the Emil Luna early on since the Green Celine is pre-banned, right? He needs to recognize these things and make these adjustments on the fly to try to give himself better odds to win.
And what does he do to adjust his odds? Bans out the Luna this time. So he actually gets to play a bit more of the game on his own terms. First pick the Zio as well.
God damn.
He's really trying to force Higa on the back foot there, but hey, we got ML Lua, we got Red Flan. That's one evasion character plus a stealth character. Well, at least we assume she's stealth because of Guiding Light access, but I mean, just because you have a Zio doesn't mean you get to go first.
That's true, yeah.
But I mean, I think at least that's the adaptation we're expecting, right? You just can't let him have the first turn for free like that. You gotta be able to adapt around it, maybe disrupt him with a bit of your first turn action, but can he follow the Zio? Like, do we think the Zio is about to make a big impact at all this game?
I don't know. I really don't know, because like you think about the bridges that Zio has. Politica loses the flan. You think about Requiem Roana. You can't break the barrier. He's prot set and he's like stealth and gunning, like he's 100% evasion. Ludwig, like you're gonna probably lose to Miki eventually if you take it to like later on. So it's like there's so many things that can beat you, but Mixzilla recognizing the Elogo is actually very good here. And going for the ML Hua-Young anchor as well. Not a huge fan of the Hua-Young pick, but the Elogo's picks makes a lot of sense. Similar to what we saw from Harrison, right? Where he picks that Zio, takes that first turn. That way his Elogos can rip that S3. Now, one key thing about picking Elogos with Zio is that Zio makes sure you don't get contested on the speed, right? So that Elagos can run his own artifact, S3, and push up the rest of his team, right? And have that hyper-aggressive draft, right? Now, Higa immediately is on the back foot. He says, you know what? I'm going to let you take the first turn. It's all good. I'm taking Blood Moon Haste and Senya to take advantage of the Ilnat pre-ban that he has in this set. And Mixzilla, recognizing that he has a lot of bulky heroes, very tanky units, so he goes for Emil Shu. Doesn't really match up a whole lot with the Zio and the Elagos on the 1-2, but I can see the premise of just kind of slowly chipping him down somehow. And hovering the ML Celine, that would be the first of the tournament for sure, but we're definitely not seeing that. And Mixzilla hovering the Nockwell, seeing that Higa is not really contesting the first turn, but Higa's still in a really good spot because he can just backline that flan, right? And if he gets to proc his Blood Moon Haste or Senya, I mean, he's going to be in for a world of pain on Mixzilla's side.
You're absolutely right. I don't think his bruisers work very well with his opening core. But okay, I think Ray is okay as well. You got the Ray, you got the Nockwell. Essentially, when you fight it versus not only Blood Moon Haze, but the Dragon Bright Senya as well, you gotta find some way in order to disrupt that, whether it's you bind their movements, seal their passives, or like the Ray, you put them to sleep and then kill them through injury, death by 1,000 cuts. And BBK coming out last here, that's gotta be the ER BBK here. Dude, the ER BBK is looking really good in this format, goddamn.
Yeah. I mean, having both ready is just always amazing, right? Having the ER BBK versus hyper aggro players not expecting it is really good. And having that speed tempo one is just also super overwhelming if you're running a really tightly tuned team. Similar to like someone like Jello, right? Like having just overwhelming people with damage.
Overwhelm people with damage. If you know they go too aggressively, then you pivot back down, kill them with counterattacks. But if they try to play medium speed, then you just run over them, race them.
So we do see the Zeo get the first turn, obviously. The Shu is following closely behind, and then the Firefly will take the turn on Higa's side here. Now, who is Mixzilla going to want to S3? Right, we do see that the BBK is a bit slow, right? And if it's slower than Emil Senya, it's most likely going to be on an ER build. And he does opt to go for the S3 onto the Senya, pushes it back, does a good chunk of damage into about half HP. Flan is going to be able to get an S3 off and look for a defense break. And if he can't proc, oh, Proof of Valor, Bowman Haze as well. Now, Higa does get an S3 off for the defense break, and then BBK can basically sweep. So I'm not really sure what type of build this Elagos is on, because if it's just on like a high damage one, if this Flan's just going to be able to set up the BBK. So he actually opts to remove the stealth from the Elagos, because not on Guiding Light, it's just from his exclusive equipment here. And I don't really know if Mixzilla is going to be able to do anything here. I think an S3 from BBK can probably wipe his entire team.
Now, I have a question for you, Vic. When you see these two characters picked together, Dragon Brysenia and Blood Moon Haze, usually they're put in, you know, what I call the burger formation of Dragon Brysenia parks Blood Moon Haze in the back, and you cannot kill either one. The moment you try to kill either one, you are in a world of pain. Why do you think he avoided that and opted to protect the red Flan this time?
Well, his lose condition is Flan dying, right? If Elagos S3s into Flan, then he procs basically like both potentially, right? If it one shots. So protecting his like fighting against his one lose condition versus that Elagos opening is very strong, because he doesn't care, right? Whether or not, like, he's not gonna be able to kill a Proof of Valor Blood Moon Haze. So
right, excellent identify here. It seems like Mixzilla, you know, didn't really have any good moves to make with all of these single target characters. I think that's the thing, right? When you have single target characters, all you gotta do is make it hard for your opponents to pick out the right play, and in a scenario like this, they're just gonna trip over themselves, Blood Moon Haze gets activated, and he gets to go off.
Especially with a high investment into single target, you're just gonna get to a point where you can invest a lot of your units into killing one single target, but if the investment into killing something isn't equal to the investment of protecting it with the options you have available, such as that Dragon's Bride, then it's going to become a lot harder for you to justify most of the units on your side of the team.
Yeah, makes sense. And hey, you know, me and Vic's been doing this all day, Divine, so I'm gonna tease your brain for a second. Volcanix is one of your guys. What can you tell us about his playstyle?
Volcanix is the kind of guy that likes to play lucidly. He's one of the players who is in a lot of these chats, and, you know, you might call him a memer, you might call him a dreamer, trying to chase after a lot of these people high up in the community, but he's proven his own, and more importantly, he's proven his own with his unique style of knowledge. He knows a lot about people, watching these streamers, watching these chatters. He's adapted their playstyles, and not only that, he knows exactly what to pick into a lot of these people and how to emulate a lot of their desired playstyles. Leaning a little bit closer to the slower drafts as we've seen before, but I have seen him speed it up in some cases where he needs to, and I think this might be one. If he can keep his cool and stay engaged, get really aggressive against his opponent, I think he can easily lead himself to a victory here.
Well, let's see if he does exactly just that. We'll be queuing it up against Flaccid Fork.
I've been holding my I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, go. Yeah. That's why we got a 3-man cast, right? Like, anytime anybody goes, we got 2 more guys holding it down. Lots of words to call Canix a flowchart. Okay, well, I mean, flowchart gamers are dime a dozen these days, right? I feel like most people play to a flowchart. See,
listen, we gotta be a little bit more verbose than that, all right?
All right, how would you verbose up a flowchart player?
I'd say that this is a player who's studied the meta and has found their place within it, you know? There's no need to break from traditions or standards when they're working for you. There's nothing to do, and there's no obligation anyone in this tournament has but to win the goddamn thing. And whatever strategy you employ just needs to be the best strategy. If that was found by your own means or others, who cares? If it wins, you're the winner, and nobody can complain about the end result.
You're absolutely right about that. Genua picked into the Empyrean Illinav already, so a little bit of an inclination that you might just look to ban that out, but ooh, I feel like, especially with the end in the game, you can't just brute force it like this, but hey, who knows? Flaccid Fork made it this far, he's definitely cooking up something. Ah, yes, and there's a double opener, right? That is always going to be really hard to play against. Whenever your opponent just picks up a bunch of utility and then run it against you with a bunch of squishy DPS units, this is kind of the cookie cutter of what aggro looks like in 2025.
Now, we're getting a little bit of a pause here. And this is something I've actually noticed throughout the tournament. Lots of people are pausing here at that 3 to 4 pick. Usually it's where you're thinking carefully about what your band protected unit is. But still here, it's a point of contention and a point to really focus in as you start off with your standard picks at the top. But then this is where the formation of your strategy comes through. That's not ML. That's normal blue goddamn Teiyu coming in with the DN by his side. Is this the first Teiyu today?
I think that's the first Teiyu we've seen all year. I mean, we're like, well, what are we talking about, bro? It's a Teiyu!
I was like, the meta, I thought the meta's changed. I was like, this meta has changed more than I thought it would have.
You know, that's what I thought was going to happen. Like, Teiyu, like, I thought he was going to pick a green Celine, your meme bee machine, and be done with it. But I suppose for up against a Genua, you do need a blue DPS unit to kind of hold down the fort, and also to react to all of those non-attack support. That's going to be opening the match for Flaccid for Green Celine, most likely just going to get banned here. And looking at cheeky Blood Moon Haste in order to anchor his entire strategy down.
Oh well.
Blood Moon Haste, as you said, has been a phenomenal anchor today, taking plenty of hits, but we've seen somebody else picked into the 5th pick position here. I think Volk might also be reaching for them as well. Countdown is coming. Arbiter Vildred coming in a lot at those end spots because of the damage he pours out, his survivability. And, you know, we saw it earlier, but whatever.
Hey, look, if you're going to call somebody a flowchart gamer, there's no reason they wouldn't pick some characters with some of the best utilities in the game. There are no cleansers available to Flaccid Fork, so the moment these debuffs land, they're here to stay.
Well, it's a fair enough, and plus we've seen this strategy even implied all the way at E7 World Cup. We can remember last year, Archdemon Mercedes coming to squash Genua and his potential many a time, so we won't be seeing that here because the fear is that might happen again. Banned out on the Mercedes, banned out on the little kid in the tuxedo. Go play with a train set or something, as the match will get on.
I'm back, boys.
Hey, how we feeling about this traffic?
And to the left. You're quite the dancer.
I think Volcanics has a decent shot of winning this because I see a Genua DN into. Sorry, I have Ilanav DN into Genua.
Right here.
That usually doesn't mean very good things. So.
In the name of
Oh,
the
dual
goddess.
attack with the end here, getting that first turn. I don't know if that's what you really wanted. Like, you're taking a bit of a risk when all of these non-attack support skills go before the Celine. I'm pretty sure the intention here, get Teiyu his
he's gonna
turn,
just rip it.
let him rip, and hope we hit the Celine. Doesn't hit, I believe.
Missed the Celine though, yeah.
Nope, yeah.
I mean, like, Teiyu, I mean, Genua is still going to have that immortality here, so this initial S1 with the Rage, like, he is going to be able to get quite a bit of damage here, but it will be heavily negated by the Ilanav on the second splash, right? So we're probably looking at maybe, like, 10k and then, like, a 3-4k follow-up. So there's the 6k, 7k.
7k, yep. Totals to about 14k.
Yeah, 14k, like,
Splash is
not
about
much
2.
damage. Yeah.
Primed and ready.
So Peyra is going to be able to press that S3 and put up the Rampage here.
This
But
might be a
it
big
is
turn,
not-
right? There's no immunity available for Volcanic, so if you land a defense break here, especially on one of the two heavy anchors. Whoa, lands on the DN.
Wow.
That's not what I was expecting. That looks really bad for Volcanics.
That's got to be really high F. Like, that's crazy. Oh, I don't like that. I would have probably just looked for the S1, right? Because you go back into stealth and hide. But maybe he has a different idea. Maybe he just didn't want to greedy. He want to make sure that he can kill out that DN to eliminate one of the pen resistance units and the cleansers.
And at this spot, you know your Genua is attacked up. He's big mad. Dual attack here. Tries to fish for the kill on the Teiyu. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get it. But I do think he's ahead enough that he's not really going to worry about his spot. S3 comes out for the Empyrean Ilanav, the Clank. And there is the immortality triggered, and Teiyu's gotta start bringing some value now. I mean, he got picked
got a
into the
big-
match for a reason.
Yeah, he's got a
Does he
big
hit?
job on his shoulder. Misses on that.
Double miss.
Misses on the second hit.
Huh? Is it my turn?
What a joyous occasion to have Tehu with us, as he is batted back to the corners of somewhere.
Bro, we had him with us very briefly, and just as quickly as he came, he's now gone. And, you know, if I had to make a bold prediction, I say we won't see him again for the rest of the night, and probably, most likely tomorrow as well.
My best.
I'm about to say, you think he's keeping his grace of growth tonight? I don't think he is. I don't think he's keeping jack, shit, or all.
Oh, man. And now, I feel like especially with the Para, with the Poly, with the Celine, you're just tempoing your way to a win here. I think Celine's going to be able to keep herself permanently in stealth, but if you land a hit, I mean, you missed 2 already, right? Does it land? No, that's going to be a third miss. 70% is going a long way tonight. Empyrean Ilanav not going to be able to find the 30% hit chance.
The one thing I'm really surprised by is, like, the defense break on Dien is crazy. Like, if he's running a super high effectiveness Payra, or Volcanics just doesn't have gear on Dien, I don't know. But that seemed like very uncommon. Very, very uncommon. But at the same time, if Teyu actually landed a reset on the Celine and Dien resisted, I mean, I think Volcanics was in the driving seat. But unfortunately, those conditions did not happen. So we're going to see a very close game 2, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, he's opting for that first pick once again, man. First pick getting a lot of options. And I think this time, Volcanics probably going to be taking some of the lesson Candlewicks took from, I believe it was Harrison when they fought. You know, take away some of the openers, get that for yourself. At least that way, even if you don't go first turn, you have some outplay potential. You have that disrupt. And that's probably the most successful anti-cleaves we've seen today.
Yeah, without a doubt. You cannot just completely try to turn to a cleave or an aggro player, right? You have to have a little bit of a speed threat so that you can force them to kind of like make some, you know, I won't say bad decisions, but difficult decisions in what to ban, right? Respecting some of the speed that you might have. That's why some of the best players in the world, right? If they're standard players, they have the bulk, they have the damage, but not only that, they have really good speed, right? So we'll see.
We will see indeed. I mean, Harsetti is double banned by both players. Both players really value their speed tuning. So I definitely like to see Volk play more into it. And wow, 1 opener ban apiece for both players. I think Volk was trying to make a cheeky Sea Phantom Politis play, or rather make a Payra play, bans out the Poly, and then Flaccid doesn't want him to have the Poly, so he bans out the Payra. So now I think we're back into a pretty slow game. I think almost every good opener is out. Volcanics does pick up the Laya, which means he'll be able to run that ML Lua. He gets a free access to probably the last good opener left in the game right now.
Oh yeah.
I guess there's also Conqueror Lilius. Can't really scoff at a Conqueror Lilius. She's always going to be strong no matter where she comes out. The gear score value is just it's too much.
And not only that, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing about like stacking pre-bans, right? Like when we get to the BO5s tomorrow as well, you can really see even like the World Cup format, right? Like the deeper the matches go, the better, like the other openers, the other units that seem to be like quote unquote worse, they become better because the stronger ones are getting eliminated in the pre-ban section, right? So we'll see. Emil Shu comes out from left side here on Flaccid, so immediately Volcanics recognizes that he doesn't have much cleanse, right? He can just go Nakwa since he already has the Laya, and he's just trying to overwhelm him with CC now, similar to last season.
And I think this has been a recurring theme again and again for every single match tonight. When you are playing a slow match, you have to respect the Knockwall. The Knockwall is going to be able to do a lot of damage. It takes away your passives. It takes away your counterattacks. She takes away your cooldowns. And especially when you don't have access to that Laya, it's just such a weird spot to be in.
Is critical.
I don't like the Politis pick.
Yeah, me neither. It feels like a desperation pick, but you know,
it just really seems like he's banked a lot of his strategy, especially from the last round, on the Celine and this nature that she responded to the non-attack skills. So it might have just been that, oh, well, if it worked last time, double dipping into it this time can't hurt, right?
I'm with you.
Might just be the strategy, and that's what he does indeed.
And I think that's really like for those watching who are wondering why we're saying the Politics is a weird pick, is because yes, it is conditional on Laya proccing, but if DDR just presses S3 and sleeps you, you basically just completely lose your passive. And then a DDR just gets to take over the game, right? Now, does that mean he's positioning for DDR to get post-ban? Well, he can't, because Knockwell can then S3 bind you, and it's considered an extra attack, right? So then you can't proc as well. So this poly pick really doesn't make too much sense here from Flaccid.
Yeah, I guess in that sense, right, he's gambling on the DDR being a low effectiveness variant, in which case the poly pops off, he probably has a bit of ER, he's probably on Abyssal Crown. We saw Abyssal Crown pop off earlier, right? That's where the gamble is, and I feel like instead of picking something where you're gambling on your opponent's build, you have a chance to be wrong, it's better to just pick up a Green Celine and then maybe something that's similar where regardless of whether the Death Dealer Ray is F or ER, she's going to be able to pop off. And I do think the Solly is pretty deadly there, because now you can just pepper down debuffs all day from stealth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, Solly DDR, man. Like, Solly DDR is just one of the most disgusting combos versus any bruiser comp, right?
Especially if that bruiser comp has rat on it as well.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And Flaccid actually locks in that Zeo to try to take that first turn. I really don't know what Flaccid bans. Like, everything just seems bad.
You gotta remove the Ray, you gotta ban the Knockwall, and, you know, we don't really have a Knight, so BBK is also on the table as a potential ban, and Solitary, if she stuns 4 of your guys, that's definitely not good. But there's so many other things you gotta ban. Yeah, respect the Knockwall. At least that way you'll get a chance to play the game. Okay, understandable. Have a nice day. I do think, like you said, Divine, Volcanic, sometimes when he plays tournament on streams, he gets a bit of the nerves, but this one you could definitely see this is him in his element, right? Responding to his opponent punch for punch, and I do think he wins this trade.
I mean, especially when it comes down to hunting weakness, I find Volcanix is definitely somebody who's able to pick prod and find that exact way to engineer victory. But the match in front of us will tell that tale pretty well itself. Silence goes down on Solitaire, pushing her back for a little bit of time till she can hide. Will the Laya be able to fix her troubles? We'll see here in a second.
Now pay attention to the top left. You can see that there's 40 souls. So if you're Volcanics, you know that this is a damage Politis, right? Damage Politis will not run Tagahel's Ancient Book. So he's pressing the S2, saying, you know what? I am going to be tanky enough. I still have Guardian S Crystals. I'm going to just try to tank out this Celine and this Poly, but I don't know if this is going to be the right decision, because this is going to be a lot of damage incoming onto Volcanics here.
Oh, he does give him that turn, though, so now, I mean, Celine Poly kind of goes crazy, so the real question is, does your BBK hold the entire game down? Because the Ray is gone, likely the Solly is gone, and Laya certainly can't 1v4 versus 4 DPS units, and this is a very aggressive Poly, completely different from what we were expecting. We thought this was going to be a degen Poly. With Abyssal Crown, you're looking to strip buff, stun. But now
he didn't even use his souls. He just said, you know what, I'm just gonna rip an S3. Why?
Open to new opportunities.
Man's believing that takes out the Solly, right?
Yep, that pops. Now you've got
this needs to hit the Poly.
To swing.
Hits the Poly. He gets the extra turn. Yeah, goes in on the
second immortality.
Doesn't heal enough. I do believe, yeah, BBK still has the Curse Sword. Yup, the immortality. That extra turn was so important. It was a 50-50 to hit the Politis. Extra turns, so it as to letting her get rid of that debuff. And now, oh, do you have enough to close it out? You have to burn this. Tick takes her out.
And it's done.
Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, clean 2-0 by Flaccid. I still don't know why he didn't soul burn the Politis, but I mean it worked out, I guess, in the end, because the BBK wasn't able to do enough, and it wasn't ER. So
yeah, very well played. Volcanics looked like he was pretty close for a second, and just as quickly as he came, he was gone. So I think that's all the matches we got today, right, boys? We got
is it?
Wait, we got XLR and Mossman, right? Oh shit, I fucking completely forgot.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have XLR and us, man.
We were supposed to play them second. I apologize, XLR. We were supposed to play you guys second, and my brain completely just skipped over it. I'm sorry. My bad, King. P real quick.
He waited for that.
He waited for that. I think I think that's fine on him, right? He really just wanted to find, like, do his research, see what the opponents are playing, collect info, right? And like you said, I think that's absolutely normal for Legend players, right? Collect the info, study the meta, practice, and really put yourself in the position to be taking these wins.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Val, I have a question for you because you did an account review, Legend account review with Lunar, and at the end of last season. So you're quite familiar with his account and the text that he has. Who do you kind of give the upper hand here in this matchup?
I would say Lunar's account look a lot like mine. But he's just a way better player, right? XLR has a slightly, I would say, faster account than me, so it really depends on, I think, whether or not Lunar, he's got the playbooks down for how to anti-cleave, how to steal the turn back, right? Because, as you know, when you're playing aggro, because both of these guys are aggro players, and in an aggro mirror match, the most important thing is how you steal the other guy's turn. That is king. So I think whether or not he's got that playbook figured out, especially in a format where you don't have third pick ban protection, because I mean, most of his strategy last season revolves around third pick BBK, and then I have 4 characters to steal first turn for me, right? So is he able to do that without third pick ban protect? Does he find a way? I think that's going to be key for both players. As I believe XLR used to be a cleaver, now he plays aggro, a little bit of standard, and Lunar is definitely also an aggro flex player. XLR is slower than you and Lunar. That's crazy. I thought XLR was really fast.
It's just the name is throwing you. You see XLR. You see
Accelerator.
Right? Yeah, accelerator. You're just like,
bro. He used to be like he drops the Sid first pick, and like any way I race him, I was dead. Like, that's crazy. I thought he was faster, but maybe I upgraded over time and Lunar upgraded over time. I was unaware. But yeah, it seems like, Lunar is back. XLR says, let's get it. Last set of the day, guys. We're going to see the last person to move into top 8 for Vic's RTA Archeology Tour.
$1,100 prize pool, guys, by the way.
That's still crazy to me.
That's honestly crazy.
It's insane, but we'll see it play out today and tomorrow of the tournament. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting a little bit later from when we started today's broadcast, like an hour or so before now, I think.
Like two and a half
hours,
after.
2 hours.
Yeah, 2.
In 2 hours? Okay, got it. So, yeah.
Wow, okay. Harsetti is still in the game. Peyra's out, Zio's out. What is that? ML Lua as well as ML Ilinab. These are some of the more impactful characters. I can't believe Luna made it. I can't believe Harsetti made it. That's crazy to me.
Harsetti is in here as well, yeah. I mean, that's just the confidence from these players, right? Like, they have the flexibility to play any style, right? They can play anything. Harsetti, no problem. Luna, no problem. And that's what these pre-bans say, right? They were kind of banking on one of them banning the Harsetti, so maybe they didn't want to waste a pre-ban. Or maybe they truly are just comfortable enough to fight versus Harsetti.
I'm kind of with you on the fact that they were just expecting the other guy. Because it's an aggro mirror match. You're just like, he's an aggro player. He's banning Harsetti. I can get cheeky with it and ban something else. Yeah. Surely.
Exactly, yeah.
And Harsetti just made it.
Maybe
said, they
right?
have like a gentleman's agreement and nobody picks Harsetti. Right? Maybe one of them gets desperate, picks Harsetti on 3, picks Harsetti on 4. We'll see what happens.
You definitely see, at least the thought is there, is I think this is the longest we've seen somebody think about the first and second pick. Usually people just see the broken shit on the other side, slam the best thing they can, slam the thing that counters the best thing that's on the opponent's side, and call it a day after that. But using the full time here to come up with the Blood Moon Haste and accompanied by the Sea Phantom Politis.
Well, that's the thing, right? So, like, really good players here, they really try to think about every single possibility, right? The tuning is really important. The pre-bans tell a whole story. And both of these players are not taking Harsetti. There's Veronica, BBK, Luna, Sea Phantom Politis. Where is the Harsetti? Like, did they just, like, have an agreement to not pick Harsetti? Like, that must be it,
That's what the bathroom
right?
break was.
Yeah,
Like
they made a deal. No Harsettis. We're just going to pretend Harsetti don't exist.
This is a
Go
gentleman's
back.
agreement.
If we could go back to before third pick ban protection, we can go back to before Harsetti. Agree, lads? Agree?
Agree. Oh man, Blood Moon Haste though. I think Blood Moon Haste is one of those characters. I mean, he was strong for like an entire year, right? And just as he was falling off, was it a Lifter or KHM that came up with the all HP build, and now he's back on the map firmly and he's going nowhere.
I'm not sure who popularized it, but yeah, the double HP immunity set is super fucking annoying, right? With the Proof of Valor, it just makes it super unkillable. Super annoying anchor. Wow. XLR slamming the Payra Sid. Okay, so Mossman is in a spot where it's like, okay, if he decides to race, they are even on imprints, and technically Mossman would be up in imprint, but the only problem with taking the first turn, though, is you need to have a bridge. So will Mossman look to pivot out of this, or will he look to just go faster?
I think Veronica is a sufficient bridge, but the issue with racing XLR in this spot is you have to think about, like, what am I going to do about the Blood Moon Haze? The Blood Moon Haze, bro, if I race you and I kill the Payra, the Blood Moon Haze goes off, you still have the ability to come back versus me, right? So that's always going to be a concern. And then I think for XLR, it's the fact that my opener is a tank and 2 supports. So how, if you get Green Sid banned, is there still a chance I tempo my way to a win? And I think he's definitely saving that last pick for a super high impact, likely cleave DPS unit, right? Because you got 2 openers, just draft a follow-up. I think Lunar makes a really interesting pivot with DN here, and then the Inheritor Amiki. So does that kill a haste, though? That's the real question here.
Well, XLR9 is typically on an idle cheer Blood Moon Haze, so maybe. But if he swapped to Proof for this matchup, I mean, I doubt it. But the DN does make a whole lot of sense, because if he does get outsped, which he's probably expecting to, he has a cleanser, attack buffer, pen resistance for the BBK, right? So the DN makes total sense on the 4-5 here with the Amiki. But if you're Mossman, like, you're most likely going to just have to ban last, right? If you drafted the ban last, you're probably banning the Requiem Rwanda. And XLR, this is where he has a little bit of flexibility here in terms of how he wants to play this out.
Yeah, who do you give the advantage to just looking at the draft? Because
XLR for sure. Because
XLR?
right now, what it looks like is Payra's high F lands on the DN, Poly S3, Sid Soulburn S3 S1 goes into Windrider, and then now you're just stuck. Right now, you're just going to be having to deal with Payra potentially stunning the Amiki, Poly stripping it, POV Blood Moon Haze can just out tank the Amiki. Like, you might be in a world of pain here if you're Mossman, right?
Well, fair enough. Let's see how it breaks down. And Derp in chat makes a really good point. He can't exactly just double imprint there since BBK isn't on third pick ban protect. That's one of those things that's really going to swing a matchup. Oh, whoa, that provoke is massive. Hang on a second.
And my opponent?
Whoa.
But we do get to see that he has enough F to tag on the Amiki, which is really huge. And now XLR doesn't get that attack, but for the Sid, so if he is on Windrider and wasn't on Alexa, that counter was actually huge. This could make or break the game. And the Veronica tanks it!
It doesn't go for the kill. The idea there is you hit the Veronica, extra turn, drop the BBK to 1 HP, and then close out the game, but now you really got to play it for the long game. I think the Veronica being able to tank it is huge, and DN actually can make a difference. She becomes pretty impactful here.
Yep.
Mossman is teched out with the Veronica there. Oh my gosh. All right, so Veronica S3 is going to go onto the Blood Moon Haze. Will he land it? He does land it. It is the idle cheer, so we do see that Sid zooming down with the rage and the speed buff here. Now, DN didn't get pushed back and is going to be able to cleanse some debuffs off here.
Yeah, you can go for the stun. Remove the Blood Moon Haze for 1.5 turn. Wow, what is that?
Follow-up dual attack?
Is that even good?
I don't know. That barrier's chunky, but so is the impact of that defense break. We'll have to see here in a second.
I mean, you removed the biggest threat to your Amiki, but is that even good? Blood Moon Haze is fully ready now. You have to DNS3, DNS3S2, and you just hope the Sid doesn't run you over.
It does.
I mean, the thing is, as well, is like DN gets to put up pen resistance and stuff, right? But then that means Blood Moon Haze S3 is going to do like no damage, right? Potentially. But onto the Veronica, I mean, surely it kills, right? We saw the Veronica tank a Sid S3, so is it possible that Blood Moon Haze won't do enough damage?
Oh, I mean, look, we know Empyrean Illinab reduces a lot of Blood Moon Haze damage, but this is 50%
Is he gonna go for the
of
S3 onto the
penetration
BBK?
resistance. It's not 30%, it's a lot. But I
Will he go
suppose
for
if
the
you just
BBK?
click and you strip, and none of that matters.
Yeah.
S3 BBK man mode.
S3
S3 BBK.
S3
S3
man
BBK
mode.
man mode. Let's go.
Man
Pedal
mode.
to the
man
metal.
mode.
I think
stripped
that's
it. I see those
that's
strips. I see those
right?
strips. I see those strips.
Then you're better off dead.
Ah,
Hey,
yes.
Parrot comes back. Far from over though. Far from over.
I believe this is what the gods
And that's the thing, right? When you have Blood Aura on Blood Moon Haze, you do get that extra effectiveness to give you some better odds in stripping BBK, right? But we saw that Mossman was not going to be on an ER BBK, so Peyra immediately dying here since she did have that immortality after coming back from Blood Moon Haze passive, and that bomb is still on the Blood Moon Haze, so he isn't going to be able to get a turn after he gets stunned here. So Amiki's going to have a huge turn here.
I mean, he has immunity, right? So it's just he takes a bit of damage, but now like, do you close out the Sid? Do you start working on the haste? Like, I feel like these guys haven't been in this spot before just because of the draft. Like, how do you figure this out in 15 seconds?
Does this Amiki even oh, he goes for the Soulbird S3!
Whoa. Okay. That killed.
He killed it!
for us.
The idols cheer pop. I mean,
Wait
you
a
got a
second.
lot of value out
Wait
of
a
it.
second. Sid's
Wait,
going to
go-
get a
go-
buff here on this dual attack. He
Wait.
doesn't. Oh, the
No,
counter comes.
no.
Mossman.
Oh, the Mossman RNG absolutely runs that match. God.
Wow.
Wow.
That's just Amiki power, dude. The best 3-star in the
Wow.
game. That
I have to
provoke
say,
on Peyra.
boys,
Oh my gosh.
We
Wow.
got a lot of good matches today, but goddamn, when it's these goddamn legend players versus another legend player, we are seeing some crazy ass shit.
Yep.
What?
We're,
the
we're
fuck?
seeing this game go further than it was ever meant to.
These drafts are going wild. I mean, XLR Oster first pick this time. I mean, he was favored in the draft, right? But the match just broke down in such a... It broke down so poorly for him, and Mossman somehow always fishes for a dual attack with the BBK, and like that always puts him in a position where suddenly he goes from, oh, maybe he's not favored to, oh, he's winning, right?
But that's what I said in the very beginning of this tournament is that anybody can beat anyone as long as you get a good enough draft with a decent, like some decent odds. All you need is just a little bit of RNG, and that dual attack sealed the deal. That Amiki counter provoking the Peyra sealed the deal. I mean, these things are going to happen in Epic 7, and if you're your first time tournament attender or in the future you want to play in tournaments, you got to make sure that you always
got
give
to be
yourself a fighting
teched out
chance.
the ass, and then on top of that, that's why things are played in BO3, BO5s, right? If you get lucky one game, it doesn't really mean that much if you can't capitalize on it and then really push the advantage versus your opponent in the next one. And talking about that, Lunar is ready, and XLR opts for his first pick. Let's see how these guys adapt around each other for the second game.
Yeah, the best way to put it is that luck is a factor in everything, in anything, right? But it will not be the deciding factor, especially in these tournaments overall. And Lunar's going to have to capitalize here, and Accelerate might just be able to catch up fast enough to go past all this nonsense and bullshit.
And I mean, we got some excellent analysis going on in chat too. Derp says if he wasn't on Secret Art Storm Sword Sid, he would have won. Any damage artifact, if you had Alexa's, if you had Wind Rider, if you had even Portrait, that Sid was in a carrying position. And now, I mean, take out the
Amiki
Amiki.
Freeman.
Take out the Amiki. Get her out of here. I don't want to see this bullshit no more. Oh man, Luna first pick, huh? What happened to Luna last game? Did she just get banned?
No,
Yeah.
XLR had it, right? But then it got post banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it got post-banned out, yeah.
No, sorry, Lunar had it. Lunar had the Luna, and it got post banned.
Lunar Luna?
Yeah, Lunar.
Lunar.
Divine, I have a question for you. Do you know how to say Lunar's like the second part of his
Prepare
name?
for battle, everyone.
Sue?
Close enough.
No, it's Suzu?
Close enough.
Listen, bro. I'm trying out here every goddamn day. You know how many times I see... Yeah. Okay, yeah, hit me.
It's like Chewy.
Yeah. I always thought it was
Chewy?
Lunar Tsuyu, like how Japanese
Yeah.
people say, you know, fucking.
Yeah.
I thought it was pronounced like you as you see it. He's like, nah. I was doing the account. He's like, yeah. So my name's Lunar Chewy. I was like, it's pronounced Chewy. What the fuck? Like fucking Chewbacca.
Like TZU is like chew, like you're chewing on something, and then you just say E with a Y, like
yeah,
E
it's
instead
Chewy.
of yeah.
It's Chewy.
Yeah.
Chewy?
But anyways, wait,
okay,
wait,
if it was Chewy, I could understand. It's Chewy?
It's Korean. It's Korean. I'm not gonna pretend to know
okay.
Korean. Okay.
It's Korean.
That's
Okay,
why I don't
okay,
understand
sure.
Smaugate balancing. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Mossman does pick the Veronica Politis in response to the Emma Luna from the right side by XLR. And XLR, taking advantage of the Illinet pre-ban, opts to go for the Blood Moon Haze on second pick here, trying to anchor down his draft and try to be a little bit flexible for the rest of his draft here. So he does have 5 seconds to lock in another character. Who is he going to go for with all these pre-bans already out?
I do think
This
that
would-
makes sense, though. I mean, look, you just gotta start hunkering up now. You got your Disrupt in the ML Luna. Every unit here has a pretty impactful passive, and I don't think, Bellion's not really on the table for Lunar as a first option for his team. So, XLR is setting up. You got, you got the high level, you got the medium, and you got the low, right? You got one of everything. You can respond to anything.
Lunar gets that BBK again. I mean, like that BBK that
He loves that BBK draft, bro.
He loves that BBK, and we saw that dual attack come in that attack, or sorry, in that last match. So makes sense for him to pick it as his primary DPS here. What else is he going to pick here to contest XLR?
He really needs to think about it. I mean, whatever it is, yeah, okay, there it is. That's a pretty fucking good one, right? It needs to be Luna proof. The most a Luna could do to a Knockwall is strip her stealth, and that's it, right? She locks away passives, but I don't really think Knockwall cares about that. S3, S2 comes out, XLR will be in a tough spot, so you gotta think about, do I pivot into Alaya or do I ban it?
Someone asked why they're not picking Harsetti. They have a gentleman's agreement to not pick Harsetti. So they're not.
Do they actually, or?
I don't know. I'm assuming if they're not picking that shit, they have to be.
Yeah, it's gotta be like, because it's an aggro mirror match, right? So we're expecting them just seeing ways to sequence. Set up ways to steal the first turn from the other guy, right? That's something you would 100% expect.
It's the man's fight. This is the part where they're proving themselves and everything they got. Power is power. Fear the power of power.
Here's a scary thing about okay, so the Acades makes sense, right? You want to go after the enemy team, but it doesn't really address the Knockwall 4 pick here, right? So how is Mossman going to respond on the 5 pick here to the Sage Ball and to the Infinite Horizon Acades here? He's basically saying that he wants to take the turn right after your first turn and try to kind of cut you off, right?
I think
and
that's
the Huang is a great pick because that can one-shot the Acades, it can one-shot Sage Ball, it can one-shot Luna. It doesn't care about debuffs whatsoever, so it's a very, very good anchor pick by Mossman here.
And with that pick, I feel like you're almost post-banning the AU Fiend in the spot. It really swings the game in a different direction. And no, bans the Luna. And yeah, you can't let him have that anchor. That anchor is just too good versus too much of your team.
Oh man, do you think that you think Mossman is just saying my Knockwall is going to tag you?
He
Because
says
he
my
has,
Knockwall
no
is hitting
cleanse, right?
everything. Yeah, it's got to be 220F, right? He's really got
Yeah,
a
if
super
Knockwall tags
juicer
everything,
for
this
game.
is really bad for XLR here.
This song was meant for us.
Now,
Life is
will this
worth
Acades
living.
and Paltus be
Let
pushed
this
back?
be your paradise.
It's the question of the hour, ain't it?
Brace
Not the
yourself.
Acades, but the Sage Ball does have speed down there.
The Soul Constellation really coming in here.
Look on the left, look on the left, look on the left. Knockwall does not have Guiding Light. It's on a Death Break artifact. So if he lands this seal, or on the, sleep, this is going to be huge. He even drops the
Prey
prey.
comes out. I'm about to say the prey comes out.
You land on the two characters that matters.
We're fighting.
But not on the Veronica. That Death Break can come out now.
I mean, if you do
But the
land
main
the
thing
Death
is-
Break, you still have the option to outplay it with the Infinite Horizon, right? That's still on the table.
Yes, that's correct.
Cover me.
So he just goes for the S1 instead. Actually lands a silence with dual attack from Knockwall. Natural.
I can do it.
Although I don't expect to see the S3 coming out anytime soon.
No stun coming up from Acades S1.
I've never seen that thing stunned before. I mean, now this is where the pain train starts coming. You got big angry You got angry ghosts everywhere, and the dual attacks probably start pulling the BBK. And whoa.
Okay. It is an Orgus Euphine, so we see the mitigation there. Is this knockwall going to land everything? This will determine the game.
It's 3 defense breaks. Hang on.
Defense breaks.
Doesn't reset. Reset 3 characters. Sage Ball is fine, but he's silenced.
Oh my god.
That might be it. Oh my goodness.
I mean, he's gonna have to go for a seal here onto the Blood Moon Haste, right?
We need that Infinite Horizon Acades yesterday.
Oh man, he says, I don't care about your Blood Moon Haste. I don't want to give you a potential chance of countering for any healing at all. And he's just gonna go for a kill with the BBK S3.
Yeah,
Because
burns the
this
bomb in.
S3,
This is gonna
S1
guarantee the stun.
Yeah, and this is also to deny him from sleeping the BBK, right? And losing out on this crucial rotation.
Exactly. And now BBK only enraged. Does it do it? Or does it give the haste a... No, it doesn't. Takes out the Euphine as well. And now haste. Lone defender standing. I don't think he's got it.
Surviving by the cut, the tiniest cut in the world. I don't even know what you dive into at this point.
I think he's reset though. That's the problem. You can't scythe anything.
You can't steal a buff.
Here.
Yes, Celestine, and this is gonna be it. Do you just
revive or dodge?
She's reset. She's reset.
Oh, he can't even.
That knockwall was huge. She resetted every character besides the ball.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
with that, Lunar 2-0. Oh my
Quick 2-0,
goodness.
yeah.
I thought it was.
Damn, that knockwall was huge.
Yeah, I thought she reset everyone but her in the ball, but no, only the ball survived with his cooldowns, and he didn't survive long after that.
Man, that is so based.
Yeah, that was a big balls knockwall because normally you can't even think to play a knockwall without guiding light, without immunity set. You gotta like layer her in with all of that protection. But here, I mean, Lunar just said, "I'm man mode. I'm going in," and takes a 2-0 right here, and he will be moving into top 8 of Vic's RTA Archeology Tour. So doing a quick bracket check, guys. That will be all the matches we are playing for tonight. For tomorrow, we will have our top 8 cut. So because we don't have any like mini games that we're doing or any sideshows, I think we're just going to cast every match. I think everything tomorrow is just going to be BO5. So we got Higa versus Lunar. We saw both of those guys play. Once again, this is going to be a Cleave Aggro mirror match. Karnaking versus Glitchless. I think that's Flaccid. Didn't get to see Karnaking because he just jumped ahead, but I'm sure that'll be a set as well. AB versus Harrison. How do we feel about it? How do we feel about that one?
I think that's probably Harrison's hardest matchup, right? Like you're fighting against AB, who has the speed gear to contest the speed, right? He has the bulk, he has the knowledge, he has the experience. I think Harrison will have the most time with AB out of anyone else on the bracket.
I think AB has been absolutely tearing it up today, but I also think you have to keep an eye out for Jello down there, who has surprised us tournament again. And more importantly, I say this, and I'm not even joking when I say it, the more Jello hates playing Epic 7, the better he plays. He does not want to be here. He has Monster Hunter. He has the newest TFT set is about to end, and he's trying to grind for it. He does not want to be playing this game, and that is the most dangerous thing. I saw somebody pick earlier today when somebody picked up his ML girlfriend into him. I'm like, you do not do that. You have just death sentenced yourself. You've death sentenced yourself.
This has happened before, where the entire tournament, Jello, all he wanted to do was play ML Lua, and then in the final, somebody pre-banned it. And we just saw Jello put the cleanest 3-0 on the motherfucker. I felt so bad.
I was like, why would you do that? You just you've taken like the fun guy who's like, hey, I'm gonna mess around before I kill you kids to I guess I'm just gonna kill you. It's like saying I want to fight Hisoka in tournament.
When he's in kill mode.
When he's in kill mode in like that one tournament place where they're like a dead body. Whoops, what can you do, guys?
Well, that's going to be it from us for today. So tomorrow, matches will be starting at 3 p.m. Pacific time. If you are Eastern time, that will be what, 6 p.m.? Is that time work for you, Divine?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, and then if you're in a different time zone, guys, make sure you're checking out a time zone translator to make sure you are not late. I'll probably ping you guys, well, at least our top 8 finishers with the time, but Hey, it's going to be huge. Prize pool is $1,100. Shout out to all of these guys. Lord Cactus / Vic, Kamar, Mixzilla, X-Defy, and, you know, most of all, Robo Penguin. Let's get some actual money on the line. This has been crazy. All right, cool. That's my recording. What are you guys doing for the day? I think I said I was gonna go stream Monster Hunter, but I actually think I gotta end stream here and do a little bit of debriefing. So we're tomorrow is like a smooth sailing. What about you, Vic?
I was thinking of just playing RTA. I won't lie, but
Fuck it, I'll raid
know.
you. Fuck it, I'll raid you. I'll stream some Monster Hunter after tomorrow. Yeah, pass me the raid back after we finish tomorrow.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I got you, brother.
Fuck it, yeah. All right, well, chat, make sure you head over to Vic. He's going to play some more RTA. You know, if you came in late and you didn't get enough action for RTA, Vic's got you covered. I'll give you I'll basically take some notes and give you any follow-up when it comes to debriefing, Vic, but excellent casting today. We were really hyped to have you for a long fucking time, and glad we actually got it to happen. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yep. Glad to be here with you. Glad I can finally get out of this jacket. It is way too hot inside to be wearing a leather jacket, but we had to rep the Vic Chun tournament properly.
Let me turn the cameras off so you know you could take it off. All right, that's gonna be it from us today. 07 and oh shit, that better not be your nipples. Okay, have a great one, guys. And YouTube, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, take it easy and stay safe out there. See ya.
Peace.